It's on. The first heat will start at 9:45 local time, which is about 15 minutes from now. As we get prepared for those matchups today, let's look back on the round of 48 because we had some heavy battles that went down out front here in Ballito. Looking back over the last couple of days, around a 48, we saw some impressive surfing going down. Some top-seeded surfers were talking to the head judge early in the morning about conditions. They always got in the best part of the day as far as the conditions were concerned. We had some heavy battles with some seasoned veterans, and some top talented Brazilians took to the lineup to really showcase their talent here out in front at Surfers Beach. Some great carving sections, but we also saw some big airs as well. Jeremy Flores has been leading the charge for the WCT talent out front as he continues on to move into the round of 16. We saw some great highlights from the goofy foot Damian Hobgood, who will be surfing early in the morning. He'll be in the second heat against Adam Melling. Ace Buckin came down early to South Africa to show what he can do on his back end. He had an 8.5 yesterday that made the difference for him to move on into the round of 16. Some standouts for Team USA. Michael Dunphy will be coming up possibly later against David DeCarmo, as we now see Ace Buckin, what he was doing on his backhand. Once again, the 8.5 was the comeback score to take a crucial victory. As we look at our CT surfers, Matt Wilkinson comes up later against Jonathan Gonzalez from the Canary Islands. Jonathan had a crazy comeback roll in the round of 48. And then we saw the wild surfer from Brazil, David DeCarmo, who did get a little bored to the face. He had to go to the hospital to get some stitches, but he is okay. We're waiting to see if he's going to be ready to compete at the end of this round. Jack Freestone, two-time World Junior Champ, has been dominating above the lip. He's been calling them Hail Marys, but he's been landing every single one of them on his road to one of his best performances in a Prime Series so far in his career. Round of 48 was pretty epic, but it set up some one-on-one heats into the round of 24. Felipe Toledo has been the man of the event, throwing down perfect scores for big airs. Still had big numbers in this all-Brazilian matchup, was going for double grab, full rotations, and he was able to eliminate some heavy Brazilian talent. Felipe Toledo has Caio Ibelli as we continue on. Torrey Meister, representing the Big Island, was on fire. We did lose Frederico Reyes in a very tough heat that he had yesterday before we left the beach. A huge battle going down with Timmy Reyes in the dying seconds, and he went down incomplete. Wasn't able to make it on into the next one. As we still are looking for the Brazilians to take charge above the lip, and we have some old school veteran knowledge like Damian Hobgood coming up in the second heat. Tom Whitaker starting things off with Marlon Lipkey on the opening stages of the game. Even in small conditions here out front at Surfers, you can see that there's big air sections on offer. The tube here and there, Jonathan Gonzalez has been insane about finding a great vision even on smaller conditions out front. As we now take a look at our current conditions that we have live for day 5 of competition, we had a couple of delays. The contest officials like what they're seeing now. We have the goal of hopefully running 12 heats. Well, one guy that's on deck to come, and the moment we've been waiting for, Felipe Toledo will be surfing against Caio Ibelli in the round of 16. We had a chance to catch up to Felipe, talking about his performance so far.
just having fun and like trying something crazy, and just try like that big air on the set wave, and yeah, just landed and it was like amazing. 10 points like means the perfect wave. So for me, it's like it's an amazing feeling. Guys, like, it's been amazing to travel with these guys because all the time, every day, like every time they're supporting you. Yeah, I think it's a really good momentum for us in Brazil. We're now having the World Cup and everything, and the guys have been really good in the tour, like pretty well with General. I really love it, South Africa. Only for J-Bay.
Well, it's not too often you see a perfect 10 scored these days in professional surfing. The judges are making it hard to come by, and it's a good thing. You want to see a perfect 10, you have to see something done in such an insane way. We look back on some of the 10s this year. We've had Kelly Slater get a 10 in Rio de Janeiro. We've had John Florence with a 10 at Bells Beach. We also had Kelly with a 10 at the Vulcan Pipe Pro at the start of the year, and Adriano de Souza had a perfect score back at the 6-star at Newcastle. Here and there you see him drop in, but you know Felipe is still carrying that momentum into the round of 16. He had some heavy action also in the round of 24 as we look back again at the battles that went down right out front. Better, more consistent, and provided a great platform to see big turns and big airs. The crowd was maxed out, the water was warm, and we had amazing surfers like Damian Hobgood coming back here to compete. He had such an easy read on these waves. Never was forcing the issue, was just picking his points well, looked methodical on his backhand, but we had Jadson Andre take that first win yesterday morning. Jadson told me later that he wasn't feeling extra confident with what has been going down in his score line. He's still waiting for a real dream wave to come through. The good news for Jadson, he's still advancing through with wins as he's straight through to the round of 16. He didn't like his board in the first heat. He's made some board changes, and he's still hungry to get a wave where he can put it together from start to finish. Another one of our highlighted surfers, Jeremy Flores, was dominant against Adam Melling and Tommy Whitaker. We had a lot of WCT experience in that heat, and Jeremy's doing really well. Started off with a Magic Mark Phipps and then switched to a Christian Bradley. Those boards are looking really solid for Flores. Always tough when he has a matchup against a guy like Adam Melling. Since Adam got second, he has to surf in the round of 24 once again, and this was the tough one. David DeCarmo has been one of the standouts of this event. He ended up getting his board to the face, had to go to the hospital to get stitches. He's okay, but we're going to wait to see if he is getting the doctors okay to compete the day after. You know, he wants to be in the water. He has some time to rest, so he'll be focused on that. Matty Wilco went for the rodeo flip, but it's all about been the consistency of the performance. The two-time world junior champ, Jack Freestone, pulling a multitude of airs, crazy frontside full rotations, alley-oops in the mix. And you compare that to Ace Buckin's roll. just big power hacks in the pocket. Ibelli has been insane. He's been reaching for his air game as well to provide some massive scores. And Michael Dunphy from Team USA has to also surf in the round of 24 once again, potentially against David DeCarmo. He's been throwing down huge open face hooks, and we'll see if he can step up to the equation coming up a little bit later on today. We have Thiago Perez, who is laying down some power hooks as well. He was able to eliminate Heitor Alves yesterday, and that was the first frontside hook that Michael Dunphy was throwing. He wasn't able to take a win yesterday, but he wasn't eliminated. And then the craziest heat we had probably was the matchup with Matt Banting and Dylan Perillo. It came down to the final exchange. Matt Banting was the highest seeded surfer left in the draw. Threw a crazy nose pick reverse, needed a 9.43, came a point short. That was the ending of that wave. Banting thought it was enough, but he came up just short. And Dylan Perillo upset the guy with the momentum coming into 2014. Well, now we set the stage for a brand new day of action as we take a look at the draw. First heat on deck is Marlon Lipkey from Portugal taking on the Australian Tommy Whitaker. It's still the one-on-one format, sticking with 30-minute heats scored on your top two rides. And first place will be surfing again later into the round of 16. The heat leader does take on Jadson Andre in heat number 5 of this round. We saw a similar start yesterday with slow motion conditions, but things definitely started picking up with the dropping tide as we prepare for at least 12 heats today. That's the goal of contest officials like Colin Fitch, to get a little bit closer as we get to the quarterfinal series. Joe Trappell now alongside local boy Giggs Selliers for the call. Giggs, good morning. How you feeling today?
Morning, Joe. Beautiful day down here. I'm feeling great. How are you feeling?
Feeling fantastic. I think we've had an amazing roll this week. And last year, we looked back, we had a couple of days off before things really got started. We haven't taken a single break, and we have all the best seeds stacking up now in these one-on-one heats.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that field of 96 when we started, it was packed, but we've sifted it out, Joe, and we're looking very forward to some top draw performances again. Solid surfing yesterday, so the boys will be carrying momentum through from yesterday's action.
So now we're just waiting for the countdown. We hear the horn, so it's officially on. Tommy Whitaker will be wearing the white jersey. Out there in red is Marlon Lipkey representing Portugal, who came on the CT for a brief moment. Marlon also became quite a businessman behind the scenes. Some guys just focus on their surfing and contests, but he started getting little businesses started on the side. Now we'll see the opening exchange. Tommy Witt's taking the first wave of the morning. Gigs.
Well, Tommy Witt's having a little rebirth here into competitive surfing. We saw him kind of take a break last year into that first section. Joe, a useful wave for Tom. We saw a very slow heat from him yesterday. He said to me, I did go and have a chat to him. I actually wanted to quiz him because we saw him virtually not catch a wave in a heat yesterday. And he was kind of like he'd seen something and he really wanted to bag that particular one. He's not going to come into today making the same mistakes.
So already out with a vengeance, throwing that vicious frontside carve in the pocket, was able to lay down the rail one more time and then closes it out with a nice finisher. He had a little bit of trouble pulling that final turn off. The judges have been critical of that final closeout section, so he'll probably be incomplete on the last turn. But 2 clean frontside hooks to start. He'll be taking the lead so far against Marlon Lipkey. Tommy on his forehand, Lipkey on his backhand. Looks like it could be a solid backhand day as well. With these smaller waves and with a lip showing up, that's been Marlon's secret weapon. Just stock standard backside hooks in the pocket have been getting him through this round.
Absolutely. Listen, that subject of the forehand approach versus the backhand, we'll take that apart a couple times. But let's have a dissect of this opening. How's that hook there, Joe? He completely rasps it and then almost pivots it at the end. Second one, good body English from him. Very economical movement on that Dahlberg surfboard. There's that third hit, Joe. Now, we spoke about completing it. He kind of does get a little push out through there. We'll see how the judges, they're going to take their time with this first score as well, set the bench for the morning here, Joe.
Yeah, on those final turns, they just want to see you with control, coming out of the whitewater and riding out of it. And right there, he was just a little on the back foot. Tommy Whitaker, though, with a great start. And he spent a little bit more time than Marlon did on the WCT back in his day. Spent about 9 consecutive seasons up there with the world's best. Had some crazy showdowns with guys like Kelly Slater in the past. He was always a guy that seemed like he could just methodically get himself at least to the round before or into the quarterfinals. That always kept himself on tour consecutively through almost a whole decade.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, isn't he just a great athlete all round? Good bloke as well. Always the life of the beach scene, making his chirps. Now, he's a great character. But I might even ask the boys in the studio for that slow-mo again, because what I liked about this opening wave of day 5 is it typifies those bowls and the walls that are on offer for the boys. So fair competition platform for the guys here again on day 5, Joe.
Well, here it is, and you can slow that body torque down. He's able to just jam and burn the speed as he ditched the fins. Little layback at the start of the second turn, and this is where it gets critical. A third blast would have been insane there, but he ends up sinking in the whitewater, and the judges are waiting to set their scale here in the first heat of the morning as we want to welcome everybody around the world. You're watching the Mr. Price Pro Ballito, an ASP World Tour Prime event, just the second one so far this season. We had the first one at Sakurama where Wiggly Dantes took the top honors. We'll have a new champ at this one as we have Marlon just catch a wave, Giggs.
Well, Lipkey, wave 1 for him now. Answering straight back to Tommy Witz. And we spoke about how tight the goofy footers can get off that heel on the bottom turn. And, doing a great series of up and down blasts for the judges. So, interesting matchup for opening rides for Lipkey and Red and Whitaker and White. Let's see how the judges, they're taking their time on these calls. And we'll obviously have a little slow-mo of Marlon Lipkey's opener there, Joe. I think a fairly balanced exchange. Maybe, what do you think, tipping in favor of Lipkey a touch?
Yeah, I think with the backside snaps that he's been doing off the top, we'll really get a nice look at it right here. He's always so tight in the pocket, and he had a great lip to hit. They're going to love that first turn. A nice dynamic start, and he coiled up nice invert again. Perfect transitions throughout, and then he was able to get a third little extension off the inside corner. I'm definitely with you, Giggs, thinking Marlon had the momentum on the opening exchange. Two different styles of surfing. You see Tommy Whitaker jamming his rail around. Great turns, but with Marlon using the lip, throwing it vertically, showing a little bit more power. It's just an exciting answer back. It looks like he'll probably take the lead over Tommy Whitaker.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even if they throw another slow-mo of that, what I liked about this first wave of Lipkey, Joe, is how vertical he gets. The judges are really get pricked up on the attention on that first turn. So he nails that first turn, but how quick does he go into turn 2? Maybe we'll get another replay on that. That slow-mo really does show the linking of the turns for Lipkey as well, and I think that's going to just nudge it in favor of Lipkey on the opening exchange.
Well, Marlon is so smooth, and he can really wind up and use his power off the bottom here, Giggs.
Yeah, well, this is it. So off the bottom, but now look how tight. Very good opener. It's got the judges really going, all right, he's being serious here. But quick into that second turn there, Joe. Yep, I think it's going to be a nice opener for the goofy footer.
Nice and tight surfing for Marlon as he's still hacking away on the inside corner. Now Tommy Whitaker on wave number 2. Didn't like what he saw there. You don't see Tommy take off on too many waves that he doesn't turn into a score, but that one's just going to be incomplete. First number drops in for Tom Whitaker at a 6.0. Marlon, a bit better, but not much, a 6.93.
All right, so balanced opening act there from both of our surfers. Just tipping it out by a couple fractions in favor of the goofy footer. Live action now, wave number 2 for Marlon Lipkey. A 6.93 to start, wave 2 underway here. And into that section that's caused some problems for everybody, Joe, through to the inside sandbar.
Yeah, you could see the little misread for Marlon Lipkey on the end of that wave. He was about to hit the lip and had to reset his rail and ends up kicking out. So Tommy, second look, came in at a .43. Marlon's second wave is also going to be a small score. So they both started off in a similar way. They almost matched each other on their first wave. Tommy with a 6, Marlon with a 6.93. Sometimes that happens with top talent like this, Giggs. You have the same conditions, two amazing surfers, and sometimes they'll just build momentum along with the set waves just according to the conditions before we end up getting a heat winner.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the level of performance, everyone's in here with a fair shout. And Joe, almost their performances are reflecting what the ocean's offering, isn't it?
It's interesting. I remember going back to Bell's Beach this season at the Women's World Tour event. There's so many heats, especially on the final day. The waves are really fun, really rippable. and one girl would start with a 7, the next one would match with maybe a 7.5, and it just kept battling, continuing from the start to finish. That's exactly what you want to see at this level, a full battle with both surfers getting great opportunities. And we still have 22 and a half to go in this heat, with plenty more to come.
Yeah, everyone delivering full potential performances for what they've got on offer. You can almost read the rhythm of the ocean by the point scores, eh?
Exactly. A little wave rolling in here. Tommy Whitaker is being patient, along with Marlon Lipkey. We've had a nice little sample of what Surfers has to offer here in Ballito. We had a day with a little bit more size. That's where we saw the perfect 10 come through. But there's been some amazing free surfs down at Bog the last couple of nights.
Yeah, absolutely. This overview here on camera, for those of you who want to understand the geography of the area, rocky coastline, sandbars held in position by these crescent-shaped rock bays. This is a southward-looking view towards Durban. And what a lovely piece of surfing coastline, Joe.
It's such a gorgeous view, especially in the evening light where you could walk down the boardwalk. There's a crazy free surf going on last night. Meister saw Stephen Pearson from Tahiti get a real proper barrel on that bank, and there's a lot of the world's best were out on that sandbar last night. And kind of over the years, you talk to some of the legends like Greg Swart, who's now on site upstairs on the beach commentary. They say sometimes, Bog is the focus. That used to be kind of the go-to spot way back in the day. And the more recent years, the shift has been where our contest site is, right out front here at Willards.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are east-facing here on the eastern coast of South Africa, a series of bays, as we said, and year by year the sand does tend to move around. But I must say that Surfers, the cove that we're operating here in the Ballito landscape, is just, it can handle the size, and that's why I think Pietosti and the crew, they nail this one down, not just from a logistical point of view, but because when the swell does come out the south and it gets that big period, I mean, we can see backdoor pop right-hand barrels running here for sure.
Oh, it's insane. And the best part is to talk to legends like Pierre Tosti. He's part of the Mr. Price crew and a former tour competitor, former winner at Jeffreys Bay, that wanted to make sure that the next generation would have a great venue to perform here at the Mr. Price Pro, one of the longest-running surf events in the whole world when you count the South African Championships way back in the day, and obviously the Gunston 500, which was just 30 minutes down the road for the early stages. I'm sure you, Giggs, that was a big part of your youth, watching some legends compete on your home turf.
Oh, absolutely. Look, if you look at South African competitive surfing as a range, this is the Everest right here. I mean, this thing's been running it's part of our life, It's like, what Bells means to the Australian surf culture. This is what the Mr. Price means to us here. So, yeah, it's just fantastic to have Mr. Price taking care of our passion for the sport and putting together something where we can bring the best surfers to the shores. And wow, I mean, they're doing a great job of it again in 2014.
Well, it's been great getting the reactions of like Michael Frew, who's upstairs on the beach commentary, and also Warwick Wright. When you ask them about their first experience of the Gunston 500, they remember it like it was yesterday. Frew is upstairs, a longtime surfer from this region, and he remembered the first final he saw with Bryce Ellis versus Derek Ho way back in the day. And so those memories stick with them and usually inspire these guys to stay in the water forever. They pick their favorites, and also they always are going to root for the hometown crowd. This year, unfortunately, we won't have a South African champ. Jordy came close to taking his second title last year when he was runner-up to Julian Wilson.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a disappointment for the South African folk and supporters that we don't have. But I'll tell you what they're not disappointed with, and that's the level of surfing. I've been getting feedback over the last few days. This may be some of the best performance surfing of the year on tour. I mean, the feedback has been incredible.
Well, especially when you focus on the aerials that have been going down, as we have a rider up, Marlon Lipkey on the backhand, reaching for the lip. Nice snap to start. Lipkey carves back down to the bottom. He'll kick out a smaller wave, but he's able to improve on a 2.0 to strengthen his lead with now 18:45 remaining.
Yes, I think strategically smart surfing there from Lipkey. Keep the scorecard ticking. Drop the low-scoring 2. Try and replace it with something higher and just keep momentum rolling. 18 and a half minutes, Joe. That'll leave Tommy Witz with priority. Let's go to the replay here of Lipkey. Wave number 3. It's going to be his second counting ride. I like that first whip. Second one is follows in suit. And then the wave just kind of peters out there. Small little tapering wall for Lipkey. Obviously, he doesn't want to deal with that end section dump. Some of the waves are really shutting down and grenading hard. Some of them are just coning off and peeling. Watched Hobgood yesterday pick off lots of those peelers. and crack away on his backhand. So Lipkey would have taken attention and a note of previous heats yesterday. A 3-1-7, Joe. It's a slight improvement. It's not going to blow the lid off the heat, but it is going to keep his scorecard ticking.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you see the scores come through. Smaller waves on the inside, sometimes they're a little bit harder to get the perfect score, and you still can get a really solid number on a smaller wave. You can get a perfect score if you do something completely radical. But, when you have set waves coming through, the judges are usually looking for the guys to really throw down something heavy on the biggest wave that's on offer that day, according to the forecast. That's why you saw Felipe Toledo get a perfect 10. You don't get 10s too often. He did it on a set wave. It was one of the biggest waves of the day, and he did a full rotation reverse. His nose pick reverse that he had a 9.83 on almost could have been scored perfectly. One judge on the panel did give it that honor of a perfect 10.
Wow, well, testimony to what is on offer here for our athletes at the Mr Price Pro Ballito. Day 5 of action. If you've just logged on, it's welcome to another sunny day in Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. We are down to the real business end of this event, round 4. You are in Heat 5 with us. Marlon Lipkey up against Tommy Whitaker. Who we got next, Joe?
Coming up next, it'll be Adam Melling representing Australia, and from USA, Damian Hobgood, followed by Jonathan Gonzalez from the Canary Islands. He has Matt Wilkinson from Australia, Michael Dunphy from USA, might have David DeCarmo from Brazil. I talked to Pierre Tosti and Colin Fitch. They went to the hospital with David DeCarmo yesterday after he took the board to the face. He received some stitches on the outside and the inside of his mouth. He felt fine. They were able to release him from the hospital, so he didn't have to stay overnight. The doctors always kind of advise you never to go surfing when you have stitches in because they don't want to get it infected or anything like that. But I know David DeCarmo's determination. When you're in this kind of moment, we're in the round of 16 at a prime event. You have a chance to get some crucial points. I know he really wants to surf gigs. What would you do?
Well, I tell you, also just one thing that Pierre did say, which was encouraging for Dave DeCarmo, is CT scan was clear. So, it's always the neurological impact of a head injury that's the biggest concern. Stitches on the inside and the outside of the mouth, well, I'd say DeCarmo's going to get busy today.
Yeah, I bet he would, for sure. I mean, he's not too worried about scarring. We remember what happened to Nikki Van Dyke back at Fiji in the early rounds when she hit the reef. She actually still really wanted to surf, but she got advised to kind of move on, get attended to, and her face healed up perfectly, and she's back. But it's a tough decision when you're a competitor and you really want to surf and you really want to take down a big title. So we'll keep you posted on the status of David DeCarmo, who would be the last heat of this round. It's just a few heats from now. We're on Marlon Lipkey and Tommy Whitaker, and so far it's Marlon with a 6.93 and a 3.17. We've seen a pretty solid message throw down from the surfers from Portugal in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's the Australian holding first priority here, Joe, and out the gates comes Tommy Witt's nice crack. We've seen him do that many times, and, well, he zigzags it through and links it beautifully, and this is a very effective way for Tommy Witt, who's invested a bit of time in that, Joe. He's going to nail a nice backup score to match his opening 6.
Well, you can see Tom being so patient, and he waited for something solid to come through. On the takeoff, it was a sizable wave overhead. Big bottom turn, nailed the first section. 2 floaters after that, but didn't have any hesitation. Let's look at the replay.
Well, here we go. Tommy Witt's copybook frontside hack in the corner up there. Now some nice lip work. Beautiful transitions rail to rail there on that board, Joe. Looking very good as Tommy Witt's. Coming off a really bad day yesterday by his standards, so looking more like the Tommy Whitaker we expect.
Well, you always wonder what's going on with guys like Tommy Whitaker when they're kind of in a transfer role on tour, where he still has the talent to compete in major events around the world, but he's sort of taken like a team manager role. Well, in that last heat yesterday, it was Tommy Witt versus Adam Melling. Well, that's one of the guys he's trying to help make heats. Back to that with Marlon Lipkey having a go here.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that contradiction for Tommy Witt's sin. But Marlon Lipkey just skates it over the coping there on that slightly broken wave there. Now, is this an important tipping point in the heat there in Tommy Witt's favor? He's got that big banking score for that second counting ride. It's been bagged. It's being worked on by the judges. I'm just watching Lipkey sort of trying to respond to that now. And I think this thing obviously has swung in Tommy Witz's favor, but subconsciously, I think Lipkey will be feeling a little bit of pressure now in the back half with 13 minutes remaining.
Well, a big part of this heat, as we see the scores jumping in for Tommy Whitaker, had a huge first turn, finished with 2 solid floats, and had a perfect ending to that last wave. It'll be his best wave so far, and now a new best wave of the heat, an 8.17. Lipkey second, now needing a 7.25 to make a comeback. Marlin is taking a look, but Tommy is going to take this one off him.
Well, he nabbed an excellent score on his previous ride, and he's doing a great job here. That's a big junction to go through there. Tommy Witz, wow, building some momentum here, Joe. Let's have a look at the reply.
Now Marlin Lipkey on his backhand. Big hammer to start. Plenty of spray off the top. Snaps on the next section. Backside float. A lot of control on a bouncy inside section, and he's able to provide a finish. Remember, Marlin had a 3.17 as his low. Tommy Whitaker is trying to better a 6.0.
Wow. Nice exchange there. I mean, the beach will surely have erupted there, enjoying that interaction between our two surfers. You'll see on screen here Lipkey's urgent paddle here. He wants to get back out there and nail the priority. Let's have a look at this one here, Joe. Big journey up into the top end, links lots of yards on that bottom turn, and then wow, end section, crystal clear, confident, great punctuation from Tommy Witz.
And the answer from Marlin, the backhand attack in the pocket, always looking crisp. The wave got a little challenging here, but he still hammered that section. Nice rock and roll float on the backhand to finish. 3 tight turns compared to Tom Whitaker on 2 turns, but he had a much bigger wave. He showed a little bit more speed, power, and flow on his version, as the judges will make those comparisons. But I think Tommy put up a solid show to better a 6. Marlin was trying to better a 3.17. Both surfers are probably improving there.
Absolutely. Well, listen, if we can get replays of the last 2 waves of Tommy Witz and the last of Marlin Lipkey, to take that 8.17 apart on the previous ride of Tommy Witz and then those 2 big hits on his last waves, great surfing action from the Australian. This is a live picture, and the ocean's just got a little pulse, some nice rhythm going on in the back half of this heat here, Joe.
Nice and smooth start for Tommy Whitaker. Big float off the bottom, nice and vertical on the snap off the top, and Witz is out of there, but he has a ton of confidence. He's throwing down some massive turns. 2 scores to come in for Tommy Whitaker. Gigs, as we reflect on that scenario, which is kind of happened in pro surfing quite a bit, especially in the last 10 years or so, with the team manager surfing against one of their athletes, because usually the team manager role is given to a guy that's maybe just off tour. He knows what it's like to travel around the world, but sometimes their seating points is still up. As we get to a replay, once again, it lasted Tommy Whitaker.
Well, here we go. I mean, Tommy Witz with that dual roll. I think this is that 8.17 from earlier. No, it's not. It's his last one, and it's a great set of cracks for him. It's a shorter. It's probably his least effective score in the last couple of minutes. They have allocated a 7.67 for the previous ride. Here we go. Marlin Lipkey, who's going to be feeling the pressure lying down in second position. Oh, that's a great drift over the lip right there.
Nice snap to finish for Marlin. He was just making sure he was hanging on. A subtle claim there as he's feeling the heat from Tommy Whitaker. Last to Tommy Witz, a 4.83. Marlin had a 6.10 on his 3-turn combination where he finished with the float. What do you think about this one, Giggs?
Well, I mean, he has really been cracking that first one each time. It's got the judges really focused. And, well, you see the fist pump there? Listen, this wave has got a lot of chunk on it. It feels I think their boards feel really good under their feet as well. This is a wave that gives a lot of good feedback, So the guys are coming out of stuff and really just expressing themselves emotionally. Adam Melling coming up next, warming up on our screen there. And, Joe, a nice score to drop in for Lipkey on the backhand.
As we take another look at the replay here, Giggs, to the drawn-out bottom turn from Lipkey, but here he commits to throwing the tail out the back. A lot of risk on the first turn. The inside section, closeout section, came up on him nice and tight. He's able to hammer it before it unloads. We've seen so many people misread that end section, and Marlin just throwing out the subtle claim. It'll be his best wave so far.
Absolutely. I love the way that replay on the first maneuver just showed the upper body torque that had to be involved on the recovery. Great surfing. Judges will be dropping that score for Lipkey. And then, Joe, it's a race to the end here with 8 minutes and 20 seconds. A 7.6 for Lipkey.
Big number dropping in for Marlin. He now needs an 8.24 for the win. He hasn't had a score as high as Tom Tom's score so far. Tommy's low score, a 7.67. His best wave, an 8.17, as we have a huge combined totals in this first heat of the morning. The heat winner will move on to surf in heat number 5 against Jadson Andre of the round of 16. Here goes Tommy.
Well, here you go. Heat leader at the moment, up and riding again. Big first hit. And isn't he surfing with so much more confidence than yesterday? Well, little expression there from Tommy, just unloading on that second turn. 7.5 minutes on the clock for our heat leader in white. Lipkey is chasing an 8.24 here, Joe, and Tommy Witz is not taking the foot off the pedal.
Well, an exciting time in the heat, 7 minutes and 30 seconds off the clock as we'll go to reflect back on the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, an 8.17, Gigs.
Yeah, now look how Tommy Witz gets it up there and absolutely cranks away in the top corner, then reloads it, and then gets some beautiful work over the lip area. And how does he just link it through to the end section right there? An 8.17. The boys are having a good time out there, I'll tell you that for sure.
He covers so much space on that bottom turn. He pushed it so hard off the bottom on the first turn, he almost looked like he was going to slide out, but he controlled it and took over this lead. You can see first priority is with Marlon. He still needs an 8.24 as we're down to 6:45 on the clock. But we keep trying to reflect back on that whole scenario in the past with the team manager moving on to that role, but also still competing in events. And I guess it's a solid way to do it if their team manager's knocking out the competition along the way. But we remember a crazy scenario back when Brett Simpson was first trying to qualify for the WCT. Pat O'Connell had just kind of retired from the tour. He was in that role. They had a heat together, and Pat was doing a great job at Sunset, absolutely ripping. He ends up taking out Brett Simpson. That year, Brett missed out on qualification by about a spot or two. Ooh. It was like a couple of heat advancements, and I think Pat felt sick after that. He felt he was doing a great job winning as a competitor, but now it was like a new role that he had to, take apart. The great news was Brett came back, qualified for the tour, and he's been on tour ever since. But it's kind of that interesting role that happens in pro surfing sometimes.
That would be the definition of the most expensive coach you could hire.
Yeah, tough one there to swallow. But there's been more examples of that. I remember Matt Myers. He's now one of the Rip Curl team managers. He had one of his team riders in his heat in Puerto Rico last year, and he was doing a great job in a great position, but he can't sit on and play defense against the guy that he's trying to help perform. So he had to lay down. He lost that heat, but he had such a weird experience about it going, wait, I just actually had to sit back and cruise. And it's great to have the talent, though, with those team managers because they understand what it takes to win, what it's like to travel and compete. And they're so good sometimes that they can affect some of their team riders.
Well, they've got all the pedigree, all the experience. And then this new four-man priority system is kind of opening the door for those guys, going, hey, psst, buddy, come back. You know?
It's amazing when you look at the guys that look on and give a lot of great advice to their athletes. We had Matt Bemrose here just the other day. He came close to qualifying in the past as he looks over his crew. You have Sean Ward, who travels around the world with John Florence. They're still actively in the water, shredding. A lot of them used to win major events like this in the past. As we got to an interesting time, Gigs, we're past the 5-minute warning. We've seen Marlon Lipkey rise to the occasion. We talked about the theme of matching each other on scores. They're continuing to do that. Lipkey got a 7.6 to keep his head in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. This is that prickly pear part of the heat now. 4.5 minutes remaining. Tommy Witz will sit very patiently now and look to improve on his 7.67. Here he goes. He's on the button here for another one.
Tommy Whitaker drives off the bottom. Nice vertical turn in the whitewater. He has enough momentum to come around the corner. You can see that wave get a little bit sluggish. So he was over it. He kicks out. Marlon's still with first priority, and the situation is not going to change. You can see the jet skis hanging out there on deck. The water patrol doing a great job this whole week, just keeping an eye on the action. They're not as busy as they were back in 2011 when it was pumping out here, but it's always a good feeling just having them on site, just in case.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a great show that's been put together here by the Quadakuza Council, Yamaha, and all the other subsidiary sponsors, making this one of the great surfing arenas on the tour here, Joe. What I do think is important, just looking at a little bit of motion in the ocean here, is that Lipkey needs an 8.24, his best one thus far, a 7.6. He's just going to have to shift a gear now if he wants to take Tommy Witz's lead.
3:20 on the clock in the first heat of the morning here at the Mr. Price Pro. longtime CT surfer Tommy Whitaker, an 8.17 and a 7.67. He's always kept his name in the mix. His last big result at a prime event was probably a couple of years ago back in Santa Catarina, where the CT used to be. He had a crazy final with Gabriel Medina. Gabriel ended up taking that win. It was when he was on the road to qualification. And Tommy's always so humble in defeat. He went quickly to acknowledge Gabriel's talent. And since then, we've seen what Medina's done to the WCT.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Listen, Tommy Witt's great all-round bloke. You've been speaking about his role as a coach and mentor for the Oakley brand and such. But, he's a competitive bugger. Let me tell you. Did you know his brother was a great footy player as well?
That's right. And they've got that running in the family. I think Tommy kind of had a decision to make as well. Is he going to follow the role of his whole family, his father with a rugby background?
Yeah.
And he decided to take on surfing. But you see a lot of these athletes, they could have gone any different direction. You look at Sally Fitzgibbons on the women's side, where she was talented at running, playing soccer. And, you know that feeling, Gigs. As soon as you catch a wave, though, you're hooked. You're going to cancel all your other plans and stay surfing for the rest of your life.
Yeah, it's a curse, I'll tell you.
You see how it affects your whole life from start to finish. But, all these guys would never change a thing. And I think that's what the beauty of it. When you follow a sport like this, legends like yourself, Gigs, in this local lineup, you want to see the next generation and the progress of surfing and still get in the water just as much as, back when you first started.
Yeah, absolutely. And the nice thing now is that the framework, the sponsorship, the money, and that there is a career path ahead now if you take your surfing seriously. So it's fantastic.
And we see the crowd coming through. Once again, last year we had a lot of people here, but I think we're beating those numbers this year in 2014. We had the concert start last night over at Salt Rock. We'll have 2 more nights of those concerts that Mr. Price brought to this venue a couple of years back, featuring a lot of local talent. I think there's a lot of great techno bands on the list tonight, starting just after probably the final heat will be completed. As we now focus our attention on the time, we're down to a final minute, Gigs. Marlon's been sitting with priority. He needs an 8.24.
Yeah, I mean, it's 55 seconds now, Joe. I'm kind of holding my breath here because he's in with a shout. He'd have to dig out his best contribution so far. His best at this stage is 7.6, requirements of an 8.24. Tommy Witts in the driving seat, 40 seconds on the clock. We are locked onto Lipkey in red. There's your beach overview. And, Joe, if we don't see something soon, it's Tommy Witts into the next round.
Well, there's something about Marlon where he doesn't seem to get too rattled when he's under pressure. Right now, Tommy's going to look at a wave without priority, and he doesn't catch it. But we remember back to the round of 48.
20 seconds.
As we look at the time call, Gigs, a little bit of time left on the clock. Here goes Tommy Whitaker without priority, trying to better a 7.67. Glide in. He's just going to carve his way through this inside corner. We'll hear the horn sound, and there's not going to be enough time for Marlon to provide an answer back. And Tommy Whitaker moves on to surf against Jadson Andre in the round of 16. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back with a Mr. Price Pro after this. Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro Prime event on the ASP World Tour. Joe Chappelle alongside Gig Selliers for the call as we have a brand new heat on paper. Adam Melling from Australia versus Damian Hobgood from USA, surfing here on July 4th, which is Independence Day back in the States.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, maybe a bit early for the US viewers. I'd have
That's
to look
right.
at the world clock, but I imagine it's like wee hours for California and then certainly early hours for the East Coast. But listen, Hobgood did a great job yesterday working through the field again, and here he is in this round.
Damian Hobgood, one of the fearless chargers on tour, has been taking some advantage of some pretty solid swell in South America, still traveling quite a bit around the world. He came to Hawaii early to compete at the Vulcan Pipe Pro, and just selecting the events that he wants to be a part of. There's a great feature about Damian Hobgood on surfermagazine.com talking about his reroute in 2014. Adam Melling, a guy that's been on tour for a long time, is great to hear the other day. He donated one of his wetsuits to Tom Hewitt's foundation, surfers, not street children, and he hooked up a Grom with his wetsuit, and he's going to be spending a lot more time in the lineup. Here goes Melling.
Here we go. So it's a forehand, backhand challenge again in this heat. Melling getting a good job here. He's seen what Tommy Witz has cracked out in that opening heat here, Joe, and Melling, his version of the story.
So Adam Melling getting the first wave against Damian Hobgood, and now we'll get a chance to hear with Tommy Whitaker downstairs with Andy Van Ziel.
Hey guys, I'm here with your heat winner, Tom Whitaker. Tom, we were seeing some really beautiful, powerful on-the-rail surfing in your heat, managing to get yourself an 8-point ride. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I'm getting a little old, so I don't have the tricks like the little kids. I just do what I can. It's a little wobbly out there, so it's hard to hold that rail and really let loose, but, you know, I got a couple of sections, so it was all right.
Well, you definitely pulled it off, and you're a former CT surfer, and now you're managing the Oakley team. How are you finding it mentoring the youngsters as well as focusing on your competition?
Yeah, I love it. You know, my sort of career's been, you know, I love competing with the boys. It keeps me young, and I love giving them guys the knowledge and watching them do well. You know, Adam Melling just ripped that one then, so fingers crossed.
And you've been coming here to the Mr Price Pro for many years. You've seen it develop, grow, and change through the years. What do you think of its prime status today and what the event has turned into?
Yeah, it's evolved into such a powerful, cool event. You know, the waves are great. There's plenty of power out there. It's got a cool mix of, you know, big turns, tubes, and those aerial maneuvers that freak me out. So it's awesome to see where it's come.
Well, it's so great watching you surf and having you here this year. Congratulations on winning your heat.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks a lot, Andy. Thanks, Tommy, for putting on a great performance and just teasing himself a bit. He's always so humble with his victories and saying how he's an older guy on tour, but he's got so much experience. He still knows how to compete at the top of his game, and he'll have an interesting role. He surfs against another Oakley team rider in the next round. We'll see how he takes that one on against Jadson Andre.
Wow, well, I tell you what, Tommy Wirtz coming to Ballito and getting some great results here in 2014. Let's have a look at Adam Melling. Opening ride for the man from Lennox Head. Good snap as well. Obviously watched Tommy Whitaker's application, and he's found this wave to get going here, Joe. Through to the inside. Man, he's just got so much power on that rail.
Nice approach from Adam Melling, who really can make small waves look insane with that technique that he has. The big coil up off the bottom, and he's so active on a wave. He's got that real active style. We're talking about guys with a lot of energy in their style, guys like Mitch Cruz, Taj Burrow, where when they stand up, they look like they're going to do something crazy. Well, even when Adam takes off on a small wave, he just gets his perfect technique and flow going, and he can get a lot of momentum through some gutless sections using his rail along the way. And judges throw him a 6.0 for that start, Giggs.
Yeah, absolutely. I always see just a hint of fanning rail work from Melling, you know. So a good opener, a 6. Might even get a relook at it on the slow-mo to take us through this lull. But powerful rail work, and, you know, Melling, well, he's in J-Bay next week. That's going to suit him just fine as well.
Oh, one of his best results he's ever had, or the best result he's had in his career, was that runner-up finish to Jordy Smith back in 2010. Here's the replay, Giggs.
Wow, how's that crack? I mean, just straight over the center of the board again. Slight little technical hitch there, but I mean, wow, rasps it, repositions it in the pocket. Now he winds it up again here, Joe, and just grinding out the work on the inside here. Judges like it. They can't ignore the power. So 6 points to start.
Rifling off those front side arcs, a 6.0, a solid start. It just makes you remember the start of the last heat, which started with 6-point rides, and both surfers started building. Another heat where we're comparing regular versus goofy. Regular undefeated so far, just through one heat as Tommy took out Marlon Lipkey. But Lipkey's looking strong. For him, he's been off the WCT for a couple of seasons, but he's getting even better with wave selection, and he picks the right sections to do those big power hacks. His turns off the top are still valued at the CT level.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here we go. Master of flow, Hobgood up and riding, wave 1 for him. Links the first turn. Just a little check crack in the pocket there. There's that big dump section that's caused problems all week. And, well, question mark, complete or not?
As Damian Hobgood's going to pull himself back on his board. Priority with Adam Melling. It's been fun watching Damian Hobgood as he takes off on these waves. You can kind of feel him reading the wave as he's it's very interesting how methodical he is. He always stays in the pocket. He's never rushing these waves out here, as we'll take another look at the replay.
Yeah, here he goes. Transition, bottom turn, top turn combination. Kind of goes around that section there, Joe. Then there's a little bit of a funny corner, and this thing just obviously grenades out on the inside. Big explosion there. It's not going to be a top order score to start for Damien Hobgood. It's going to fall short of Melling's opener for sure.
So a smaller start for Damien Hobgood. He's taking off on all these waves and making them look really fun. He kind of lets the wave lead in front of him and kind of show which turns the wave wants him to throw up at it. You see some surfers where they're driving down the line, kind of creating these opportunities. And Damien Hobgood, well, if he has a big lip to hit, he'll crack it as hard as he can. If the wave slows down its tempo, he'll match its tempo, wrap it back in the pocket, and just always be in the sweet spot of the wave.
Yeah, he doesn't force his own plan on the wave. He kind of like goes in sync and offers up the wave what would maximize in that particular section. So yeah, I think that is characteristic of Hobgood surfing. It flows a lot there. It is first priority to Melling, and it's a 3.5 for Hobgood. Joe, it is short of that opener of Melling's 6.
Well, Damien's been having some fun mock heats the last few days. We had a couple talented goofy foots that went down early in this event. Guys like Brian Toth from Puerto Rico, CT surfer like Freddie Pataccia Jr. They were going down the beach and just having some mock heats and some secret spots, finding some great waves throughout the last couple of days. You think about it, Gigs, if they have one heat to surf a day, they've got the rest of the day to take advantage of. And your coastline's kind of spoiling these guys. They're finding some room, surfing by themselves, getting barreled. You've got a lot of choices around here.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, like a short walking distance will get you into another cove and another barrel here. And then, of course, you can just slip into the motor vehicle. The national road's just back behind us. And just a couple minutes either north or south. We've spoken about it a lot, and I don't want to be the unofficial tourist guide for surfing to South Africa, but I can tell you that if you do come around this time, anytime between May and August, and you're going to get some of the world's best waves.
Well, I'm sure, Gigs, there's a list of secret spots that you're not really taking us to right now.
Well, that's okay. I might start my own tour company in 2015. Get hold of me. Bring your dollars, and I'll show you some barrels.
And Gigs will get you really barreled. That's a guarantee. 21:40 on the clock. Melling with a 6.0. Hobgood with a 3.5. Is it true, Gigs, that this was kind of a secret spot maybe 20 years ago? Was it kind of off the beaten path?
Well, I would say that 30 or 40 years ago, it was hardly on the radar. Remember, the way we communicated was different. Here we go. Let's just absorb Hobgood's second wave here as we talk about back in the old days, everything was the bush telegraph. Now you just send a WhatsApp picture or a Instagram, the levels of communication. There are no secrets anymore. The whole world's getting exposed via Google Earth and every other platform of communication there. But certainly... the boys would have been sneaking out of town from the main beaches many years ago, up and down the coasts. Let's have a look at how Hobgood goes on wave 2 here.
I really enjoyed the pace of Damien Hobgood on this last wave, meeting the lip with a solid backside finish, straight up on the final turn. He has such an easy rhythm to follow down the line, matching the pace of the wave once again. 3.5 start, a little bit better for Hobgood's second score as the judges are thinking about it, but he only needed a 2.51. So we'll see a lead change with 20 minutes and 30 seconds to go. If you guys do have Instagram, like Giggs was talking about, you can follow Mr Price Pro Ballito and get all the updates throughout the day. Jessica Swart, Greg Swart's daughter, has been on that whole task of bringing you that social media live to take you down to the beaches here in Ballito. Her father, Greg, is always the guy, the legend that you always hear about when you come to this part of South Africa.
Yeah, Greg's got this part of the coast stitched up, and his whole family, the kids are all surfing. It's just great, surfing going through the generations. Talking about generations, and we were talking about South Africa as a pivotal part of the surfing culture of the world. I mean, if you're based in Durban and you are prepared to travel a little bit, you've got the Durban beaches as your working coaching ground, and then you want some power, you can just travel north or south. I mean, for decades, the place just keeps spitting out the Sean Thompsons, the Martin Potters, the Geordie Smiths and beyond. So it's a great place to be a surfer, that I can testify to.
Oh, and a real comfortable temperature right now. Believe it or not, it is wintertime and the water's nice and warm. The beach is nice and warm. As soon as the sun comes up, sometimes it's a little cold before the sunrise, but you can hang down here in trunks and just hang out and enjoy the world's best right now. 19:20 to go. Let's go back to Damien Hobgood's 5.33.
Yeah, let's see how he earns this here. And I think it's that, it's a big, strong application to that last turn there, Joe, that would have just wrapped up and packaged that little score for the judges, a 5.33. It is his best contribution. And a little look in the horse stable, so to speak.
Yeah, we can check out the equipment. We see the traction pack there, which became a big part of everyone's surfboards a long time ago. We saw what Herbie Fletcher did with all the traction series from way back in the day, and most surfers always put that on the tail of their board. There's still some, though, that won't. The guys like Mark Occhilupo, a couple old school guys, younger crew, guys like Mason Ho, likes the feeling of just his surfboard under his feet. But, I'd say the majority usually have that traction pad on their back foot.
Yeah, my late grandmother used to ask me, what is that funny thing at the back? And I said, Gran, it's kind of like when you put those like flowers on the bottom of the bath so you don't slip.
It's a good way to break it down for a grandma. Exactly. Traction, especially with your back foot. You know where the tail of your board is. You know where the sweet spot is with the kick. And it is kind of funny looking sometimes. There's been a lot of theories. Does it slow you down when you do a top turn? They've been able to kind of really work on the technology of it to cut the kick pad down and taper it on the sides so that when you don't have any drag when you hit it off the top, and the formula continues. Damien Hobgood's, been using traction for his whole career. Same with Melling. He needs a 2.83 right now as Damien's taking the lead.
Yeah, well, wrapping up that traction discussion there. And everyone's got a personal preference as well, from the shape of the little stomps on it. Do they want squares, diamonds? Must the angles be slightly ahead or behind, 40 degrees, 60? It's a whole discussion,
Well, it kind of just brings you back to the idea of a pro surfer in this event. They can ride anything that they want. They can have some brand new technology that comes out, and that's what made, the 80s and the late 70s so interesting with surfboard evolution. We basically saw new champions crowned due to the new technology in surfboards at the time.
Absolutely. Listen, the equipment's one part, the coaching and the technique is the other, and then, of course, just the sheer focus and training and determination and athleticism. I mean, surfing's just gone through the stratosphere, and I'm getting comments from it. Some of the best performance surfing of the year going down at the Mr. Price Pro.
Well, here goes Damien Hobgood on his third wave. Nothing happening for him there. He does have the lead, but Melling doesn't need much. Melling's still holding the best wave of the heat so far to 6.0, and Adam needs a 2.83 to take out Damien with still 16:40 to go. And we think back of that surfboard evolution gigs going from the single fin. Remember Martin Potter back at J-Bay? He was kind of the first to introduce that twin fin, like surf and release off the top and really take over a new look at Jeffreys Bay. And then you kind of seeing what's happening, obviously, ever since the thruster was introduced at Bell's in 81 by Simon Anderson. More recently, we've seen the materials kind of change. What's been the biggest message, you think, in surfboards, kind of looking at the last decade or so?
Yeah, look, I think a lot of it is a refinement process, but in the refinements come the big steps of progress. I definitely think composites and materials, and how about the shortening of the performance surfboard over the last couple of years? Getting those arcs tighter, not sacrificing or compromising on drive and speed and power. So, yeah, surfing's in a very exciting place.
Yeah, I think we saw that huge theme that you mentioned, Gigs, last year with shorter boards and bigger waves, especially when Kelly was riding a board with the same dimensions in Fiji that he was also riding at Snapper Rock. So it was all of a sudden you're like, wait, you could ride a 5.9 and double to triple overhead cloud break. And that was a huge breakthrough in surfboard technology, but maybe he's breaking the rules just because he's an 11-time world champion.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here we are. This is about as conventional a surfboard as is on offer on the tour. Melling on his standard equipment, carving away here. This is his opener of a 6. It's his lone ride at this stage in the heat, as we are at the halfway mark, 15 minutes remaining. Beautiful slow-mo there. Just really displays his power there, Joe.
And now Adam Melling on wave number 2. Big bottom turn, nice invert. Ditches the fins, but ends up going into a layback, and he can't control it. So he ends up missing the rest of that wave, which cornered off beautifully with an inside wedge to finish on. A little mistake for Melling in that one.
Yeah, he invested a lot of time there, Joe. Burnt up about 10 minutes on wave selection process there, and then threw it away with that turn. Well, I don't think super panic at this stage. 14 and a half. We're inside the second half here with 30-minute heats on offer. But it is going to mentally open the door for Hobgood and Melling to continue clashing away. It's not a big requirement for Adam Melling, a 2.83, but a low-scoring 3.5, one of Damien Hobgood's counting rides. Both boys will be looking to sift out action.
So now 14:15 left on the clock. Just in the second heat of the morning, we had Tommy Whitaker take out Marlon Lipkey in the first heat. Coming up next, it will be Jonathan Gonzalez against Matt Wilkinson. Even though Jonathan Gonzalez has been competing on the QS for about a decade now, he still has that dark horse feel, when he competes against guys that are on the WCT like Matt Wilkinson. One thing we've noticed about Jonathan Gonzalez, no matter what the conditions are doing, he always seems to be able to find a barrel. There's certain guys like that, huh, Giggs?
Well, yeah, and Pierre Tosti was one of those guys as well. And Greg Swart, you mentioned those names. It would be howling onshore and they'd get a tube.
It's the weirdest formula. Certain guys are always looking for that feeling, as we now see Melling trying to recover from his last wave. It won't happen there as he just kicks out. Hobgood just pacing himself in the prone position way down the beach with 13:20 to go. One of the cool parts about Damien Hobgood's career outside of surfing is just that mentor role he's played to a lot of the surfers that have come up on the ranks, especially the guys from the USA. Guys like Bobby Martinez really hung out with the Hobgood camp to kind of learn the ropes on board design, which boards to take to certain venues, and tips along the way. He's helped out guys like, Brett Simpson and the rest of the crew, quick to pass on his knowledge to what he's learned around the world.
Yeah, listen, Bob Martinez, that's a whole subject to discuss right there. But, I actually miss him on tour because just from his sheer backhand power performances, he was an incredible backhand performer.
Oh, and I think still to this day, I think everyone in the world's right there with you, Giggs. They really miss the performances from Bobby Martinez from California. He just recently got on a trip to Cloudbreak with Kelly Slater. Dane Gudauskas was out there as well, and he had some amazing barrels. Still one of the best barrel riders in the world. Actually, Damien Hobgood still puts Bobby as maybe the best in the tube, especially in frontside tube. Said that there's nobody quicker in the tube. When you compare Bobby Martinez to everybody else on the planet.
Oh, I need to take him up the west coast of Africa.
I think you should. The tour guide business continues with Giggs. I know you've been sampling some pretty crazy waves. We're right out here in Ballito. Hobgood leads over Melling. Looks like there's a little wave popping up. Damien with priority will have the first look. He's going to let Melling go.
Oh, here we go. So we've gone through a slightly slower part of the heat. Melling will wind it back into action for us. First crack. Nothing to back it up. Gee, we're going through a little bit of a falter here as far as momentum goes. 11 and a half minutes remaining. But Hobgood patrolling out the back here, Joe. I think he's going to grab anything that comes his way now to keep the momentum.
Well, great time management for Damien Hobgood. He hasn't been stressed out at all in this heat. Now he's gliding in, starting to cover some ground. Backside float off the roof, right into a drawn-out bottom turn. Picked his point well. 2 backside snaps to finish after the float, and that's the patented Damien Hobgood kick out. Aggressive, head down, getting himself back in position.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful bowl that approached him on the takeoff there. Clean entry for Hobgood. We'll go through that replay shortly. Here we go, live action. This is Melling. Engaging again in a reply to Damien Hobgood. He's moved a little bit further down the beach, just a little over to the left, using a slightly different peak. And, little ding-dong battle unfolding here between our two surfers.
Well, we look back at last heat, kind of this mid part of the heat, we saw things sort of start building. Bigger numbers came through. We had a bit of a lull in this one, and Hobgood's had to pace a bit as we go back to the replay of Damien's last wave.
Well, look how he climbs over this here. And then the big drop. Judges love it when you come off that roof. And slight delay as he reloads. Looks for the right opportunity, as you said, Joe, to unleash in the right place. Cracks those turns. Looking forward to the slow-mo of that, because that first tail drop floater, it's a big distance he covers there.
Oh, it was a massive distance, and Damien trying to get a 3.68 to come back into the lead after just a subtle lead change, Giggs. Melling just with a 3.0. It's still a super tight battle. The best numbers are Adam Melling 6.0, Hobgood's 5.33. Another neck-and-neck seesaw battle, and that theme continues like we were talking about in the last heat, where one surfer starts with a 6, the next one maybe has a 6.5. We saw that build towards the better waves coming in the heat prior, where Marlin got in the high 7 range to match Tommy Whitaker, and now the theme continues with Hobgood on the replay.
Well, here we go. Climbs up, and then how about that drop? It's beautiful. It's copybook. Just holds on. Right, let's crack it right there. Boom, spots the right opportunity, and then wraps it through to the inside. It's crystal clear surfing from Hobgood, and, it's wave 4 for him. So not a big wave count for either of these guys in this heat. 4 waves apiece. And, Melling 6, paired up with a 3, heat leader. And We wanted to see what the judges say on this. Here, let's look at this replay.
Yeah, the judges want to see this one more time. It's a first turn off the top from Melling. He was able to place a little foam climbing finish on the inside corner. Just wanted to take another look to see what he did on that end section. He had a 6 and a 3.0, and now we'll have another quick review on the drift replay with Damien Hobgood getting a 4.73 on his last wave. He was able to take first place.
Yeah, so what you're seeing here, this is actually the head judge calling for 2 replays here. So we're just getting to enjoy it along with you. But the panel are just doing a little understudy comparison here between the two. What do you think? Fair matchup?
Oh, it's a nice battle. That last turn for Damien Hobgood, I think, was a little bit questionable. They probably wanted to see if he had control of that final turn. He kicked out aggressively instead of maybe trying to force the issue and show that he had a bit of the whitewater. He got out of it super quick as we go back to Adam Melling's last wave.
Yeah, here's Melling hammering away. This is where he moved a little bit further down the beach. And copybook Melling surfing. Is it getting the job done? He is the heat leader. 8 minutes remaining, Joe. It's going to get tight in the back half here. Everyone's grouped in the scores, as you said, little clusters of scores all almost equally matched. Kind of like a little ping pong match going on.
It is a perfect battle. Regular versus Goofy, USA versus Australia, one of the heaviest rivalries in pro surfing as you go back to the old days. Right now, Melling, he represents Lennox Head. Damien Hobgood, originally from Florida. We saw the Hobgoods come out as such young teenagers coming to the North Shore of Oahu and charging pipeline. Right now, as we look back at their careers, as we get back to this one, here goes Adam Melling, Gigs.
Right, here we are, Melling, getting a high work rate now in the tail end of this heat here, Joe. And wow, that was a great crack. Whoa, one of the best punctuations at the end of a ride I've seen all morning. Nice work from Melling.
He had so much speed coming into that one and hit it just a little bit harder than anticipated. Belt his fins out. He has a lot of control over his board. We'll go back to the replay. Let's take a look at the first turn again.
Well, there we go. First one, it's a good methodical turn, but right up in the corner, high-end crack, right up in that 90-degree zone there, and judges will like that.
So a solid finishing move for Melling, who's been really trying to get something solid ever since he dropped the 6.0 on his first wave. It's taken about 5 waves to get something dynamic on the finish, and he'll be looking to improve a 4.27. Damien needed a 4.94 before Melling took that wave, so we'll probably see the lead increase in just a moment. But beautiful morning conditions this morning, nice and glassy on the face. It's good to see that there's still some sets coming through here and there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Surfline just calling that a steady rhythm of surf through the day, trying to knock off 12 heats here today, Joe. And I think, we've got a good platform to work with.
That's great. And speaking of Surfline, our official forecaster, Gigs, they just gave us a brief overview this morning saying the south-southwest groundswell is going to continue today before easing through the weekend. East-northeast wind swell will also continue today, and through the end of the waiting period, we have a larger south wind groundswell mix to move in on Sunday, although there is an unfavorable south wind that also looks likely.
Yeah, look, I mean, if we just look at the context of today and what we've got to work with, that nice overview there, you can see there's actually 2 swell directions running at the same time. Yeah, we've got a surface straight-on swell and then a little ground swell coming out of the southeast, and that's how we're getting those big peaks to lock up and load here on the sandbank at Surfers. It's good conditions all around, and we're expecting an improved score here for Melling as the judges work on that final ride. We might even get a re-look at it from the boys in production, but an improved lead for Melling is about to unfold here, Joe, with a little over 5 minutes to go.
Well, it's just great to see Melling on the comeback from injury. He missed the Fiji Pro as we check out this last wave. This thing set up everything. First float, got some momentum. How'd you like the finish, Gigs?
Well, check where he goes with it. Bang! It's high risk. It's up in the corner. And good recovery. Enough to say to the judges, I've wrapped this one. Throw me some bones. 5.87 for Melling. He does improve his lead, Joe.
Solid surfing for Adam, takes this one out in front. Damien Hobgood now needs a 6.54 as we pass the 5-minute warning. Second place out of this heat is eliminated as we go back to Melling.
Well, heat leader not letting momentum slip here. He's working under the radar of priority. On the inside, moved over to the next peak. There's the high road, low road option that's been facing the boys all week. And Melling's got a bit of distance out of this as well. It's linked him onto another whole piece of sandbar. Well, a good... the question here is it better than his last wave? A 5.87 on his previous ride. He's cracked away through that one. Does it squeeze Hobgood a little tighter into the corner? 6.54 currently with a score to come for Melling. A 6.54 is required by Hobgood. Getting down to the business end. 4 minutes to go. Let's have a relook at this.
Well, he looks like he steps out in front. He's chasing it right now. Big float connection. He even fits in a climb. This is that high road you're talking about, just to keep at the pace of the same wave he took off on. He's just going to go off the bottom and jam it. Layback finish for Melling. Still had some composure for one more off the top before that thing flattened out on the inside corner. A nice speed line that he had out in front of him. He got 2 climbing maneuvers on the first section. He fills in the gaps quite well, huh, Giggs?
Absolutely. He just links it. And what I like is how that board keeps moving, that concave just squirting out the back, keeping that forward momentum. Wouldn't even mind a little slow-mo on that because it's great surfing from Melling, your heat leader.
So we bring this one down one more time for the panel upstairs, asking for a replay. You can see the first float, and he goes straight back up for a foam climb. The wave's split in 2, and he still has some open face on this one. Great decision for Melling down the line. There's that little jam down layback flare turn that's been popular in surfing for a long time, kids. Everyone loves a beautiful layback hack.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I just love watching his surfing. I'm looking so forward to him getting down to the next event in Jeffries. I know he loves getting Melling's, he got married in January. He's looking comfortable. He's in a good place in his career journey.
He really has. I mean, the last couple of season gigs, we remember how he's always left himself to the end of the season to re-qualify. We saw him do that in Hawaii. Then he's dangerous at Sunset when he needs a big win. He'll come through. He's always in the running for the Triple Crown. He won the Mosh Series in Portugal last year and got 50 grand for his all-star performance. He finished runner-up in the final to Tomas Hermes in the Azores Prime event. So he's always has these, he's good for a few standout performances. We're waiting to see him get a real consistent momentum roll through the WCT, though. Even his J-Bay final, he needed that result to make it through the midseason rotation.
Well, Melling, here we go. In a good part of his surfing life and a good part of this heat now with just under 2 minutes to go. He just keep working away under the radar now, isn't he? Just cracking away scores. His previous rider, 4.77, didn't appear in his top 2, but he is our heat leader, holding a 6 and a 5.87. Joe, I think he's just trying to stomp out and cement a lead here with a points improvement.
Well, the lineup really made him earn it as he now starting to find some clean water. This is his last wave. He's able to go straight up off the lip for that first snap and building momentum as he's picking his points well. You can see Damien watching that wave from out the back. All the momentum is shifted into Melling. He's taking off on a lot more waves. Hobgood's been sitting for quite a bit, being much more selective. The thing is, we approach the final minute. Damien doesn't need a massive score. He needs a 6.54. He does have first priority, but he's relying on the sets to come through, and while that number might increase once Melling's last score is factored in.
Joe, here's a little tipping point coming our way right now. The requirement has just gone up for Hobgood. A 7.77 now required by our second place position in white Hobgood. Last ride of Melling, a 7.1. Surgical striking on that inside there. It's paying off for Melling.
Great performance from Adam. Started with the 6.0, had a series of 3s, 4s, 5s, a couple more 4s, and finally got something solid, a 7.10, the new best number of the heat, right when you want it to come through. 30 seconds remaining. Damien Hobgood's going to have to make a decision soon, Giggs.
Yeah, absolutely. So, look, he's no stranger to this point in the heat. 20 seconds on the clock, and Hobgood is up and riding. Now it's all or die. 7.77 he needs out of this. And he goes to the air.
Backside air reverse for
Wow.
Damien Hobgood just to force the issue. He only pulls that out when he needs to in competition, but he shows all the younger guys that he still has the air game. The thing is, we've seen some radical errors throughout this week. A 7.77 is a pretty solid number, as we'll take another look at the replay from his last wave. Great backside motion, no grab, but a small section, didn't have a whole lot. I'm not really seeing that one turn the heat, Giggs.
Yeah, listen, we've had some of the best aerials offered up to the judging panel over the last 4 days. They're not going to just open up their bag of points and throw them liberally. You've got to really impress in the air there. Question mark, enough or not? You calling no. And, well, it wasn't great altitude on that. I mean, it didn't get any dewdrops up in the high altitudes.
That's right. No, it didn't. We'll give you that result in just a matter of moments. Actually, scores are coming in now, so we'll give it to you quickly. It looks like he is going to end up short, and Adam Melling will unofficially take the lead. We'll officially wrap up Heat 6, and coming up next, more action at the Mr. Price Pro. We'll bring in Scotty Turnbull for the call right after this. You are watching the Mr. Price Pro Ballito. Get back in here, Scott. This is Scott Turnbull stepping into the booth as we're just changing things on. Waves are looking pretty fun. You're also doing double duty with the Water Patrol. Have you been out on the ski yet this morning? How are the boys doing out there?
The boys are going fine. Not the ski. I've been out surfing this morning, Joey, and good to see the boys. Tommy Whitaker, interestingly enough, taking that first win this morning. He was out there getting busy, which is in stark contrast to yesterday where he didn't get very many waves. So great to see Whit's getting through, and as we see up and riding, Matt Wilkinson to open the account. Matty
Wilkinson driving through a couple of nice points, blasting the fins out into reverse. He sits on it. Will he ride out of it? He'll stand back up and make a completion. That is probably the most exciting element in Matt Wilkinson's game, where he can start off nice and methodically, but you never know when he's going to explode. He made a big deal out of that finishing move, and he's going to take a quick lead here, Scott.
The thing about Wilco is he just throws caution to the wind. He doesn't care about the judging criteria. He surfs how he wants to surf, almost like it's a free surf. He doesn't mind a good spin, as we see this matchup here with Jonathan Gonzalez from the Canary Islands, I think, and Matty Wilco from Australia there. So, yeah, Matty Wilco just throw caution to the wind every time he surfs, just throws it up, loves a good spin, really tight in the pocket. Hasn't been overly successful this year, Joey, on the CT as we look at the replay of this one.
Yeah, we'll check it out one more time. You can see that first jam right in the pocket, great flow, and then explodes. Inverted backside reverse. We've been talking about the progression of surfing, and that is the progression of the backhand reverse. He does it, he's one of the best in the world at it, where he gets his board upside down. He had to pull out that board right under his feet. He laid low and got the completion, and he'll take an early lead. Nice package of speed, power, flow, and progression on Wilkinson's first strike. Scotty, for you, has Wilco entertained you in the last few years on tour?
Oh, look, he always does, but you just wish he'd sort of complete some more of those manoeuvres. You love them, but it's sort of hard for him, as we see Jonathan Gonzalez. Nice little tight wrap around in the pocket there, just tagging the white water, coming up again. Nice and vertical on that section. Does he get a third? He does, and just hits that end section. So a good opener for John Gonzalez from the Canary Islands.
Yeah, Jonathan's been amazing at picking off the right waves in the last couple of days. It seems like he always has his back against the wall. He had that crazy finish where he was able to knock out Yaden Nickel in the dying seconds. With now new numbers dropping in, we'll take a moment to catch up with Adam Melling downstairs with Andy Van Zyl.
Hi guys, after an exciting heat, I'm here with your heat winner, Adam Melling. Adam, you opened up with a 6-point ride. You seem to be a little bit patient waiting for your next high-scoring wave. How did you find the conditions out there?
Yeah, I didn't think that 6 was going to be a counter. Looking at the heat before, it was plenty of waves, and I ended up sitting there for probably 10 minutes and blowing one. I was pretty devastated about that, but there wasn't many more coming through, really.
But you got a good heat. You got a good wave towards the end of the heat. How are you feeling through that?
Yeah, pretty good. That one lined up and stood up on the bank, so yeah, it allowed me to do a couple of turns and get the score.
And how are you feeling in the last few minutes when the other wave was caught?
Yeah, I seen Damo throw his fins above the lip, and I was a little bit worried, but yeah, unfortunate for him, he didn't get the score, and I'm lucky to get through.
And you're currently lying 21 in the world on the CT. How are you finding enjoying surfing this prime event?
Yeah, it's good. I've been out of the water for a couple of months. I hurt my knee, so it's good to get back in the swing of things and get some man-on-man heats under my belt before J-Bay.
Awesome. Well, good luck, Adam. Great to see you in this heat. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Great job downstairs with Adam Melling. Melling talking about that injury that he suffered in a free surf session back at Stratty a long time ago. Sat on the sidelines for the Fiji Pro because it really hurt when he was going backside. He surfed in Rio, the event before that, but I think he was kind of always knowing Fiji was going to be the event where he's going to relax and get ready to compete. He's back. Let's get caught up with this heat. Matt Wilkinson got a wave.
Yeah, drives off the bottom beautifully. Blows the tail as we'd expect from Wilco. Again, nice tight turn. So two beautiful turns in that one. And Wilco always gives off some fantastic body language there. I'm not sure what he was trying to convey to the judges or his mates up in the tower there, but
I just
always
like seeing his confidence back,
Yeah.
Scotty. It's fun to see him surfing like this, where he's going for his key maneuvers. He's not holding back or trying to surf safe. I think he was trying to add a lot to his formula this year because he really wants some huge results. He started working with coaches, started analyzing his equipment, was trying to tone down everything behind the scenes. There's a lot of people telling me a lot of stuff that he had to do. And now I think he's listening to his own music now. He's surfing his own game, came off a great free surfing trip, and he just dropped an 8.67.
Wow, so that's, the judges really loving that surfing there. Only the 2 turns, but really critical. That first one, he blew the tail right out there. So no doubt we'll see a replay of that at some stage throughout the heat. Yeah, you speak about his confidence there, Joe. You know, he hasn't had the greatest start to the World Tour. He's obviously one of our World Tour campaigners coming back to get some points up as we see him up and riding again. Let's see what he can do here, Joe.
Drops off the bottom, huge bottom turn, big whip off the top, ditching the fins, total control as he sets it up off the top again, blasting the tail out. Will he control it? He still has his board, but the wave dies out. We'll see if the judges give him credit for that final turn, but Matty Wilco is on fire. Already had a 5.33, got an 8.67, and he's had a glory 5-minute start here in heat number 7.
Yeah, so as we were saying before, Wilco hasn't had the greatest start to the World Tour. As we go back and have a look at this, you know, really just squares it off the bottom, straight up, 12 o'clock, bang, grabs the rail just to release it there. Nice little hook just to mix it up. And again, nice and vertical. As you said, saw all 3 of those fins there. They look like Julian Wilson ones, those little orange specials.
Yeah, one of his great friends. Here we go, Jonathan Gonzalez. Slower start. He kicks out. He does have a 6.5, so that's splitting the difference between Wilco's top 2 waves, which is keeping him in the game, which he always seems to be solid at with 24 minutes off the clock. Gonzalez playing catch-up and one more wave to lock in for Matty Wilkinson. As we check out the draw, Scott, we have another heat on deck, Michael Dunphy and potentially David DeCarmo. Do you have an update for us on David at this point?
Yeah, so I was calling the heat yesterday there, Joey, and David actually managed to run into his board at the end section, that really critical end section we've seen all week. The surfers struggling to deal with that, I guess, the whitewater exploding there. He managed to, hit his face on the board and was actually sent off to hospital yesterday afternoon. He walked out of the water. He was fine. But they did some tests last night. He got about 8 stitches in his face and then another 6 inside on his lip. So he's a little worse for wear. He's up and about. David, he's down here on site checking out the action. And, he's such a fantastic character. They've got an outreach program here for some of the street kids that are trying to get into surfing to give them an outlet. And David was actually kind enough to donate his surfboard and his wetsuit to those guys. And I mean, that's fantastic for the young Brazilian, because I know he doesn't have a major sponsor and he's largely funding his own campaign this year in the qualifying series. So great work by David DeCarmo there. Unfortunately, he doesn't get a chance to progress any further. But we'll see him back and better, and good luck for the rest of the year. So Michael Dunphy, a bit of a walkthrough. So we'll see who he comes up in the next round.
Well, thanks, Scott, for the update. A tough one for David DeCarmo as he was putting together some insane scores throughout this event. He's going to have to end up with his round of 24 result. Michael Dunphy already into the round of 16, so Dunphy is not coming up next now due to that injury. We're glad that he's okay. He's on his road to recovery. Didn't have any brain damage. He got discharged last night, which was something that they were a little worried about. But great giving back to that cause. Surfers, not street children. There's so many amazing opportunities around here, especially in surfing, and with this coastline having so many great waves, but they just don't have that advantage of having equipment. We saw Melling donate his wetsuit the other day, and now David DeCarmo, who came from humble beginnings in Guarujá, probably can really relate with some of these communities. So it's kind of similar to where he came from.
Yeah, and it's so good to see, Joe, that surfing is really giving back. You've got that, the Hurley program, the Waves for Water, is that what it's called?
That's right.
Yeah, there's so many fantastic initiatives that are going on. So it's really great to see these guys giving back to, the communities they came from. As we see,
looks like a little wave popping up out front. Jonathan Gonzalez will drive down the line. Big bottom turn. Just keeps the forward momentum. A little misread on that opening section for Gonzalez. It had a lot of size and a lot of potential for maybe one major turn, but he's forced to kick out. The last score did come in for Matt Wilkinson at a 6.5, so he's out in front, and Gonzalez still searching for an 8.68 at this stage to take the lead. But like you're saying, Sky, there's a lot of great new messages about giving back to these communities as all these surfers are living this dream of catching perfect waves, And sometimes that you see how guys that are early on their travels, they get their eyes open big time when they come to places and see opportunities where they can help out. And the one here that we like to talk about is the Surfers Not Street Children, because they just got new Firewire surfboards as well, courtesy of the Firewire team. And with a board like that, they could probably make it last for a long time. The technology they're putting in the Firewires these days, they're meant to last over the years.
Those kids might even be in the trials in the next couple of years. Those boards are that good. So, look, fantastic initiative by the guys and all the surfers. If you're looking for role model kids, surfers are, a fantastic people to aspire to. It's a clean, healthy lifestyle sport, and it's great to see them giving back to these communities that they come to.
As we have the characters showing up downstairs, a big day of action here on a Friday locally here in South Africa. You're watching the Mr Price Pro, and we're just in the 30 of the day. Matt Wilkinson from Copacabana in Australia has an 8.67 and a 6.5. Recently, he just moved over to Byron Bay, where he's been having an absolute blast. He's been getting some insane waves while he's been there. He's saying he's surfing by himself more often than not. He lived in Bondi before, and now I think this is probably a solid place for him to focus on surfing, get great waves. And most of these guys aren't home too often, Scott, but it's crucial to kind of define where your home base should be so you can still be ready to compete when you need to.
Yeah, and really similar cultures in both of those places too, both Bondi and Byron Bay. So Wilco's looking for a solid result. I was saying earlier on that World Tour level, he hasn't gone so well. Last event, Fiji, round 2 knockout, went down to Otten. Rio, round 2 knockout, went down to Bede. Down where I was, down at Bells, round 3 knockout, went down to Fanning. So Margaret, Scoldy, both round 2 knockouts. He's obviously not going so well in the World Tour, so that's why he's come back this qualifying series. And he's looking for a solid result. Really interesting, you spoke about confidence before, Joe. He off those results, he probably doesn't come in with a whole great grounding of confidence. Didn't go so well here last year at Mr Price Pro, but really important for him, and he's obviously making his way through the draw and not holding back, which is great to see.
It's really fun to watch. Yeah, Wilkinson last year, I remember when he came in after his loss here at the Mr Price Pro, and he was pretty upset. He wanted to talk to the panel about scores. He just needed a little time to cool off. He's never super crazy when he comes in, but he was really wanting to know what happened as he's on a roll. Wilkinson, another insane ride. 3 big backside turns and trying to hang on to the finish. He lays low as that wave peters out, but I just can't believe this control for Matty Wilkinson. We saw some magic with certain guys in this event, guys like Jack Freestone, guys like Felipe Toledo, where once they hit this stride, they can't do anything wrong. Here's Gonzalez.
Yeah, looking to replace the 1.50. Beautiful hack in the pocket. That's much better for Jonathan. A nice layback, releasing the fins. Oh, just comes unstuck there. He almost looked like he brought that back around. So not a bad wave. Would have been an excellent scoring ride had he have got that really dynamic manoeuvre completed at the end. So good exchange by the two surfers there.
And we'll check out the replay, starting with Matty Wilkinson,
Look
Scott.
how tight this is. Right off the top, just jams the pocket again. Nice little hook. And this one, watch the fins come out. But does he does. I'm not sure if the judges will deem that a ride out or not. Either way, Wilco is not holding back, and that's why he's got an 8.67 and a 6.5 under his belt. So he's holding a commanding lead. 17 minutes to remain. So Jonathan Gonzalez still got plenty of time. I'd imagine Wilco will get out the back first and have that first priority, though.
Well, it's interesting seeing Jonathan Gonzalez start off with such an amazing first turn, and he really needed that finish. He went for the layback draw. It was a heavy section, and he had his board for just a second under his feet, but that could have been a huge turning point in the momentum of this heat. Jonathan keeps Wilco in the lead as he takes off on his 5th wave so far. He'll jam that layback in. Now successful on a smaller wave, wraps it back to the pocket, but showing a little bit of frustration. He really wanted that wave before.
Yeah, and Jonathan recognising at this stage of the competition, he's got to go for broke. So good on him for really jamming that last turn. He gets that turn, he gets an 8.5. He's back in the heat, he's in the lead. If he doesn't, he's got to go back and he's got to work. And that's what he did there. Recognising Wilco had priority, he's going, well, I've got nothing to lose, I'll just go for a little wave underneath his priority. But we saw from his body language just hoping for a little bit more. But plenty of time for him still on the clock.
Well, just if you guys are joining us, we had Scott Turnbull come in with some news about David DeCarmo, and we'll be going right into the next round, skipping that heat. Dunphy with the bye as we check out the replay from a beautiful first turn and second one off the top for Matty Wilkinson. He had the momentum behind him. He had the ability to go for it a little bit more on the final turn just to ditch the fins. He's the king of variety and flow, and he has such a different pace than a lot of the goofy footers on the World Tour.
Yeah, I mean, you look at him, who do we have in the last heat? It was a Damo Hobgood, really distinct style, but completely different on his backhand to Wilco. Wilco really blowing the fins on, tries to do that in almost every wave, which is great to see, and just going for broke, and it is paying off in this heat. That last score of his coming at a 7-1-7, so really solidifying that lead there with a commanding 15.84 lead. Jonathan Gonzalez now looking for a 9.34, so a bit of work to do.
So 15:40 remaining on the clock. Jonathan Gonzalez is turning in another 3-ranger. His best wave was a start at a 6.5, as we're now about halfway through heat number 7. Coming up next, it'll be Davey Cathles from North Narrabeen surfing against Tiago Perez in the round of 16, where the first place surfer will move on to the quarterfinals. One of the heavy heats that we're looking forward to, the all-Brazilian matchup with Felipe Toledo and Caio Ibelli, Scott.
Wow, that one's going to be crazy. Look, either way for this result will be a good one for either surfer. Jonathan Gonzalez not going fantastically this year on the qualifying series. He's dropped down over the last couple of years. He was in the top 50. Now he's blown out to 119. So really looking for a good result. He'll want to keep going, but either way, this will be his best result of the year.
Well, interesting note, a slower start. We'll go one more replay on the last of Matt Wilkinson, Scott.
Yeah, you saw those fins almost on that first turn again, just driving off that bottom again beautifully. Bit of a hook, just a little bit of a different turn. And here, this is the one I like. All 3 fins, almost a little, really punctuates that end section and busts it sort of a little mini air out of the back there. So obviously the judges did deem he completed and rode out of that last section, and that's why he got a 7.17 for that. So well done for Wilco there.
Oh, great start. Throws so much power on that opening section, as we can see the drift tents. Giving some people some shade down the beach here at Willards Beach, also known as Surfers, right out front, where we're set up each and every year for the Mr. Price Pro. The program on site features all the best photos taken by guys like Kelly Sestari over the years from the water, of guys doing big airs like Jack Freestone, Connor Coffin, who made his first appearance here last year as the ASP wildcard for the Mr. Price Pro. There's been so many great moments, especially in the recent years, from that crazy swell we got back in 2011. We had some perfect scores going down for guys like Jesse Mendez, John Florence, and a dream final for San Clemente's own Pakadauskas.
Yeah, for sure, Joe. And if you are watching online, make sure you just open up another tab, have a look at the photos from yesterday. I noticed Kelly took an incredible photo of Jack just inverted upside down, and you look at that photo and go, how do these guys ever make it? Surely that's a throwaway. That's a free surf photo shoot, but he's sticking at will, as are Felipe Toledo and a lot of the surfers now. It's just crazy to watch. It makes me want to give up, Joe.
It's so inspiring for a lot of these guys, and I think it sets the tempo for everyone still left in the draw. We saw those days when Yaden kind of started things off with a massive punt. Felipe mentioned that in his post-heat interview with Andy, that he saw a big score going for Yaden. He knew he was going to try one. He wanted to get a perfect 10, and he was successful. Back to this one with Gonzalez up.
Nice little hook in the pocket there, and you can see, no, not happy on that one. So Wilco must just be sitting out there with first priority. So Jonathan Gonzalez has got to try and find one of those other waves. Giggs mentioned earlier, I heard you guys talking about the swells. You got a straight swell mixed with a bit of a early south ground swell, which is making it nice and peaky. So he's looking like he's moving down the beach a bit more, looking for one of those peaks. But as we saw, he's finding them, but they just don't have the sort of wall as the ones that are sitting up closer to the rock to the right of your screen there.
Yeah, wave selection is always so crucial at any venue around the world, especially out here at Ballito. You can see one wave go gutless, one wave completely close out. Right now, Wilkinson is dialing every solid wave so far. So draw out the bottom turn, big backside hook, completes it. He has to go through the flats, but he saw some speed. He'll hammer that inside corner and put it to bed on his forehand. Everything going right for Matty Wilkinson right now. He's looking to better a 7.17 with that wave.
Yeah, that board looking really good under his feet. I know in the past he goes for it, and sometimes he does fall a little, but that one's really sticking. Every one of his turns he seems to be coming out of, he's not bogging any rails. As we see him take off here, just drawing around this section. As you said, a nice little hook in the pocket. Beautiful spray. Crosses over that back section there and jams that back crossover section really nicely. Not easy to do. It doesn't look overly critical, but it's really unstable, that section coming towards you, and we've seen some surfers throughout the week come unstuck with that. So another 3-turn wave for Wilco, looking to replace a 7.17. He's looking really good in this heat, Joey.
Yeah, he's looking insane as we kind of reflect back on that end section. That was kind of the same section where DeCarmo ended up hurting himself, getting the board in the face and having to leave the beach yesterday, as we just want to keep mentioning, since he would be coming up next, that he did have to withdraw. He is okay, but he's not ready to get back in the water at this point with the stitches in his face. So he's going to give Mike Dunphy a draw. Dunphy, not one that's to want to walk through, but he'll look to take advantage of that as he's already into the round of 16.
Yeah, I think the most painful thing for David won't be that he's not going to get the points or the money, is that guy loves to smile, and it's probably just hurting him to have all those stitches holding his faces together. But no, if you do want to have a look back at yesterday's action via the Mr Price Pro 2014 website, those of you who like your gory stuff, you will see that from yesterday. The classic thing was seeing his fellow Brazilian compatriots straight down there to support him, and you saw their face. He was up and walking, and Jadson Andre, I think his face once he saw that injury, it was quite comical. But no, David's fine. He walked out of hospital last night after they gave him a bit of a scan and patched him back up. And that's part of surfing. And we mentioned yesterday, it's always those innocuous ones when it's 2 foot. When it happens, it's not the big days that these things happen. It's always these little 2 foot days when you're not paying attention, or it's just, as I said, completely innocuous. As we see Jonathan Gonzalez paddling for this one.
Having a look, nice glide in for Gonzalez from the Canary Islands. Deep bottom turn, foam climb whip is incomplete, and still the trouble continues for Gonzalez to take the lead off of Matty Wilkinson. Remember, Wilco still has one more score to factor in, wave number 5. As he's been turning in big numbers ever since this heat started. He opened with a 5.33, then got an 8.67, threw down a 6.5 on his third wave. His fourth wave was a 7.17 to improve. It's all been about Wilco so far. 9:30 remaining, as we'll take a look back at a couple of more waves at this point, Scott. A pretty exciting heat on paper, but we want to see Jonathan Gonzalez find some magic. He's been turning a lot of heats around in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, he has. Here's that wave of Wilco again, driving off the bottom. Nice hook, as we said before, under the lip there. Crosses over that back section. Boom! Hits that one beautifully and just finishes it off. So we're still waiting for the scores to lock in on that one for Matty Wilco, but judges taking their time to deliberate that one. Just back to Jonathan Gonzalez as we see him up and riding, Joey.
Making a move. He's starting to drive down the line. Jonathan sets his rail off the bottom, goes for a big pun off the top. Kind of had the element of surprise. He's been using the power game on his first turn. Saw the coping setting up, and I think he saw the closeout section. Tried to get the lift off, but this is a different role that Jonathan's playing. Usually you see him manufacture a decent number at this point. Last few attempts, he's been left with incomplete rides at this point.
I think he's surfing a different heat. We saw him in the round of 48 up against Matt Wilco, where Matt Wilco did come second, and he beat some more experienced campaigners. Mitch Colborne, who's recently had experience over in Fiji and has had a few CT wildcards. Yaden Nickel, who also surfed over in Margaret River. So you've got some guys who've had that experience at CT, and he really took it to him, and just went in with nothing to lose and had that freedom and won that round of 48. We saw yesterday in that heat against David DeCamo, where it was basically him against Ace Buckin in a two-man heat, and he really looked out of it in that one, and today he sort of doesn't seem like he's got that confidence or that rhythm that he sort of needs. He's almost going for those throwaway, really big one turns, which I guess he has to do at this point of the heat, looking for a 9.5. But I wonder if he just tries to build on that 6.5 and then finds something else. The waves are out there. Wilco's throwing away a 7.17 and a 6.5, as we saw his last wave coming at a 7.33, so that improves his position. And Wilco just, with a lower score of a 5.33, he's just surfing like a man possessed today.
He's doing a great job. It's just fun to see Wilkinson with the confidence. Back to the roll-in from Jonathan Gonzalez. Deep bottom turn. Nice wrapping cutback, complete. Fades down to the bottom, has the lip to hit. Perfect vertical snap. Gonzalez will ditch the fins on the final section. Now he's back to the rhythm that we're hoping for. Now Wilkinson.
Bit of a bigger wave here. Under the lip, beautiful snap. Just bogs the tail at the bottom and doesn't worry him. And a beautiful 3 turns. So I thought he'd actually going to lose it in that bottom turn there, but kept going and glided through that section beautifully there, Joey.
Yeah, he sure did, Scott. It's crazy when you can see the flow that Wilkinson can get in between turns. He's so solid at releasing the fins and engaging them again on demand. He has that little subtlety where he can drift it and then control it for the slide, and he'll just fill in the gap so beautifully with that flow. It's such a different take than so many goofy footers on tour. As we look to see Matt Wilkinson build this momentum and maybe rise up to the equation of surfing down at Jeffreys Bay on his backhand at the next CT event.
Yeah, really good practice. This one for Jonathan. We saw him do this first little hook here. Watch his bottom turn. He just gets a little bit unstable there. Jams that one, almost bogs the nose, but finishes it off beautifully, just throwing the tail there. So getting those fins free. So that'll hopefully replace his 4.33 as the lowest. We see Wilco's one.
Nice and loose to start. Then he was able to just punctuate the final section by leaning on the fins and just ditching him out the back. He was able to finish with the whitewater hit on the inside just to show that he had a ton of control. And for Wilkinson, this is all confidence. Way before a 7.33, he's throwing away a 7.17, and the judges are loving it. He had his low scores of 5.33, and he looks like he might be putting together one of the highest combined totals of this whole week so far, Scott.
Yeah, just watching these numbers drop. That second turn of Wilco's, I was a bit worried that onto the bottom turn he wouldn't complete it, but that was really token Wilco, in the whitewater, just loose as hell, just throwing the tail there. So seeing a couple of mid and high nines coming in, so he's looking to replace the 7.33. It looks like he's going to do that. Jonathan Gonzalez at this stage looking for a 9.5. I think this might be putting Jonathan in a bit more trouble than he already is. And there it is. What's it coming at, Joey?
A 9.43 on the average for Matt Wilkinson. He's also counting an 8.67 way out in front, throwing away all of his 7-range scores. But the big news is every wave he's turning into gold. 5-minute warning approaching. Jonathan Gonzalez now comboed, even though he just turned in his best wave of a 7.83.
Yeah, so this first one is a bigger wave. We said under the lip there beautifully. Look how compressed he was. He let the tail go there. We saw him bogged bottom turn. Doesn't worry, Wilco. This is the one. This is a patented Wilco. Look at him just eyeing that section, putting everything into it. Just releasing that tail, hand on his deck to control it. Just rides out of it with complete control there. And just tags that end section beautifully. So, fantastic surfing there by Matt Wilco, 9.43.
So a lot of drive in between points and so insane in transition, driving hard off the bottom, meeting that first turn with poise and progression off the top. He's not just hacking it. He'll slide his fins out the back and showcase some risk. Here's Gonzalez now.
Yeah, he's got to get risky. He needs a combination of scores. Let's just see what he does here. You can see by his body language, he's just not, he knows he's in a bit of trouble here. So, he's going to have a go. We'll see Wilco up and riding again, a small wave. He'll go to the air. He does. Oh, nearly made it, though. So Wilco's just having a bit of fun, doing a bit of a victory lap here.
Well, we'll see that confidence build for Matt Wilkinson. We saw him attempt a rodeo yesterday, almost pulled that one off. Now he's going for the full rotation backside punt, which he usually has on lockdown. He's not too worried about the score line. 3:45 remaining on the clock. We go back to a heat he had with Ace Buckin back at Bells Beach, as you kind of referenced his season not being that exciting on the WCT. He had a breakthrough win out of round 2 against Ace. As we take another look at Gonzalez.
Yeah, he just wave bit flat there, so just does a little hook in the pocket. You see he's just a bit standing up, bit waiting for that section there. Tries to throw the fins, but unfortunately that one comes unstuck for Jonathan. So look, he'll keep chipping away. He'll he'll learn a lot from this. See, that had Wilco made that would have hurt for Jonathan. Just coming up from his last wave, he didn't complete. Watching Wilco do that. So this is Matt Wilkinson showing his experience here. Some really, really high scores. You talked about this being the highest score of the round, Joey, but I think, if you added all these scores together, it's a combination. It's some of the highest scores we've seen in a heat this contest so far. So, Matt Wilco really turning his season around. Hopefully he can go with this confidence and go into J-Bay.
Yeah, it would be great to see, huh, Scott? As we were thinking about that heat with Ace back at Bells, we saw the emotion on Wilco's face when he took the win. You were doing the water patrol at that event, and it was at this moment of just a big sigh of relief. He had put so much pressure on himself to perform, and he finally got one off. And I think it was actually a good thing that he drew someone like Ace, which one of his best friends in the whole world, where it probably took the pressure off of the theme of him being in a bit of a slump, and he was able to just compete against Ace at Bells, just simplify the formula. He didn't go on past round 3, but it's interesting to note if Wilco does cake this win like he looks like he will, it'll be a rematch with him and Ace coming up in the round of 16.
Yeah, right. That'll be really exciting, Joey. You're spot on, Joe. He does seem to put a bit of pressure on himself. We see Jonathan Gonzalez looking for a really big score here. Nice jam in the pocket there. What's he going to do here? Just floats that end section beautifully. Is there a third? Oh, unfortunately, just comes unstuck there. So, Wilco, he comes across like he's a fun-loving guy. He's always the first person to dress up. If you want a bit of a laugh, the profile shots from 2 years ago that I think Kirsten Skoltz from the ASP took, he actually drew abs on himself in those profile shots because he knew he wasn't in the best shape as some of Michelle Perez's. as we take a look back at Jonathan Gonzalez. Great first turn.
Yeah, it looks sharp. And then manufactured a solid float. Right here he slips and just affected the whole wave. He still comboed as we entered the final minute. But yeah, no doubt Scott Wilco, one of the most entertaining surfers on the planet. Really happy-go-lucky, and great to see the performance come back to Matt Wilkinson. One of his best performances of the season in 2014 with a 9.43 and 8.67 as his top two. His throwaways ranged from 5 all the way to 7 and multiple versions of them. He even went for a huge backside rotator, and it was the first time he fell in this heat.
Yeah, let's hope he gets another opportunity, because obviously the fans and you and I, Joey, love that sort of stuff. So the Ocean just looking like it's going a little bit flat here, but obviously there's some scores on offer for the guys. Really high range scores from Wilco in this heat. He'll move into that next round, and that'll be a lightning heat, that one. I might even see if I can't get my shift on the ski aligned with that sort of heat to watch the two boys going for it out there.
A nice view from the water, watching these guys go blow for blow. Coming up next, we are moving right into the round of 16. Davey Cathles from North Narrabeen takes on Tiago Perez. If you're just joining us, Michael Dunphy getting the walkthrough into the next round as we see Wilkinson just taking a victory lap. His first wave where he didn't do something massive. He's going to reset to potentially surf later on today against one of his best friends in the whole world, Ace Buckin, in the round of 16. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with the Mr. Price Pro right after this.
Yes, welcome back to the Mr Price Pro 2014. We're in the round 5, heat 1. Welcome back the A team to complete me here. Warwick, the walk right. How are you, Warwick?
Yeah, good. The big boys are back in the office. It's been a pretty incredible morning of surfing. We've seen as the tide drains, some incredible surfing. How was Wilco's last heat? That was amazing.
Really, Wilco was just getting loose there. So we'll just cut to the Tiago Perez while we're at that ad break. Talk us through this one, Wok.
Yeah, I like that just first open face carve, just setting himself up for the next section. Bang, flying across that, letting the fins free, and then that big closeout turn. 3 big turns, good wave to get under his belt as the heat just starts.
Yeah, quite a good little opener for Tiago Perez there. He got the 3 turns in. So Tiago hailing from Portugal, where we've got a contest later on this year on the World Tour. Davey Cathles hailing from Australia. So both surfers will be looking to advance through this round. Obviously, it is a knockout as we enter this round of 16. So as we said, we progress from the last round of 24 with David DeCarmo not taking his position due to injury. He's going to be okay. Just a little bit of a couple of holes in his face, which got patched up, but that's all part of competitive surfing.
Yeah, shame. I just actually had a look at Davey Davey at the contest side now. He was there. His face is looking really, really swollen. There's a massive cut from the top of his lip right down to his chin. The one side looks like a beach ball. Yeah,
poor guy. I was saying earlier on that he's still, despite that, no doubt he was probably smiling. He's donated his surfboard and a wetsuit for street kids, not surfers, one of the causes we're looking after here at the Mr Price Pro. So, a fantastic character, David DeCarmo. Wish him all the best in the next event. Yeah, for sure. As we see opening scores coming in for Tiago Perez, it's a 7-1-7. I don't know, Scotty, but it kind of looks like the judging criteria, or not the criteria, but they've kind of opened up the scores quite big today. So there's been a lot of big scores being thrown out so far this morning. Yeah, you're right there, Wok. They often hold back and just set their scale early. Hard to do that on that one. There's variety. The 3 different turns for surfer in white, Tiago Perez. He threw the fins on that sort of one of those turns, and really that last section was quite critical on that David DeCarmo closeout bank that we called it yesterday. So let's have a chat to Andy down the beach, who's got our last heat winner, Matt Wilkinson.
Hey guys, I'm here with a man of that heat, Matt Wilkinson. Matt, a 9.4 and an 8.63. I mean, you were totally on fire in that heat. Tell us about those waves.
Yeah, I started off with a fun little wave, and my surfing felt good, and then I just found myself on some really nice waves, and I did my best, and it's been pretty hard to finish waves out here, and I was happy to finish off all my waves, so feeling pretty solid. Let's hope I can keep it going.
And watching the waves this morning, were you prepared, or did you know you were going to get such good waves in your heat, or did it just come as a surprise?
I'd seen a few really good waves in the heats before. Tommy Whitaker caught some nice ones, and I knew if I was on them, I could probably get some big scores. But I don't know. It's always a surprise to get that many points in a heat. I don't know. Feels good.
Awesome. Well, it was so great to watch you. You had the whole beach cheering for you, and yeah, we're all behind you, Matt. Well done. Thank you so much.
Thanks for that there, Andy. Interesting enough to hear Wilco, you know, he really a confident surfer. He needed to start with that first one and then built the confidence from there, but still surprised that he was even getting those high scores, Walk.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you know, he had that high 9 or 9.5 and 8 that he was carrying, so a total of almost 18 points, a near perfect score. And then he had a whole bunch of 7s that he was kind of just dropping, you know. Gonzalez was playing catch-up throughout the heat, but, you know, the thing was both of them had both of their waves that they were catching were both good enough to get those big scores. Unfortunately, Gonzalez kind of coming unstuck a little bit. You know, when you're chasing a massive score of almost 18 points, you need to know that you have to put it right on the line there.
Yeah, but he'll still take away, you know, 17th place, so that's 1,300 points for him on the, you know, in QS series, which is really important. Prior to that, he only had a couple of low scores or low results on the QS, so, you know, really important for him. As we look at the replay, that first of Tiago, so nice critical hook in the pocket, nice speed and flow through that one. This is the one I like here, Wok. Just comes to the bottom, waits the wave to stand up. You see those fins blast beautifully, you know. It doesn't need that tail pad on the back. Nice and control, and this last little section, really critical. That lip's already throwing over and just hits that with real control. So judges liking that, rewarding him with a 7.17 on that one, as we see a few waves rolling in. It's a bit of a bigger wave here, Wok.
Yeah, we see Cathles so strong off the bottom. Oh, that nice wrap. Kind of getting a little bit stuck. Looking for the big closeout turn. Kind of hitting it just under the lip. Kind of just almost a bit of a catch rail. As soon as he got up there, the lip was kind of coming really quick. You know, it's gonna, as the tide starts to drain, it's going to start dumping on the inside again, that death section. But, you know, as we were chatting about the whole of yesterday, you know, if you're landing at that big critical section at the end, that's when the points are going to get thrown at you.
Yeah, and David, we saw Davey go for broke on that first turn, which we'll probably see in a little replay here. Let's just check that one out again. So it was a bigger wave, this one. You can see running up the point. So takes off, just bides his time on the bottom turn, draws it out, jams that fin, but just gets held up a little bit, and that sort of throws his timing off and doesn't quite stick that second turn. So that'll be a score for Davey, but he'll be looking for something a little bit better. Now Tiago's sitting out the back with first priority under his belt with 23 minutes remaining.
Yeah, for sure. Tiago, one of the older veterans on tour, knows how to surf these man-on-man heats absolutely pretty much perfectly. Been on the CT for a good few years now. Davey Cath is still a younger kid coming up from Oz, coming through the ranks. He gets a few big results. Something like this he'll definitely be holding on to for the rest of the year.
Yeah, Davey, he's still a younger guy, but has been around for a while. He, you know, was with Rip Curl and was afforded a few wild cards down at Bells. You know, so he has been here before. I can't recall his result last year. I think he made it about halfway through the round. So he'll be looking for a good result here up against Tiago, who is on the World Tour, coming back from an injury. So Tiago as well will be looking to build that confidence in preparation for J-Bay next week. Yeah,
I've been looking at, you know, Tiago's quite a smaller guy. You know, he's not a very big dude. He's probably must be sitting about like 5'8", 5'9", but he's one of the only few surfers that you see out there who are actually riding longer boards. You know, the majority of the kids here, a lot of guys riding smaller boards. I think it's better to surf in these short little waves, especially when you're looking for the air, shorter and wider boards. Tiago, I used to travel with Tiago, and I've noticed he's kind of kept his quiver the same throughout the whole time. One thing I do notice, and it looks a lot better from a judge's point of view, is when the boards are a lot longer, you can see so much board getting more out the water, and it's a lot more better to look at. You know, I'm not sure how it is in the air. Tiago's not really a guy who's more of an aerial surfer.
Yeah, and interesting, you're right there, Wok, and he's been riding Chile's, Matt Chile out of Sydney, you know, so a long way from Portugal. He's had a long-standing relationship with the Chile surfboards, and you're right, you know, he does ride those slightly bigger boards. One of the only Portuguese surfer left in the contest. We had Jonathan Gonzalez, the
Federico Moraes.
Thank you for helping me out there. And also earlier today, Marlon Lipkey, who although he's from Germany now resides in Portugal. So those two bowed out, and I know he's been hanging with those guys. So he'll be looking to continue to fly the flag for Portugal here. As we see the clock counting down to just around the 20-minute mark. The ocean's gone a little bit quiet for the guys. Let's just hope the same sort of waves come through as last heat.
Yeah, Thiago there in our screen in white. He'll be holding our priority now. With that 717 as a banker, all he kind of needs to do now is just kind of get something of the same type of score, and it'll put Cathals under serious pressure, almost in a combination situation. But also for Cathals, he can kind of go around now and hunt for little waves and build on those little scores. Start dropping 5, 6s, and then you sit, you play that waiting game. And there's my girlfriend there again. We've been seeing it all over.
Walk, just the consumer professional, mate. Great to have you in here commentating the surfing.
I can't help it. I really can't help it.
No, great to see the fans enjoying the winter here down in Ballito. As we see a quick in and out there from Davey Cathals. Interesting, I was surfing out there with Thiago this morning, Walk, and we were talking about priority and how that plays a part in it. And we're actually, he was echoing what I was mentioning yesterday, that sometimes it can be a hindrance. We saw Tommy Witt sit out yesterday and didn't know which waves to go. With this swell being a little inconsistent from heat to heat, and we've got a mix of swells here, sometimes it can be hard. The guy under priority can just take whichever waves they want, and he was sort of saying that this morning, that each heat's a bit of a story, and he's not even sure how he's going to approach this heat, he said. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. But with the 717 open, he seems to be in quite a comfortable position with just a third of the heat gone. And we've still got some time.
Yeah, for sure. There's it's quite easy to sit yourself out the heat. You start getting in your head there once you wait for too long. But as the tide drains, we'll see a lot more consistency in the waves. Personally speaking, I kind of, I don't really like priority. I like to kind of sit and chase waves. When you're under that pressure, then you got to pick the exactly perfect waves to get that score, and sometimes it doesn't really work out. But that's obviously just a personal decision of mine, as we see live surfing.
Yeah, just a quick in and out there for Davey. So obviously Thiago's sitting with priority. Davey's doing what he said, Walk. He's just getting busy under that priority. And often we see, that first big wave comes. If you've got priority and there's only one wave, you've got to go that. But often we see that second wave, once the water's drawn off the reef or the bank from the first wave, that second wave can be a bit cleaner, can be a bit more steep for the guys and offer that more greater scoring potential. We saw in the last heat, Wilco let a few of those first waves go and actually got some really high scores on those second waves of those sets.
Yeah, for sure. Some heats today are going to be on, some heats are going to be off. We saw last year the flurry of surf, so that was unbelievable. It almost just kind of set the standard for today's surfing. 4 to 5 foot range. We saw those big blowtails that Wilco is doing, going so critical in that lip. Making it look so easy. That's why he's getting those massive scores. A little bit slower this heat. Thiago, nevertheless, has a 7 already under his belt. So I said as the tide drains, we'll get more and more waves coming through, and we'll see a lot more surfing.
Yeah, and a beautiful day down here in KwaZulu-Natal in the Kwaitakuzu municipality. I've been struggling to get my mouth around that, my Aussie slang around that, the Zulu language. But I think I'm getting there, Walk, slowly. It's either way, whatever we call it, it's great fun down here on the beach. We can see all the locals flocking from Durban, and I believe a lot of people come down from Joburg too this time of year. Yeah,
Johannesburg. A lot of people come down here for a little holiday season. It's school holidays at the moment. It is Friday, so things are going to heat up pretty quick today. It's going to get pretty crazy down here. Yeah, we just see I think that's Boulder Base next door to the actual surf spot where we're surfing, Surfers Beach. A lot of the competitors having their quick free surfs out there, just getting their board, the feel for their boards, and but I think wave conditions are a lot better than yesterday. I think we're in for some seriously good surfing. I'm not sure how far we're going to get today.
Yeah, I think we're looking to push to the end of this round, Walk. So we've still got a fair bit of surfing ahead of us in the hope to go through quarters, semis, and finals, be it either on Saturday or Sunday. I heard them mentioning in the weather forecast that an intense low is sitting down off Cape Town at the moment. They're forecasting flash flooding and even snow. So whilst it might not be fantastic for all these people in there, all the people coming down to watch, we're expecting an increase in swell, and that'll give us a real opportunity to pick the eyes out of the best surf for these guys once we get to that back end of the draw.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. We want to give these guys the best conditions possible. It's especially coming down to the quarter, semis, and finals. It's such an important stage of competition. These guys are hunting those points, hunting those dollars, and this kind of forecasts the remainder of the year for them. We're going into the second half now to the US Open, and Yeah, we're looking at big points now. There's a good chance, some of these guys will be qualifying for the first time for the WCT next year.
Yeah, and you saw how important it is. I saw Matty Banting. I was out on the ski yesterday when he lost, and he was devastated. There's still 6 primes remaining for the rest of the year, but he's in a really good position. This meant a lot to him, as it will to all the surfers. So, get a good result here, and it could set you up as a qualifying for the World Tour. We saw Glenn Hall did that a couple of years ago, as we see some sets approaching. Boys just letting that one roll underneath them. Maybe that second wave of the set is going to be bigger, and we can see that one just rearing up now. So I think Tiago with priority. Will he take it off?
Yeah, here we go. It's a good-looking set. Here's some live surfing.
So up and riding, a bit of a bigger wave. He's waited a while for this one. Round the bottom, jams that first section. Will he ride out of it? Unfortunately he doesn't. So putting everything into that first turn. It looks like the wave sort of petered out on him anyway. So nothing too much to worry about there. But that leaves Davey out the back with priority, looking for just a 4.98 minus score, because Tiago's got a 7.17, and that one comes in at a 1.93.
Yeah, here we see, Cathals will be in the hot spot now with the priority. Will he sit and wait for one of those bigger sets that Tiago had to get that 7 and kind of throw him into the first place position? Halfway through the heat, this contest, this heat hasn't as many waves as last heat, I've noticed.
Yeah, I guess if you look at swells, as we see the priority disc there, Davey Cathal's number 1. He's got the first priority with Tiago. He can take the second wave. You look at any contest, Wok, and normally the swell lasts for 3, maybe 4 days. We need about 5 full days of surfing to get through this contest. We started the contest with the back end of a swell, and it's just sort of held in there for us, which has been great. So I'm certainly looking forward to how the weekend plays out. I'm not going to throw out any sizes. But we're hearing that it's going to be significant significant waves this week. As we have a look at that wave of Tiago's again, talk us through this one, Wok, the first turn.
Yeah, so nice off the bottom, and then there he opens it up. Big spray. You can see the length of his board, a little longer than the other guy's surfboards, and then bang, flies over that, throws the fins out. Such smooth surfing, rail to rail, perfect position. And then that last closeout bang.
Just a control through that one too, Wok. So that was his 717. The control he exhibited, even that second turn where he threw the fins, that was just functional. As we see a pullback shot of live action out the front, we'll no doubt go to a replay of that in a moment. So just under halfway mark, 14 and a half minutes remaining in this heat. Is a bit of a slower one, as you said. Let's have a look at that one. So Tiago Perez for his 4th ride. Tags that first section, not overly big. This next one, that's a wave we like, just releasing the fins. As he go 30, and he does, just jams it in that pocket down the line, and the wave just goes a little bit flat. So that'll be Tiago's second scoring ride, that one there. It'll be interesting to see whether the judges go on that one. I'm not sure it's as good as his first one, not as critical, but there's still some really good turns and some really fast surfing there from Tiago Perez, the surfer from Portugal.
Yeah, Tiago kind of chipping away at that second counting score. He's only dropping a 0.93, so that'll definitely go into his top 2. It's going to make it a little bit harder for Davey Cathals to start playing catch-up now. Davey will be sitting with the priority position and kind of waiting now. Oh, there we go. It's a 4.67 for Tiago. So leaving Cathals now needing an 8.84 to jump into the lead.
As we can see your girlfriend there, looks like she's on, is that Twitter or Instagram,
I don't know.
Facebook?
I think I'm actually dating them both at the moment, to be honest.
I definitely saw her hashtagging the Mr Price Pro, which is great to see. So if you are going to come down the beach, make sure you do get involved in all the social media action, hashtag Mr Price Pro. Or if you are, in the area, get on down to the beach. It's a fantastic day. Call in sick for work if you have to.
Yeah, I know for sure. Nearing the weekend, it's going to be madness over the next few days. The concert started last night, but I think tonight's going to be the main night with some of the big bands playing. I know Good Luck's playing, a great South African, I think they're almost like an electro kind of group. Lockenville, same two young
Gangs of LA, I believe.
Yeah, Gangs of LA, really cool band. I think there's going to be a lot of people heading on down there today. It starts at 4 p.m. Bring down the families. Come down with whoever.
Yeah, I went and checked out the Food and Wine Festival last time at La Montagne, and it was just, there was Zulu dancing, there was wines, there was a fashion show, just everything's happening here in Ballito.
Yeah, they've been doing some pretty cool stuff there with the food shows and that. Actually, a good friend of mine, Reyes, he was one of the chefs in the competition from Reyes Kitchen. He's a great chef. He's been working with the actual Sharks rugby players, being a personal chef for them. I'm not actually sure how he did. Hopefully he did it right.
I imagine he'd be pretty good at large portion sizes. Perhaps we'll have it at my house one day. So, as we said, a bit of a slower heat for this one. You imagine as a surfer, it'd be really frustrating. You saw Tommy Witts going crazy, Adam Melling the heat after his, and even last one, Matt Wilco, throwing away 6s and 7s, as you said, Wok. And unfortunately, this one, the ocean just not coming to life. So, that's the nature of the beast, I guess, in competitive surfing. It can go a little bit slow, and you can set your heat strategy around one approach based from the last heat, and then the ocean has other ideas.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to get those pulses throughout the day. It's a lot to do with the time. This is live. So this is Thiago. Just a quick in and out there. Thiago doesn't have priority, so he's just going to try. Also, he's going to want to definitely chip away at that 4.67. And now that he's not in priority, he can kind of chase, run around, and hunt for some insides. You never know what you can do. 2 or 3 big snaps, as he did on his first wave. Got that 7, and just kind of just build more and more pressure, and just to kind of just put old Cathals in that corner.
Yeah, so 11 minutes 20 remaining. We do have Thiago in the lead with a 7.17 and a 4.67. David Cathals from Australia looking, as we see, that's David DeCamo on screen in the white hat there. So you can see his face. The size of his face. Yeah, he's looking a little swollen there with his fellow Brazilians. Great to see him down here on site, supporting his fellow Brazilians. Jadson Andre, I think, still in the competition. He'll be coming up a little bit later on. And Alejo Munez, unfortunately, got bundled out with that last-minute air rotation. And, he completed it, we said the other day, but unfortunately didn't ride out in the wave. So that's okay. The boys will go on to the World Tour at J-Bay. But good to see David down here supporting the boys and, back on site.
Yeah, shame, man. You can see his face is really, really swollen there. But, that's one thing that we've noticed about the Brazilians. They're really supportive of each other. There's a full brotherhood going on there through them. And here goes Thiago again.
Mid-size wave just hits that first section nice and vertical, which is great. Bit mushy on that second there. Will it stand up? And really jams that third turn. So another little ride for Thiago. Looking for a 4.67. He's in the lead there. So getting nice and busy is Thiago Perez, the surfer in the white. So, he's recognising that the scoring waves aren't coming through very often, so just keep him busy and make sure he's building on that score. 10 minutes remaining. Be interesting to see if Davey decides to wait with priority for those big sets that aren't as frequent, or if he sort of gets busy as well.
Yeah, look, I think he has nothing really left to do but sit and wait for a big set and try blast 2 or 3 massive turns and get that 8-point ride. Thiago looking to drop a 4.67. He did 3 turns there. It was a smaller faced wave. He didn't really do those open calves, which the judges have been loving. He kind of just did off the lips. But 3 controlled maneuver. I'm pretty interested to see if he does drop it. There we could see a 5 dropping in, so he might better to score just a tad. It's a 4.6. It wasn't even better.
Yeah, unfortunately close on that one. 4.6. Last one was a 4.67. His last low score. Just not to harp on, but to go back to David quickly. For those of you out here who a lot of us have sustained injuries and gone surfing and thought, I'll just go surfing. David has still got an open cut inside his mouth, and I think that's a main reason why he's not actually out in the water. Is he's really mindful of infection. It's not just a superficial cut on the outside. He does have stitches in his mouth and still one that is open. As we see a bit of comfort there from some of the locals. So, again, great to see him on. A little bit swollen, but he's okay. It's all part of the process. Just get patched up. It's part of surfing, I suppose.
Yeah, for sure. Shame. You can see, as I don't know, I think that might be Alejo's dad, or I don't know. He seemed to give one of the guys a kiss on the head. As you said, how tight they have such a tight bond between the Brazilians. They are so, they're like full warriors, but they push each other, and you don't really see that type of companionship with other countries. Only with the Brazilians. We see Thiago now, just in and out there. Yeah, it's it's different. There's so much. The guys are so patriotic and they want each other to win, and I think that's a big reason why the guys are doing so well on tour.
As we see this wave just going by, no, I'm going to take this one. Just quickly, Christian Kimmerson was out surfing the other night. I was out there with him and David DeCamo, and Christian landed one of his ridiculous manoeuvres, and David was just screaming for about 20 minutes afterwards, just so excited. So let's have a look at that last wave of white, that 4.60, just coming under the score needed. Bit mushy on that first one, not really critical there, Wok. That's just tagging that end section. The wave not really offering it. This one here, nice and more critical there, but the judges just deeming that's going to fall on the mid-size good. As we see, David Cathall's a really important ride, this one.
All right, bang over that lip. Little wrap and
you just see his body language.
There. He kind of got over it halfway through that carve. Not one of the better looking waves. He could have maybe picked it a little bit better, but obviously where he stood probably looked like a great wave.
Yeah, so Davey probably knows he's probably not going to get an 8.84. It probably wouldn't be wise to aim for that. So he knows, let's just go out and Thiago's got a 7.17. How about we get a pair of pocket 6s or high 6s, even aim for those 7s. Unfortunately, that wave just wasn't offering it, and we saw that from his body language, and the judge is locking that one in a 2.5. So we'll go into his highest scoring rides, but he'll be looking for something better. As we have a look at it again. It's a bit warbly, this one, and that first turn, he sort of did a foam climb to floater there, and it's not a bit mushy. Must have been a bit of leftover from a bit soupy from the wave beforehand. So Not enough for Davey Cathles on that one, but he's still got 6.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, the waves out here are really, really short. You can see where the surfers are lining themselves up. Oh, here goes live surfing again. Here goes Cathles.
So getting busy, Davey. He was with Priority, sat for a while. That's
Bang.
a better turn. Releases the fins, comes around nice and smooth. Foam climb again. Has he got a third? Unfortunately, not a third section. So that's what we're talking about there, Wok. Sometimes it can be a bit of a curse having that priority, and he sat for a long time waiting for that wave, which was only a 2.50. So that's much better. He can get busy while Tiago waits out the back, and that one offered him a bit more. He seemed to be a lot smoother. So talk us through the replay of this one.
Yeah, well, here he goes. He's on the starting block right now. I love this first turn. So hard off the bottom end. Bang, fins come out the back, throwing big spray. Massive foam climb, almost to floater again. It would have been nice to see him get up there just on more open face, but obviously the wave not really allowing it. The judge is going to look at that first turn again, and I think that's going to be the critical part of this wave. Personally, I think it's a lot better than Tiago's second better scoring wave, and we see scores of 5-5, 5-5. He's definitely going to drop his score now to get a lower score to advance here. So here's that turn again.
Really great turn, sort of came out of that at a 45, how do you tweak that a fraction more? I know we're getting ultra critical here. How do you tweak that a fraction more? Even that one there, we saw Tommy Witts almost do, really tweak out one of his foam climbs at the end there. That's almost what you need to do once we get to this later part. And, he's trailing. He's really got to push it. So coming in at 5.40, that leaves him with a 6.45, a really achievable score with 5 minutes 20 remaining on the clock. I wonder, Wok, in those two turns, had he just tweaked it a bit more, that means his next score isn't as high as we see up and riding on a bigger wave, Tiago Perez.
Oh, I love that turn. Those open face turns, calves are mad. Bang.
Oh, my goodness. Unfortunately,
stuck
doesn't
in that,
ride
got
out
stuck
of
in
it.
that little corner as the foam pushes together. So much power in there. But just that first open face carve, the judges have been loving that all week. We've been seeing the regular footers doing that a lot. Michael Dunphy's had a really good one. Jeremy Flores, another one. They're using those pockets, because that's the most powerful part of the wave. And they're coming out of those calves so strong and so fast. But we'll take you through that replay again.
Really smooth and fast. They're the key terms you said, Wok. Just here, just jamming that pocket, opening his shoulders up and just jamming that tail. I love this last turn. I wish he had made it. It's almost beyond aggressive. It's almost violent. Just off. Just lose the tail just a little bit too much. Unfortunately, he does stand up. He remains on his board, but the white water just not allowing him to stand up again. So he's got a low score of 4.67. He's looking to replace, essentially not completing that last turn. So only a one-turn ride. So Davey Cathel's still looking for a 6.45. He'll have priority at the back there.
Oh, not necessarily. Looks like there's a bit of a paddle battle going on there. But let's have a replay again,
so it looks like Davey's had one whilst we're looking at the replay of Tiago. So jams that first turn. What's he do here? Really important. He dives off. So interesting. I wonder if he saw Tiago paddling back out. Let's have a look.
There's the paddle battle going. This is going to be really tight now. Whoever gets this priority. Here goes Tiago Perez. Well, no, that's a loss of priority.
So I'm not sure. We're not sure who had priority there. We haven't got the priority.
I think Davey might have had priority. Yeah. We saw Tiago going for that insider. Now this is where things are going to start heating up. We're down to the 3-minute mark. Davey needs a 6.45. That's pretty an attainable score, for Davey.
It is, but it is his highest score, and it is just under the highest score of the heat of Tiago's 7.17. So he's going to want to hope that a set does come through. We've got a light onshore. I don't know that Davey's renowned for his aerial manoeuvres. He can do them, but I'm not sure that onshore is really going to assist him with that. It's not quite strong enough, so he might not be able to delve into that bag of tricks. So he's going to hope that a wave's going to offer him 2 or 3 really big scoring sections. He's really going to have to go for it, Judges love when you go for that first turn and throw everything into that first turn and then, keep riding through. But that's high-risk surfing, as we see here. We go. Really important ride for Davey Cathels. Nice and smooth in that first section. Will he get a second section to do something big? Jams a tail. Is there a third? Another little foam climb. Doesn't quite ride out of it. So looking to replace a 3.0. Either way, he's looking for a 6.45. Had priority. Was that a mistake, Wok? What do you think?
I like that first turn. I love his bottom turn. He comes off the bottom turn so low. His chin's almost touching the water. Let's have a look at this replay again. Yeah, so we just look at it from a second angle. Here we go. So low, and then a nice wrap straight through the foam, getting that speed again, and then bang, over that lip. You know what? I don't know if he should have kind of just went more into that second turn and just did that as his last turn instead of kind of flying over and looking for that third closeout. It seemed like he had to pack in 3 quick turns there where it could have just been 2 big ones, and the judges might have liked that a little bit more.
Yeah, and these judges here, led up by Pratamo Arendt, they've got photographic memory, so they'll look at that compared to Tiago's last one. You think Tiago did the wraparound on his first one. He just pushed a little bit more and just, cooked it a bit more on that first turn, and a bit more than Davey did. So they'll be having a look at that and considering that when they lock in the score. It will be his highest score, second highest score of the heat. He gets a 5.10. Unfortunately for Davey, not enough, still requiring a 6.45. With 1 minute 45 remaining on the clock, Tiago does have priority. You can see Davey sitting off him a little bit wider here. We can see the Water Patrol just telling those dolphins to buzz off there. The beautiful the Dolphin Coast, they call it here, and you can see why. Every day they've come back and forth. So,
yeah, for sure. Some of the locals just paying a quick visit, just to let the people know that they are the big bosses of Ballito. There we see the onshore is kind of coming up a little stronger now. I didn't think it was going to come up so heavy. There we see the boys stuck on each other. Tiago must be right next to Cathos, putting that pressure. Doesn't want to let him get any sort of wave away from him.
Sets, Walk.
There's a big one. There looks like a big one at the back.
It looks like it might close out the bay,
yeah, it might be a little bit too deep. And that's a bomb too. Look at that thing. Wow.
Well, on one hand, it's great to see bigger waves, Walk, but really disappointing for the boys. David Cathels was hoping for a bigger wave to get that 6.45, but not one that was going to close out the bay. So just under 1 minute remaining. David Cathels, it looks like he might be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, the time ticks. Time ticks away, and Tiago looks like he might take out the win. We're down to 30 seconds. I don't know if David Cathels can break away from Tiago. There you see Tiago following him. Just trying to stick to him like white to rice.
So just under 30 seconds remaining. Really critical part. When I'm out on the skis for this part, Walk, I try and drive away because the guys are just, so much is on the line here. Davey's come all the way out from Oz. We're really hoping for a good result. This is a good result, but he would have been hoping for a bit better. Looks like for Tiago, this will be really good confidence boosting. He'll go in the next round. Here he goes, just a bit of a victory lap with a couple of seconds on the clock. Yep, so well done to Tiago Perez, the surfer from Portugal. He'll take the win on this one. Bad luck to Davey for not making it further, but still a good result nonetheless.
Yeah, really smart heat surf there by Tiago. He opened up with that 7.17 and, just kind of chipped away at that second score. Started off with two little small 1 point rides and then got that 4.67 and then made it a lot harder for Cathels to come back. Cathels did come back there. He got that 5.4. His last scoring wave, the 5.1. I would have liked to see him go a little bit harder on that second turn, and it would have been a lot closer to get that 6.45 to get through.
Yeah, for sure, Walk. Mate, I've had a ball with you, but that beach looks too enticing, so I'm going to step out, and then Giggs will take my place as we throw down to a quick break. We'll be back right after this with the 2014 Mr Price Pro.
Welcome back to the Mr Price Pro Day 5 of action here. We are into the round 5. Winners of this will move into the quarterfinals. Stay with us. This is probably going to be the aerial assault heat of this round. Philippe Toledo blazing his way through the first few days of competition up against Caio Ibelli. What more can I say? Just the introduction of those names will encase this heat. Wok will be joining me shortly, and we'll take you through the action. It's looking like another fantastic day unfolding here at the Mr Price Pro. And, I'll be waiting to have a look at the replay here of the opener of Philippe Toledo. Gets very vertical, through to the inside, racing lots of speed, and wow, how about that? Completion would have gone straight into the excellent category. So, nice replay. Philippe Toledo calling for a backup board there. Doing damage to equipment so early on. Looking forward to a heat interview shortly as well with the winner of the previous heat. We will be on standby for that. Right now, though, we are rolling Philippe Toledo. All Brazilian heat against Caio Ibelli. Almost excellent score vanishes into a throwaway for Toledo in the early part of this heat. A bit of equipment damage. Wok, you just take a little quick look outside the booth. There we are. Look at that. Creased tail straight out the gate for Philippe Toledo.
Yeah, that was a massive punt that he went for there. I'm sure these guys are so in tune with their boards nowadays. These backups won't really make a difference, especially Toledo. He's been looking for those aerial maneuvers. This is definitely one of the hardest heats, I think, of the round for sure. I think this can be one of the most exciting ones to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, two natural footers, and both of them pretty much attacking and getting results all the way through the earlier rounds and earlier days of competition walk by going to the air. So this is a great matchup in this round 5 heat.
Yeah, the big question is, what is Kaya going to do? How is his heat strategy going to unfold? He knows that he's coming up against Toledo. He knows Toledo is the man about to do the massive airs, and most likely, his strike rate on landing them was about 80-90%. So
I think, Wok, you're 100% right. Toledo, Ibelli, and maybe Meister, the 3 guys that have had the highest reach for the sky success rate landing of the event so far.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm interested to see what this heat does. Toledo gone for those 2 maneuvers already, hasn't stuck any of them, but I can guarantee you he's got 10 waves and he's got 26 minutes remaining. We're going to see some sky high stuff soon.
No, absolutely. Maybe we'll get a replay, a slow-mo of Toledo's board buckling attempt, because he really did get it up there, Wok. I mean, this would have been an excellent score pretty much straight off the bat. I think we're going to go down to beach interviews with Tiago Perez shortly. We'll wait for that signal, and then we'll surely go for that replay. Down to the beach.
Hello guys, I'm here with your previous heat winner, Tiago Perez. Tiago, you were pretty much dominating that heat, and you've just come out of an injury. Are you feeling stronger?
Yeah, fortunately very much stronger than last year. It was a tough heat. I think the waves didn't really cooperate for us. And I started well, which helps. And Davey was kind of running after me and the whole time. But there wasn't many opportunities out there, so I was kind of lucky.
And you're a CT surfer. You'll be heading to J Bay after this. Have you found it a good warm-up?
Yeah, it's a perfect warm-up. There's no better training than competing, so I'm just here to try to build up some momentum and, compete at J Bay, one of my favorite waves in the world. So.
And you're going through to the quarterfinals. Are you going to be changing up your strategy at all?
Not really. I think I've been doing a good contest. I've been kind of like changing boards a lot. So I don't know. I don't know what the ways are going to be on the next day of competition. So I hope I have fun. That's it.
And what boards have been working best for you throughout the comp?
Well, I broke a board in that bigger day, and now I'm surfing a little step down board. It's a 510, and if the waves go bigger again, I might go back to 511. So I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well done for winning this heat. It was great watching you surf, Tiago, as usual. Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
So, Wok, World Tour surfer Tiago Perez continues to advance on day 5 of the Mr Price Pro. Sound surfing from him.
Yeah, we were just chatting about Tiago's board. You can see there at the interview, his post-heat interview, he's a lot shorter than his boards. He's one of the only dudes that are riding longer boards. The majority of surfers nowadays are riding boards. Just see a quick review. Oh, here's this air we're talking about.
Well, yeah, here we go. This is the one that could have been, in the excellent range. I mean, how about the altitude there? And he just disappears into that gutter in between the landing lip and the rolling water there, Wok. I tell you what, I mean, that would have been in the 8s and 9s straight up to start for Toledo. Instead, it's a buckled board and a throwaway score. Nothing on the cards at this stage.
Look, he knew something was wrong there.
Well, there you go, straight away. Great replay there from the production team. And we're back to live action. Here we go. Philippe Toledo.
Oh.
Rooftop, climbs it over. Second turn, working this one more here, Wok. All the way to the inside, and he does absolutely nail it. Wow.
Honestly, this guy is my favorite surfer right now. This is my favorite surfer in the whole world.
Well, Wok's getting emotional. We loving it. It's day 5 of the Mr Price Pro. It's all going down here at Ballito as we move through the rounds of competition. Let's have a look at this replay here, Wok. Watch how he goes hard to start.
Yeah, then coming around here, bang, so much in the lip. They're so critical. And then letting the fins through the sickest of styles. 3 massive turns. The guy didn't have priority. He was just kind of trying to chase little scores now because he knows that Kaya's going to kind of sit and wait for a wave. So he wants to kind of chip away and get those scores under his belt. 3 big turns. What do you think, Giggs?
Well, being the commentator and not the judge, I'm going to, looking at the scale of how they were throwing scores out in the last couple of heats, I think he's going to be in the 7s and 8s right there. Watch Caio Ibelli get to work wave 1. Here we go. This is the reply now. Opener from the fellow Brazilian. And, gee, I'd like to say that those first 2 turns from him is going to weigh up a great points match between both of these surfers. Toledo and Ibelli going hand to hand.
Yeah, that was insane surfing there by Caio Ibelli. I think the judges are going to have a rethink about that one now, for sure. Scores are definitely going to change. But let's have a look at this replay. Look how hard he comes off the bottom. Bang, fins going free, so much spray. And this is the money turn. Pulls it right in, such a gaff. His whole nose almost like touched back into the water. And he pulled it out looking so sweet. So,
well, going to be interesting to see what range the judges drop score 1 for Ibelli. Is it going to be in the excellent or just in the upper end of good? Waiting to see how the judges interpret that. I think judges will probably call for a couple more replays, and that they can afford the luxury of that. Let's have a look and see. Let's slow down wave 1 here of Caio Ibelli.
So strong off the bottom. There goes the fins. The biggest part of the wave. It is a set, and then so hard off the bottom. And here we go. All rail, gaffs it right on the inside there. Such a solid hook.
And then kind of not much more on offer there. So if there's a little downside to that opening wave, it is the conclusion part of it, but certainly turns 1 and 2, strong, powerful statements from the Brazilian in white. Now, how does it match up against Toledo, who also really went to work with 3 big hacks?
Wow.
Okay, scores are dropping in. Here they go. So that exchange, wave 1 of Caio Ibelli, a 6-1-7, and then a full 1-point advantage on that exchange with Toledo wrapping up 3 big turns for a 7-1-7. You're looking at live action. Here you go. Heat leader in motion.
Here we go.
Toledo, when this happens, he's going to do that.
Oh!
I hear the beach going nuts outside. Even Wok's starting to lose the plot next to me here, but he's reaching out there. Now here we go. It's an exchange, Wok.
He's going to go for a
Oh,
there we go.
Okay. So I hear
massive.
beach commentary going nuts. I can hear people applauding. So how about that? Aerial attack from both of our surfers. First off, Toledo. You saw him. We'll watch that replay with keen anticipation and interest because his was an unsuccessful one, but Caio Ibelli comes back. Let's have a look at this first one here, Wok.
Yeah, here you go. He's looking right to the end of this wave. He knows he's going to go to the air. And boing, there he goes. Full rotation, even past 360. He might have actually rotated a little bit too much, it looks like it.
Yeah, even an over-rotation may have been the flaw in that. And certainly it's a throwaway. But Ibelli goes into a softer opportunity. Bit of a marshmallow section there in the white water. But it's a soft lip to work with. But he does get the projection out into the air.
Yeah, look, a lot cleaner of airs by Caio Ibelli. The difficulty not as hard as Toledo's one. He kind of made a similar air yesterday. I'm not sure the type of score he got, but it was a great score. Might have been an excellent range. If you notice how his tail comes above his head, it goes way above his head, how he tweaks it. We'll have a look at that replay again in a lot more of a slow motion, but here we go. And then look at the tail. Pretty much goes, vertical in itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Great angles on offer. Beautiful slow-mo there. Look, I would say that technically the rotation of Toledo's air was suprema, but incomplete maneuver, it becomes a throwaway discussion. The points are going to go to Ibelli on that exchange.
Yeah, look, nothing dropping yet for Caio's second wave. They're probably re-looking at it up there, the judging tower. We're going to have another replay at it.
Yeah, so judges are asking for another real life speed replay. Here we go. Caio Ibelli. I tell you what, how about the angle of the tail at the apex of that? Right at, at the maximum altitude, that tail was pointing way out. Here we go, live action again. So, judges will owe us some scores as we take in some more live surfing action here. Caio Ibelli, some rail work for you. How about the performance level at the Mr. Price Pro 2014?
It really is amazing. These two surfers have been definitely the top 2 guys, from the get-go, from day one. Toledo doing some of the most hugest punts, barely getting barreled, doing those massive turns, those massive carves. Such precise surfing by Ibelli. We're seeing the first score drop for that aerial. It looks like it might hit the excellent range, Gigs.
Well, scores are peppering in. I'm seeing a 7.5 and an 8 as first of 2 scores. Another 7.5 appears. The computer will average it out for wave 2 of Caio Ibelli. That big air that you saw. Maybe even we'll throw a little slow-mo into play as that 7.67 locks in for the man in white. He does become the new heat leader. Now, Philippe Toledo, a different approach, not using the aerials, those 3 strong carving maneuvers, earned a 717. So 7s in the mids, lows, mid-high 7s. Let's have a look. Toledo, back in action, Walk.
Here we go. Strong at the bottom. Bang. First turn, so critical. And then, he's not sticking them today. What's going on?
Wow. Philippe Toledo looking to the air. Great opening crack for the man in red. He is lying second, looking for a 6.68. Still plenty of time available for the boys. We're into the 17-minute mark in this exchange in Heat 2. Gee, well, we said the boys are going to be going to the air, but the most successful right now has been the carves and the smashes. Let's have a look at this again. Here we go. This is Caio Ibelli. Looks for that point of launch, sets the rockets ablaze, takes to the space, and, what about that? A 7.67 is what the judges threw for that right there.
Yeah, it almost looks like he's just kicking that tail. Once he gets to his maximum height, it almost seems like he's kicking his back foot out and making his tail go even higher. That's a tweak in the maneuver. But, coming to Toledo, Gigs, I'm wondering if because he's on this backup board, he's a little bit worried. Maybe something's in his head saying, well, I don't really know this board that well. What do you think?
Well, yeah, there's the discussion of a backup board. There's also the discussion of I'm up against Caio Ibelli, and he's been an aerialist all through the rounds. Let's have a look. Here we go. This is that 717. You saw the cracks. Oh, no, I'm lying. This is the 2.8, that previous one. If he had made that, well,
yeah,
another whole landscape of points to talk about. But it becomes a throwaway score of a 2.8. And Wok, Philippe Toledo, you spoke about a damaged board. That may be playing a part of it. We could be over-analyzing that. But I tell you what, he may just be thinking to himself, I've been cracking airs. I know how to do it. Geez, we know that he knows how to do it. But up against Caio Ibelli, yeah, that's where the game's going to be won and lost, is in the air.
Yeah, for sure. Toledo, I think Toledo might be one of those surfers who like to chase scores too. I know Kai's sitting now with main priority. This might be a little chance for Toledo to grab a couple of those little insiders and go for a couple of massive punts and then, drop his score like that. He seems like he could be one of those dudes. And then once he's in that counter position, that's when he likes to sit and wait and then, wait for that set and to get those big turns and then the big aerial maneuver to finish.
Well, yeah, to me, if I look at these first 4 days and now into day 5, there's been 2 very strong themes running through the performance of all of the athletes. One has been the efficient power carving 3 contribution maneuvers, which we've seen from Toledo now. And then the other, obviously, all the way through all of the events so far, the guys reaching for massive, massive airs. So how's this one going to play out? Carves, snaps, power versus aerials. Definitely the 2 best aerialists, in my opinion, of the event thus far, matched up here in this particular heat.
Yeah, for sure. This is definitely this matchup is the greatest one I've seen. Throughout the whole contest. Both fellow countrymen, both from Brazil. There we go. So there, Caio Ibelli, we saw that priority.
Well, here we go. Oh, okay, that'll become a throwaway right there. Maybe we're just over frying the eggs a bit. That one becomes a throwaway. But nonetheless, Caio Ibelli, that man that you did see on screen, he is the heat leader. He was holding priority. Priority now will move to Toledo in red, and that will afford him just a little bit of space to pick out another platform to operate, Wok.
That last maneuver that he went for, that last 360 air that Toledo never made, he went for the grab. To me, that seems like Toledo's safety turn. That's something that he makes 99% of the time. I'm just trying to still figure out how is he not riding these ones out? What is he doing? How is that end section that that heavy and critical that it's hard to kind of get into the flats and ride them out?
You might be comparing yesterday's performance with today's. Certainly, conditions are fairly comparable. I think that little onshore wind has just increased a knot or 2 from left to right on screen. So that onshore side shore breeze has kicked in a bit. If anything, that should be helping the boys complete aerials.
That's what I think. When that onshore comes, it just kind of gets the wind underneath your board, and they fly a lot higher. The board sticks to your feet. When the wind's coming in at you. So I guess Toledo's 2 last waves, those big airs he's been going for, they have been kind of critical. They've been landing pretty solid in the flats. That's how he broke his board in his first wave.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been going high risk. I wonder if he'll just reel that high risk factor back a little bit. We'll wait and see. We've still got 13 minutes remaining. It's the Mr Price Pro. It's day 5 of competition. You're joining us with 2 Brazilians and 2 aerial specialists dueling it out here for the position in the quarterfinals. Ibelli in white is leading over Philippe Toledo in red. It's not a big requirement for Toledo, a 6.68. And he is holding the highest single wave. No, he isn't. I'll tell you, your heat leader is holding the highest, a 7.67. So, Wok, we're looking to get over 8 points now. We kind of want to see where this performance level goes to. The boys can start. They're all operating in that 7-point range. The boy that spills out the beans for an 8 or a 9 is going to swing the deal. Here we go for your heat leader in motion. Use the whole wave to line up that. And it's a smaller wave, Wok, but nonetheless, it's efficient. It's in the air again.
Yeah, another nice rotation there from Kaya, not going all the way around. It was a very small inside wave, but I think he's trying to chip away that 617. There's a good chance he could drop that score. Here you go, see he's racing. He's looking right at the end. He's going to the air. Then, bang, gets that tail. He gets that tail up, eh?
Oh yeah, no, that tail is pointing to the stars. No doubt about some altitude. It wasn't particularly high though. I think when we go for a slow-mo on that, it'll afford us an opportunity to see. I don't think it had the height. Certainly the wave didn't have the size of his 767, that big air earlier. And I don't think that it had the actual maneuver itself. Much smaller wave. Have a look here. There we go. Launch platform. Rotation. Rotation's excellent. A little bit of a nose pick. The nose is just skidding along, so it's only a brief moment that he's completely free. Here we go.
Here we go.
Wow.
Oh, you see?
Right there.
You
Toledo schooling the aerial. Let's just flick through the catalogue of airs quickly. I will pull that one out. So Toledo ramps along the lip, goes to the air, and wow, isn't this turning to be exactly what we said?
I knew it was coming.
Yeah.
I knew it was coming.
It's a play out of aerials. Let's have a look at this. Here we go. We'll go for real life replay. Judges will, of course, be having a little peep at this. Well, it's clean. It's a big section to do it on as well, Wok, and he gets the dump floater at the end in the mushy bit. He likes it. He may be overplaying the exclamation to the judges, of course, to see, well, come on, let's nudge it.
For sure, Toledo on the back foot now. I don't think he's, throughout this whole contest, has been in second place or been chasing, to get that lead. He's been well clear of winning. And here's that replay again, right on that critical part of the section. Look how, that's quite a solid sizey wave. That's a 5-foot lip that he smashed. Landing cleanly on that lip and riding out and then going straight into that second maneuver, straight rail-to-rail precision.
Well, that's absolutely fine surfing. If I'm the judge, I'm going to be scratching some bigger scores down. But judges are working on now 2 aerials, the comparison of the two. Ibelli's wave smaller and used the end section. How about Toledo? First maneuver to the air. So does that play a part in the judges' thinking? I'm sure it does.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. And on a set wave too, so they're going to take that into consideration. He did that first turn. He didn't really pump and go down the line like the rest of the guys have been doing. He's kind of looking down the line and going for that end section. He's hitting that first maneuver going to the air and coming out and straight into another one.
That's what's going to swing that exchange in favor of Toledo, I'm 100% sure, is straight off the hammer, bottom turn, first maneuver walk straight out into the air. Ibelli used that entire wave to set up. We are watching live action. Here we go. The man in white. Big bowly section. How about that for rail work? Just in case you think they can only do airs, some power rail work, kind of like Perez has been doing, Melling, Whitaker. So, the waves are offering up everything for the boys here at Ballito.
Oh, there we see the first score coming in for Toledo. It's looking at like a 9. That's just one judge's score.
Into the excellent category when Philippe Toledo's score reaches us. It is peppering in slowly. And it's going to be way up in the upper stratosphere. It's a 9, around 9 for Philippe Toledo. He becomes the new heat leader. What does that mean for Ibelli? Down to second, looking for an 8.51. Wow. Tipping scales right there from Philippe Toledo.
Yeah, and I think he's not even finished yet. Toledo's, they've still got 8 minutes remaining. He's going to be catching a lot more waves. He's going to be going for some massive, massive punts. Here we see Toledo again.
Right, here's our new heat leader. To the air again for the first turn. Are you being serious? God. How about that?
This is a 10. This is a 10, I'm telling you right now.
Here we go. All the way to the inside. It's the low road option. Toledo climbs back on the high road. And what about this for a way to wrap up the heat? Yes, he loves it. So does everybody I can hear outside the sound booth walk. The
Has to
beach
be a
sounds
10.
like a rugby match outside. It's just thousands of people screaming. It's really coming together here on day
There you
5.
go.
Just under 8 minutes to go.
10.
And let's go to the replay walk. Here we go. Toledo, the new heat leader, nailed the 9. He gets going on this. And what about that?
Oh, look how he landed. Just landed on
Oh.
his tail, over the water. Straight. How was that crack? That was so tight. I love that turn alone. And then look at him. He's still going. He doesn't stop, this little dude.
So now what's happened? I think the judges have squeezed themselves into a corner here.
It had to be 10
All right,
across the
okay.
board.
Judge 110, judge 210, judge 310. It's 10s across the board. It's a 10-point score. Wow. Ibelli up and riding as well. He's going to go to the air as well. Oh, throwaway for him. How about that?
Toledo is the biggest freak ever.
All right. Philippe Toledo has set the benchmark again on day 5. Not like he hasn't done it before. Have a look at this. We're slowing it down for you folks. This is a perfect 10. Another perfect 10 for him on his visit to Ballito. Well, wafting through the air. Flight communication on board. Cracks it. How about that? That was tight enough to make everybody with the railwork specialists take note. Through to the inside, and you'll just wrap up a conclusion. It was all about those first 2 turns. A perfect 10. Wow.
Yeah, Toledo, just, forget about his air game. His top to bottom surfing, his technicality is flawless.
Yep.
Flawless.
Absolutely. Philippe Toledo, if you've got a fantasy surfer team and the boys are at the beach breaks, you cannot not put him in your team.
No, 100%.
Yeah, exactly. 10-point ride, backs it up with the 9. It's a fantastic heat. And, the reality for Kaya Ibelli with 6 minutes remaining, it's a combo situation. How about that? It's top-level surfing here at the Mr. Price Pro Walk. We said it would come down to an aerial matchup. Our 2 best aerialists of the entire draw, it's particularly at this event. A 10 and a 9. You know what, guys in the studio? How about just throwing up that last one again if we don't have live action, which we do have right now. Now, can Kaya Ibelli unlock the situation?
Oh, he's throwing himself out. He's trying to go as high as possible.
He's certainly going to have a go at it. 5.5 minutes remaining. We will keep close eyes on our surfer in white. Let me tell you what, he stabs one of those big efforts. He's back in the game.
Here goes Toledo. Oh, look at those wraps. Oh, what happened there? But
wow. Okay, so we're just turning the temperature down from boiling hot back to sober thinking. A 10 and a 9 for Philippe Toledo, leading the heat. What about a replay again for a perfect 10-point ride here at the Mr. Price Ballito day 5? Straight up he goes, and well,
lands on his tail, full tail stopper. Kind of looked like it saved him, and then he goes straight into the next turn, and then here it is, bang.
What about that?
You can't get much tighter than that.
Wow. So Philippe Toledo, it's all earned there already. It's pretty much already got the 10. Just a little exclamation mark. Putting a little bit of wrapping paper on the package here at the end for the judges. And watch him beat his chest with the... I love this little heart slap. Boom, boom, boom.
He loves it. He gets so... It's a check. He's still going.
No, he knows. He knows he's nailed it right there.
I don't know. He might be throwing down his little gang signs. I can see the fingers flicking there. He's getting into it. Almost like a soccer win, seems like it. But, these patriotic Brazilians, they love it. They get really into it.
We can't crit him for the emotion part, but there's nothing to crit on performance. A 10 and a 9, he's delivered one of those absolutely top. His previous massive heat in one of the earlier rounds. This is a little bit short of that score.
Yeah, he got a 19.83, if I'm correct. So
yeah,
pretty much a perfect score.
Yeah. So here we go for a 19. So we're being a little overcritical of him. Yeah. 1 point short of a perfect heat score of 20.
He's blowing at this heat. Yeah.
Oh well, it's all laughs. It's a great vibe down here, and can the performance surfing be any better? Lots of people have been phoning in saying, gee, you know what, bro, this is some of the best surfing we've actually ever seen. It's certainly in South Africa. If you take it the performance scale, can you recall better performances?
No, not a chance. Here we see live surfing, Felipe Toledo again.
Well, Toledo kind of just cruising on mid-range, revving the motor at about 3,000 revs. Doesn't want to go red line anymore. 3 minutes remaining now for Kaya Ibelli. We're keeping a close eye on him. He's holding a 767 and a 727. That pairing of sevens, it's a combo situation. So he's got to replace scores if he wants to unlock anything.
Yeah, look, with a heat total of 14.94 from Kayo. There we go. We see Toledo there. Little thug, dude. He looks like a full little thug, but he's a really cool little guy. He's only 19 years old. He's the youngest guy on the WCT at the moment. His career ahead of him is gonna be crazy. I can definitely see a world title or two from this kid.
Wow, big calls from Wok as he writes out the script for the future of Philippe Toledo. Here we go, Kayo Ibelli, an amazing surfer in his own rights, goes for something like that. Now, I mean, there we'd be unlocking the whole game right there again.
Yeah,
Doesn't
for sure.
complete it. Wow, the performance level has gone through the roof here in Ballito. It's going nuts. And this is where Kayo Ibelli has to go. I mean, if he's going to challenge the 19-point total, the 10 and the 9 from Toledo, he's got to go to the air. He's got to do the same things. Here's your heat leader, cruising on mid-range scores for now.
Oh,
How about
that was
that
amazing.
little whip? I tell you what, you can tame an animal with a whip like that. Through to the inside. Philippe Toledo looking relaxed with under 2 minutes to go.
He's literally blown me away every single heat he's had, Toledo. He kind of looks like he's going from strength to strength. But we have a quick replay of that. I love this turn. This opening turn. Here we go. Crack.
How about
Brings
that?
that whole board around. And then going for the end section. Not riding this one out. Oh, yeah, he makes that one.
Wow.
So definitely won't go into his top 2 scoring ways. But just kind of showing the crowd and the judges what he has in his repertoire.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, there's been a couple of guys who've just kept solid performances going all the way through. I mean, certainly Toledo has blazed his way from day one. And I'll tell you, other people who've been blazing as well is Freestone. Solid performances all the way through. And I'll tell you who else has quietly worked their way into this round and is coming up in a heat or two's time is Timmy Reyes. Just certain guys have just slipped another whole gear and just kept this thing rolling the whole way through.
Yeah, Timmy and a couple of these other young guys have been talking about him flying under the radar. The majority of people are talking about the Brazilians, about the standard of surfing from the Brazilians. But, these other guys, are they chipping away the Freestones, the Mellings, the Floreses, different type of surfing to someone like Toledo, but solid nevertheless.
Well, what a duel. We did say that this round 5 heat 2 would go to the air and be an amazing matchup between two absolutely talented aerialists. But Philippe Toledo has wrapped this deal up with a 10 and a 9. It's on the way to the countdown. And, it's a pity because Kayo Ibelli, I would have liked to have seen him unlock something. Let's just have a look at this replay. How about that whipping right there? Through to the inside. He'll just finish that junction. It's a 4-point throwaway score. Whatever. He's got the 10 and the 9.
Yeah, as you said, a little bit unfortunate there for Kayo Ibelli. I think with that heat score he had, a total of 15 would have got him through any other heat of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. So a great pair of 7s, a 767 and a 727. He leaves the Mr. Price Pro in this round. Well, Philippe Toledo is through to the quarterfinals. What a fantastic heat.
This cameraman's having the biggest ball. Like, what is he doing?
Well, it's all laughs here at the Mr. Price Pro, but I'll tell you what, serious business out in the lineup there with Philippe Toledo cracking through to the quarterfinals. What that does mean is that Kayo Ibelli will finish, 9th? Yes.
Yeah, you get a 9th place with 2,400 points, which is solid for him. Someone who's taking a real solid crack at the tour.
Yeah.
For someone like Kayo, that'll pull him right up in the top 10 maybe.
All right. Well, let's go to an ad break, and then we'll be joining us again at the Mr. Price Pro for Tori Meister and Dylan Perillo. We'll cut to an ad. Welcome back to the now midday scenes here at Ballito. It's the Mr. Price Pro Prime Surfing event. The performance level has gone up with the mercury in this round, and certainly as people are flocking down to the beach, we are unlocking the next heat. Meister, one of the other performers who's been constantly above the lip in this heat, up against Dylan Perello. Another great matchup here, Wok.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be another heat, I think, that might go to the air. Tori's been doing some massive punts throughout this event so far. Almost landing one of those corrupt flips against the heat against Geordie. Getting a 9.5 for one of his massive airs. So he can show you that he can also get those excellent scores by just the one maneuver. Perillo, lightning fast, natural footer from America. Had that heat against Matt Banting yesterday. Very tight heat, very similar surfers. Smooth, fast style. Loves throwing the tail out the back. It's perfect stuff for the judges. That's kind of the type of surfing that Dylan will be doing here today.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, you mentioned Matt Banting there. I mean, Banting's been doing a great job all the way through the event. So for Perillo to come in and break his momentum there, it's testament to his performance level here at the Mr Price Pro.
Yeah, for sure. Perillo is one of those surfers. He was more of a free surfer in the beginning, only kind of focusing on the contest now. Used to do a lot of trips with guys like, the Kai Neville movies, along with Dane Reynolds, the Mitch Colborns, kind of shifting across to being more of a competitor now. Maybe wants to crack that CT. He definitely has a talent for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's been a subject of discussion all week as well. The new four-man priority is allowing a lot of people back in that probably wouldn't have thought of, going against the cutting edge of the QS. And, we are seeing performances going through the roof.
Yeah, I know something new that they've brought in with that four-man priority system. Chatting to a few of the surfers to see what they think about it. A lot of them do love it, but then I guess when, some of them get knocked out, they moan about it, So my idea is that the CT surfers would appreciate it more because they're a lot more used to it. Yeah, we see Meister live surfing.
Well, Meister going to the air again. It's another throwaway in this early part of round 5, heat 3. Meister in the red. 2 throwaways for him, Walk there. He would have seen in heat preparation what was going on between Ibelli and Toledo. So he's been pumped and he's been in the air all week. So keep an eye on Meister to go to the air and really impress us in this heat.
Yeah, the thing is with these guys now, with that man-to-man heat, they can chase a lot of waves when they don't have priority. So, someone like Meister, he might catch 10 waves in heat. He might get 7 ones, but he'll drop 2 7.5s, 2 8.5s. And that's all you need to go through. As we see live surfing in our panned-out view, there's a quick in and out.
All right, so we are in round 5, heat 3. Let's go down to the beach. I'm very keen to hear what Felipe Toledo has to say.
Hey guys, I'm here with the absolutely incredible Felipe Toledo. Felipe bringing another 10 to this competition. How do you even land those things? Are you human?
Yeah. I have no words to describe what I'm feeling. I'm just having fun and enjoying my time here, and so it's so good.
Let's talk about that second 10-point ride in this event. Did you know you were going to land it? What was going through your mind and how are you feeling?
Just battle for that wave, looking for trying some another big, crazy air. And when I was paddling, I just saw the section. I said, I'm going to try another one. And the wind is perfect for airs and everything is good. My board is working good and I'm feeling pretty good. So, all the things is working and confidence for the next round.
It definitely is working. And what was it like surfing with your fellow countryman who was also surfing pretty good out there?
Yeah, Kai was surfing pretty good. I was watching the heats, and he was surfing amazing. And I don't know. I'm just wanna say good luck to him and the rest of the year. And I hope to see him on the World Tour.
And Felipe, you did actually have a little bit of a bang on your board at the beginning of the heat. Did you think it was going to work out for you so well?
Yeah, I don't know. I was so sad in the water. Oh, my magic board just broke on the first wave. And I don't know, I think God helped me a lot to get my second board, my backup board, and it works much better.
And I'm sure there's a lot of excited viewers watching back home. Do you want to say hi to them?
Yeah, thank you. Queria agradecer a toda a galera que está torcendo por mim na internet lá de madrugada no Brasil, aos meus familiares que estão mandando uma vibe positiva. E queria agradecer também aos meus amigos que estão aqui em cima no palanque, o Thomas, o Christian, o Orelhinha, o Marquinho, todos esses caras que estão aqui mandando a vibe positiva. E é isso aí, vamos para a vitória.
Thank you so much, Felipe. You're amazing. Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, welcome to the Mr Price Pro Ballito. I'm Gig Cilliers. This is Wok with me. And Wok, I mean, some humble words there from Felipe Toledo on a backup board, a 10 and a 9. Wow.
Yeah, he's a pretty humble kid. You know, the stuff that he does there is just out of control. You never see stuff like that being thrown out from someone who's so young and coming through the ranks. He's already on the CT now. You know, it just showed you that backup board was like, basically looked like his new board anyway, you know, so he doesn't really have much to worry about throughout this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, world-class performances here. Mr. Price and the ASP giving the boys the platform to work with. And then you spoke about a whole bunch of things coming together there, did Toledo in that interview. With the wind coming together, the board, everything like that. I mean, yeah, that's what we all want to see around the globe. World-class performances. Let's go to a look at Tory Meister in this heat, up and riding here. Wok Meister having a look at where he can go with his aerial assault.
That was lovely.
And it's a textbook air. It's a beautiful one too. I like his landing, rides it out nice. We'll go to a slow-mo of that shortly, Wok, and that'll be the 4th ride for Tory Meister in this early part of the heat. Still full 22 and a half minutes remaining. For Meister in red versus Pirello in white. Nothing really yet for Dylan.
Yeah, the Tory's air there. I'm not sure if you actually seen it. You might see it more on the slow-mo. But he actually came with a stalefish grab, which are quite hard to pull, and because you have to be right over your board to stick them, especially in that death section that he hit it. You can see the whole wave exploded behind him, but he rode it out quite clean. Yeah, if we get another replay of that, we'll show you where he kind of grabs his hand with the outside rail. So it's a difficult maneuver in its own.
Well, the judges have thrown just a 4.17, so obviously they're not overly impressed with the trajectory or the height of that. We'll double-check shortly when we try and get a slow-mo on that. Here we go. This is live action, though. Tory Meister, he's been cranking it all week, and wow, rotates there, just plugs the tail in, and it's an incomplete for Tory.
Yeah, you know, Tory looks like each wave he's gone for has been an aerial maneuver, and then you can see on the scoreboard alone 1s, 0.7s, 0.7s, 0.9s, and then just that 4.17. Maybe a little bit right. Maybe the trajectory wasn't as good or the height wasn't as big because, you know, the standard was set in the heat before you saw by Felipe.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's have a look and see here how Dylan Pirello winds it down the line, looking for opportunity, goes to the air. Oh, it's a beautiful flight path while he's up there, and he stomps it. So judges will owe us a score here for Pirello.
Yeah, lovely.
Does he clean exit it? Yeah, I think, you know what?
Yeah, for sure. I think you rode that one out quite
yeah.
clean.
Yeah.
You can see a lot of these guys, when they go for those big full rotation airs, their stance actually goes a lot more wider. Their front foot goes almost right to the end of the nose. So when they get slowed down and you see them come riding out of that actual maneuver, you see their front foot's pretty much touching the nose of the surfboard.
They're way up on their sponsor's logo there in the ride-outs. But we'll wait and see how the judges interpret that, Wok. It's going to be an interesting points comparison. And we're just coming off some dizzy scale from that previous heat. So, you know, I always like to tease the judges and say they're not going to throw out scores just because you're out in there. You've got to be way out, way up, and high altitude, lots of control, and all the other little components that it'll take to impress in the air.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you can see, you know, coming off a heat like, yeah, we knew that was going to be one of the main heats of the round of the contest. That could have been one of the best heats of the contest so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we did say it was going to be a great matchup, but we are focused on a score to drop for Dylan Pirello. Waiting patiently. A 4.17 for Tory Meister, the best of his so far. Quite a bit of time left. I mean, 30-minute heats on offer for the boys through day 5 here. 19 and a half minutes remaining. And I'm sure that it is a Friday afternoon here. Folks in Australia will be deep into Friday evening now. They'll have had a few beers and enjoying the show. Stay with us. I'm sure lots of people from around Europe, they're on the same timeline as us. They might be sneaking out of the office early in Europe and enjoying the start of another weekend. It's summer up there, winter here. It's all good.
Yeah, for sure. Some of the guys will be taking their siesta around about now. Yeah, we're coming into the 1 o'clock mark. Quick 2-hour knockoff. Watch some live surfing here at the Mr Price Pro. And then I'm sure. What time's it in America right now? It's 8 hours back. So now the guys will be sleeping there still.
Well, I don't know. Thursday night. Do you even sleepwalk? I'm not sure you do. But listen, beautiful beach scenes here at Ballito. It's day 5 of the Mr Price Pro. And here we go. Meister winds it up down the line again. Live surfing action in the air.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
That was high.
There we go.
Wow.
The aerial assault continues. Have a look at Pirello. Oh, he'll go down in that exchange. But Tory Meister, fantastic aerial there from him, Wok. Let's go to that replay straight away. I'm loving this stuff. This is like sitting at home watching a home video. Here we go. Got my own surf movie going here, care of the ASP. How about that?
How high did he go above that lip? That was a 3-foot wave alone.
Yeah.
He would at least double that height, landing in the flat. So
absolutely. And you saw how he shifted his weight back in over, centralized the whole process as he came down there, Wok. Fantastic surfing. Tory Meister, congratulations. We'll wait for that score there, Wok. But, gee, how about Ballito putting it all together for us again?
Yeah, Ballito turned into almost like a little bit of a skate park for these surfers. Guys are having a ball of a time. Yeah, let's see this thing slowed down. Just take a look, sit back and look at the height he goes. He just goes higher and higher, and there we go. Wow.
I love that little left-handed grab too.
That was massive, man.
Wow. Well, he's been doing it all week, Wok. Certainly not losing momentum here in day 5.
Yeah, I was starting to get a little bit worried. He almost seemed like he was pushing a little bit too hard on his past few waves he's had. But, that's the thing here. He can catch 5, 6, 7 waves. And just that one he needs to pull. And there we see it. We're waiting for the judges to drop a score. But definitely going to be his best wave of the heat. We're still waiting for Pirello's big 360 rotation to drop. Maybe they're just kind of weighing it up against each other, Gigs.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Richie Porter is online. What is it, late in the evening in Australia? Yeah, I'm no doubt he'll be there and having a little overview of how the judges are interpreting everything here. Well, they're peppering scores in a top-end order again for Tory Meister. Wok, it's going to check in at an 8.5. Yeah,
excellent wave score there for Tory Meister. No doubt, Gigs, that was a massive pun, one of the highest of the event so far. It wasn't even on a big enough set, but as long as they are critical, innovative, and with some massive height, the judges are going to be throwing the scoring at you, no matter the size of the wave.
Yeah, absolutely. So a great campaign here in South Africa for Tory Meister as he is taking this heat apart, holding an 8.5. Wok, at this stage, a backup score for your heat leader of a 4.17. Lots of opportunity for him to improve scores. He does have Pirello in a combination situation.
Yeah, we're still waiting for a score from Pirello's 360 Air. No scores have been dropped yet. We see more live surfing here from Tory Meister. What do you think, Gigs?
Little adjustment there, and he trims around that section.
There we go. I told you.
That's that rodeo flip that he's been looking to do. And look at that. Pirello, not to be outdone, goes to the air, comes down. We're getting all emotional in the booth, and you know what? It's great surfing. It's top-end performances here. And Wok's losing the plot next to me here. And can you blame him? An 8.5. Nice exchange there between both of our surfers as they reach for the sky. Let's go for a little replay here, Wok. Let's have a look and see from our Drift Innovation replay. I love the way he just looks to lock and load that. It's just that the radius is a little off track, so he kind of finds the landing just on top and possibly just at the back of the coping of that lip there, Wok. I'll tell you what, just a subtle angle or two change there from him, and he would have ridden that out.
Yeah, for sure. You could see how low he got when he was setting it up. You could see he was going to go for that either that alley-oop or that corrupt flip as he went for. He went for 2 of those the other day. It was against Geordie. He almost stuck them both, and those were on bigger, cleaner waves. That would have been a 10, no doubt. I don't know what he would have got here, but it was a pretty insane maneuver on its own. He landed clean on the top of the wave. There was no bad landing, unfortunately, just on the back of it, and just couldn't get onto the rest of that float section.
Yeah, I know. Great surfing all round from all of our competitors here on day 5 of the Mr Price Pro, the prime event coming to you from Ballito. How about Ballito putting itself on the world surfing map in the last 5 years with the Mr Price Pro and the levels of performance, the surf on offer. Stay with us. We're halfway through this heat. There's 14.5 minutes remaining. We are in Heat 3. Heat 4 up next. Christian Kimmerson versus another man who's been blitzing his way through the event, Timmy Reyes. So I'm looking forward to sitting back and just absolutely soaking this up here, Wok.
Yeah, Timmy Reyes, no stranger to surfing competitions. He was on the tour for a number of years, on the world tour. Back now from his free surfing trips. As we see live surfing, here goes Tory Meister again.
Well, Meister just rolling the dice here, hand after hand as he just rolls them out there. Just every time he throws the dice, it's getting to the big numbers. These are throwaways, though. So we've seen him with an 8.5. He's now working for you to drop a 4.17.
Yeah, look, he's already on number eight, the 8th wave for Tory. He's just obviously trying to get away from that 4.17. He's dropping a low score of 4.17. So, he knows if he lands another one of those big airs, he's going to get another 7 or an 8, and he's going to just go well ahead of Dylan Perillo in white.
All right, let's have a look at this. Here we go. Perillo from the States goes to the air here. How about that? Wow.
Have scores dropped in? Is it? I don't know if they really.
I'm not
they
sure.
might have not been complete.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It looked great in the air, but nonetheless, he is in a combination situation. Tory Meister is leading with an 8.5 and a 4.17. 12 minutes 45 on the clock. And it's another beautiful day here. For those of you just logging in, we obviously audiences coming online all the time, all around the world. It's day 5 of the Mr Price Pro here at Ballito. We're about 50 kilometers north of Durban, about a half an hour from the old home of the Mr Price Pro down on the Durban beaches. It's a coastal resort town. It's part of the Quatakuza City Councils. And gee, haven't they done a good job in the last 5 years of putting together the Mr Price Pro along with Mr Price. And gee, we're heading for the weekend now. Rock festivals lined up this evening as well. It is the place to be if you're in South Africa this weekend. Absolutely, Durban and the North Coast is where it's all going down.
Yeah, no, this definitely turned out to be one of the greatest events of the year. I think for the majority of surfers, I think everyone likes to come to South Africa. We're in the middle of winter. It's 30 degrees outside. Warm water for these surfers. Tons of action happening. The festivals, the skating at the back. Bars. There's so much entertainment for all sorts of ages, for families to come down. And, the surfing, we are here for the surfing, and the surfing is just incredible. So it's good for everyone. Yeah, lots of add-on action here with markets and stalls, rock festivals, and lots of beach activities. It's a summer vibe in the middle of winter here on the KwaZulu-Natal coast. Lots of people from inland enjoying the school holiday break, people sneaking out the office early from Durban and surrounding areas. Look at that snap turn there from Dylan Perillo. Oh, my
How
Lord.
aggressive was that second one and a third one? The third one's the throwaway, but what about those two first cracks? Using that power that we've seen on display with earlier heats here, Wok.
Wow, those were two massive, massive turns from Dylan Perillo. That's going to be a huge score, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Watch how he loads it up off the bottom here, but bang. Beautiful release there. And the way he links that second turn.
How was that second turn?
Yeah.
Look how fast he came out of that thing.
And, these waves have got a lot of power to them, and it's also quite a compressed wave space. So for how much power they're putting on and how quick they're switching the rail. I mean, these guys are loading G-forces on those turns in a big way.
Yeah, let's have a here goes Tory Meister's replay. I think we might have missed that. Open face carve, just getting stuck in the foam there.
Well, Tory just stumbling his way through that contribution there. It won't have a significant impact on the heat. 10 minutes remaining, Wok. Now, Perillo could be coming back in a strong way in this heat.
That wave for sure was amazing. I'd like to see that in a little bit more of a slowed down replay. He was going so fast I could hardly see what he's doing. But at this stage of competition with turns like that, and it's onshore out there right now, so there's a lot of bumps in the water, and these guys are just biting through these sections and making it look so easy when it's so difficult. Here's that replay again, Giggs.
All right, here we go. Let's have a look at how he loads this first turn here, Wok. And as he gets to the top of that bowl, he just completely releases it and just spins it and rotates it through the middle of the board, then vertical. And how about those angle changes in that second turn?
No, that second turn was ridiculous. That first turn alone was mad. The fins came out from the get-go as he hit the lip, and it actually slid all the way down the face as it bit back into the water. Then that second turn just so vertical.
Well, Meister in full flight for you on your screen. It's going to dump out on the inside. But in motion and looking for scores is Torrey Meister. Looking to improve. 9 minutes remaining now, Wok. 9 minutes. And we are waiting for some scores are clogging up and backing up for Dylan Perello on our scorecard. Yeah, we will relay that to you as soon as it gets to us. There might be a reason for that hold-up. It might be a technical one. I'm not sure. But in the meantime, gee, haven't we seen some great... I mean, over the last hour, it's like sitting on a couch at home watching a surf movie with all this aerial surfing.
Yeah, 100%. You know, definitely new school surfing's taking over. I've seen some of the best airs I've ever seen in my life. You know, I don't even need to go watch the internet surf movies anymore. I can just come here and watch the Mr. Price. So here's that replay again. He blows down. The whole tail slides right down their face. And then here, this is the money.
I'm not sure how technically he could have improved on those two turns.
No, that was flawless right there. He hit it in the sweetest of spots. You could see that pop when he comes off that lip. You know, he's getting all that speed and coming out faster than he went in. And there we see the first scores dropping in for Perella, a 9, an 8.5. 3 more judges' scores to drop. Another 9, a 9.2. Looks like there we go. It's a 9 flat.
All right.
So only needs another 3.67. Here we go, live surfing, Dylan Perello.
Well, what's happened is in the last 2 minutes, we've locked in a score now of a 9. It's unlocked the combination. It's locked and loaded the heat in a whole new way. Perello in white, lying second, now just needing a 3.67. So how about this for a shift?
Yeah, what a turn in the heat, you know. He had him in, Tory had him in combination situation, you know, not 30 seconds ago. Now the whole heat shifted. This could put Meister in the pressure spot,
I think
to try hold on to that lead.
Torrey Meister in red is holding the lead. He's also holding first priority. You can see there from the cube allocations. Plenty of time remaining. 7 minutes. Green disc there still means we're outside that final 5 minutes. Torrey Meister, though, will need to ditch the low-scoring 4.17 now, and I think he'd need to get to work quite quickly because he doesn't want this rear-end charge that's coming up the back of the heat draw from Perello. Now, Perello's looking just to get working under the priority banner here, Wok. Not much on offer there for him there.
Yeah, I think now that Perello's not under priority, he's going to go and start chasing those little scores just to try to get away from, just to try getting back in the lead. You know, all he needs is a 3.67. That's pretty much one big turn, and he's got the score. You know, Torrey Meister's sitting in there. He has to play it clever. He has to either wait for a good wave or try to put the pressure on Perello by sitting on him and catching on his insiders and stomping a big air.
Yeah. We'll go to a replay of that last wave of white shortly. And the reason it's an important wave for now is it's appearing in his top 2. It's a 2.57. Surely that is a throwaway score. But right now, it's part of his tally. So, Perello lying second, holding a 9. Poised to attack the lead of Meister in red. Got to get rid of that 2.57. You can have a look there. He's showing lots of interest on almost everything moving through. This is the 2.57. It's one of the counting 2. Here we go, Dylan Perello. Love his rail work. This wave on the inside does buckle and fall apart here. So, but still, couple turns, and right now it's a counter for him.
Yeah, Perello, an amazing surfer. You can see how light-footed he is out there. You know, getting through those chunky onshore sections. You know, where normal people are slowing down, he's actually speeding up, as we see live surfing. Yeah.
Wow. Torrey Meister getting to work here. He is our heat leader, but he is feeling the pressure mounting with just a 3.67 required by Dylan Perello. And that score, Wok, might not be a useful one for the Hawaiian in red.
Yeah, you know, Tory trying to get away from his low-scoring ride, which is a 4.17. He's in a tricky situation now. He needs something big because he knows that Dylan's holding that 9-point ride. And most likely we'll get that score. We're still sitting on the 5-minute mark, and you know, it seems like there's more and more waves coming now as the tide drains, gigs.
Yeah, absolutely. In the landscape of the time, there is just under 5 minutes remaining. Torrey Meister in red from Hawaii is leading. It's by a small enough margin to take a lot of pressure from Dylan Perello in white, who's holding a 9 and a very small score of a 2.57. Wok, looking at conditions here. Local time now is around 12:45. We are pretty much spot on the low tide. So a little increase in wind. We are at the bottom of the tide chart. Couple of chunky little waves on offer still every now and then as the momentum of these sets still roll through here at Ballito. Here we go for some surfing action from Pirello.
Bang. There we go. That first crack over the top. Nice carve back into the pocket. 3 turns, throwing his fins out a little bit there. It's got to drop that 3. He's going to get that 3.67, gigs.
Yeah, right there, folks, was on the 4-minute mark was wave number 8 for Pirello. We'll get the replay of it, and I can tell you now that he will be the new heat leader. Some nice cracks there. It's not the best forehand carving attack we've seen this morning, but it's going to do the job of ditching the low score. Right now, this is Meister who is responding. So a nice, and he's going to go down there. So pushing the limits on that inside bowl there for Tory Meister, and he goes down. So that exchange flips in favor of Dylan Pirello. Here, let's have a look at it. Down the line he goes. What about that first crack, Walk?
So there, that first crack was nice, a little bit stuck. Then I like that first wrap round, sets himself up, and then bang, lets the fins go a little bit free. Last 2 turns, definitely the better of the whole exchange. Needing a 3.67. It was 3 turns. I'm thinking about maybe, mid-score range.
Yeah, well, the thing about that wave is that it offered a peeling wall into a small little section at the end. So it wasn't one of those waves that just dumped out. And I think it's going to be, as you said, Walker, mid-range score. It's definitely not special, but it is special enough to be a 5.17 and to become the new heat leader. So Dylan Pirello into the lead for the first time in this heat. Situation has changed. I'm listening to the beach commentary throw the scores out. The boys will be just digesting that. And Tory Meister, a throwaway score on his last ride. He's requiring a 5.68 walk. He held on to he's still holding that 4.17. Not a big ask of a 5.68. Do the conditions help out here?
Here we go, live surfing from Pirello again. What's he going to do? Oh, open face carve. Comes around.
Dylan Pirello on the inside. It falls apart for him. That wave does a twist and a buckle. Just that one big carve for the man in white. Our new heat leader. He will not improve a point score advantage with extending his lead over Tory Meister. Walk. It's 2 minutes. We're going to keep a very close eye on our Hawaiian in red.
Yeah, just under 2 minutes remaining now. This is when most heats coming quite exciting, especially when there's a little bit of waves coming through. Let's just hope some waves come. We're seeing a paddle. No, he doesn't want that one. He's got a little bit of time, Gigs. There are more and more waves coming, so one big air could kind of change the situation again.
Oh, absolutely. So we are in the tightly wound part of this heat now. 90 seconds remaining. Dylan Pirello is your heat leader. It's at the expense of Tory Meister in red lying second. We are waiting to see how Meister can launch a comeback here. And I think it's going to be well within reach if the ocean corresponds. You can see them both on screen there in position. I'm not sure who's holding first priority. We might even get the cameras to give us a quick look at the tower and the cubes. There's 1 minute remaining, Walk. Both surfers on our cameras. So first priority does belong to heat leader Pirello. That could have a massive implication.
So he lost the priority there. Obviously, Dylan was already out. He was already out the back when Tory Meister paddled.
On screen, we saw Tory Meister paddle, lunge, and actually lift his body up off that board and then pull back on that wave.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that may have been that swinging point in that discussion right there.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, Dylan Pirello was already sitting out the back when that must have happened.
30 seconds remaining now. We are watching very closely as there's a full cat and mouse going on now with 20 seconds remaining. Pirello is walking around the lineup in priority. Under priority, Tory Meister trying to unlock the score. It's a rasping cutback walk now to the inside. That wave is falling apart. It's all cappuccino, frothy, and broken there. Tory Meister is squeezing this thing for every drop he can.
There we go. He's trying to claim it.
Wow.
I don't think it's going to be enough. He needed a 5.68, a lot smaller of a wave. He didn't really get much done. One big turn and then 2 smaller turns. But we'll have a look at that replay again.
Dramatic finish here. Let's go for the replay here of Meister. How about how much energy and effort he puts into those 2 turns? He is just tagging away on a small broken wall. Wok says it might not be enough. He needs a 5.68. It's a 4.1. So, wow, Pirello wraps the heat up. Right, so that wraps up heat number 3. Let's go to an ad break.
Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro Ballito, a prime event on the ASP World Tour. Joe Turpel alongside local legend Giggs Selliers for the call. Giggs, it's been an exciting day. Each and every day features a new highlighted surfer. Dylan Perillo just came off the last one. We'll remember in the early rounds, Tory Meister was the talk of the town.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's been an hour of surfing in the air, mate. It's been unbelievable, really. What levels of performance have just gone down. It's been great watching another 19-point score from Toledo. But we move on through the draw here, Joe.
As we watch now, Timmy Reyes on the replay got his first wave underway. Goes for a little punt to reverse. Nice slow motion recovery, and Timmy Reyes will take an early lead over Kimmerson. Coming into this heat with a lot of predictions, you're expecting Kimmerson to be the first one to land an air in this heat, Giggs.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've learned to to expect the unexpected, and I'll tell you the levels of performance. The Ballito skateboard bowl is in full effect right now in this round.
So Timmy Reyes gets a 4.67, originally from Huntington Beach, California, went to Edison High School. Got his first feature back in Surfing Magazine when he was about 13 years of age, a year after he started competing in the NSSAs. We'll catch up with his story in just a moment, but standing by, also from California, Dylan Perillo with Andy Van Zyl.
Hey guys, I'm here with your heat winner, Dylan Perillo. Dylan, this is a huge result for you. What does it mean for you going through to the quarterfinals?
Every heat from now on is a lot more than the last, so every heat feels that much better.
It's a great result for you in your campaign. How are you feeling right now?
Pretty tired. It was like a lot of paddling the last 10 minutes. I just sat there for like 15 minutes and then it started like working around, so I'm a little exhausted, yeah.
And how are you feeling after watching Felipe's heat, seeing all these airs? How are you feeling going into your heat? What was going through your mind?
I wasn't thinking airs at all, except for this one pretty bad wave. I tried stupid air, but I just thought I'd just do more turns.
Yeah, well, you got a 9-point ride, so it was really working out for you well out there.
Yeah, let's stick to the turns, I guess.
And it was a pretty close heat. You guys are making me laugh. It was a pretty close heat. You must be really, really stoked with your win. It was quite nerve-wracking towards the end.
I feel pretty proud of myself.
Well, I think everybody up there is proud of you too. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Andy. Thanks, Dylan Perillo. Always epic in the post-heat interviews. Yesterday, he was talking about how fast he was going, but the crazy part about that post-interview stage downstairs, the competitors area, which is kind of like the peanut gallery, is right above you. So they're making faces at you. They're teasing you as you're trying to get a rhythm of your heat. But yeah, Dylan's doing a great job. And Giggs, believe it or not, this is his best result ever in a prime event. He never made a heat before this. Now he's in the quarters.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's have a look at Christian Kimmerson. He's been in heat preparation for the last hour, watching all sorts of aerial antics take place. And he goes to the air and lands that. We haven't had a goofy foot in for a couple of heats. So backhand aerial attack now from Christian Kimmerson. And it's wave number 2, and it's going to be a useful score to start for the man in red.
Well, Giggs, we're starting to expect this from Christian Kimmerson. He's kind of world famous for his backside surfing specifically, especially these backside full rotation airs. We've seen it happen at different venues as a pro junior and now in the primes. So we'll see if he will continue to rely on that backside reverse as we kind of break down this matchup. Brazil versus USA, regular, like you mentioned, versus goofy in conditions like this.
Yeah, listen, I mean, you know, the one thing that's impressed me here is the forehand surfing of Timmy Reyes. If we have to, we saw, you know, when I start thinking that backhand forehand discussion, it just becomes too much of a big subject right now because in the last couple of heats, the forehand surfers have just gone nuts. Let's have a look at the replay here for the goofy foot air. How about that? It's quick. It's a bit of a helicopter blade. It's quite flat and horizontal through the rotation, but it's going to be effective for a good score.
A good answer back for Kimmerson, needing a 4.84 to take the lead. During that replay, we have another wave being ridden right out front. Nice panned out shot. We'll get back to that one because we had another wave ridden by Timmy Reyes.
Yeah, here we go. Now Reyes, who's been in momentum all week, tweaks that firewire board through how about the second snap there? It's powerful. It's productive, and he's wrapping up performances all the way through and into the 5th day here.
Solid finishing move for Timmy Reyes. Remember, he started with a 4.67 former number 11 on the WCT. His best result that season was back in 2006, a glory year for Timmy, including the final series at Jeffreys Bay a long time ago. But now he's trying to get a spot into the quarterfinals. Just at the early stages, the judges are taking their time before they're giving that score to Christian Kimmerson, Giggs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've been bombarded upstairs with a whole bunch of airs. It's been a great morning's entertainment and certainly amazing surfing. So they are just digesting that backhand air. Maybe if we can get a slow-mo of it out of the production team, we can sort of pick it apart and get a bit technical. But Joe, not the highest air, certainly, and also not the biggest section that we've seen airs attempted on in the last couple of hours.
Well, here comes the replay one more time. This is actually called upon by our head judge, so they can see another angle from Christian Kimmerson. Watch the full rotation, kicks the tail towards the beach. You could almost plan on him doing that same maneuver every time he puts a jersey on, Giggs.
Well, I'll tell you what, he used up the entire wave in that one single launch. So, you know what, a little slow-mo of that won't hurt. But it's going to be a banking score to start, and it's going to come in the good category. And I think he can build momentum from that, Joe.
Well, when you see a guy come in with a kind of a signature move, you start wondering when he's going to start changing it up. But the thing is, he could use that if he gets a long ride, mixing up variety with big backside snaps, and then the element of surprise when he gets the ramp. He's up again.
Right, here we go. Very nice crack to start. Now I'll tell you what, he's got beaten down by that oncoming lip for the second maneuver there. I like the first turn, very technical. He's definitely attacked that well, but he hasn't wrapped up that third score there, that third wave just yet. A 5.67 for the aerial though, Joe. It's going to set a platform for him to work with.
So a nice battle underway here in heat number 4. First place moves to the quarters. We talked about how sometimes surfers can match each other in a contest according to the conditions. Timmy had a 4.67. Then Christian posted a 5.67, just a bit better, and now a bigger number coming in for the last of Timmy. Judges really rewarding him for putting that last wave together from start to finish.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw those power calves in the pocket. The first two were just very, very punchy. It's a 7.5, Joe, and that's the momentum builder for Timmy Reyes right there.
So a 7.5, Timmy Reyes drops one. Now a similar upgrade for Christian Kimmerson. He had a 5.67. He's improving along with Timmy Reyes. He needs a 6.51 to take Timmy's spot in first, and it looks like 2 more scores. He might just get that lead change. He ends up just short, a 6.33. So we had a split panel. One judge on one end thought it was enough, but on the average, it's just short.
Yeah, well, we're seeing a nice exchange there, with 6s and 7s starting to work through the scorecards here, Joe. So the boys are lifting, they're building and renovating scores as they move through.
So now down to 20 minutes on the clock. You see first priority with Timmy Reyes. Sometimes when we talk about scores from the panel, there's always 5 judges on the panel. They drop the high and the low. Now, the highest score on Christian's side was a 7.0 for his wave previous. That same judge had a 7.5 for Timmy Reyes' last wave. Sometimes it's kind of fun eavesdropping on the head judge. Sometimes there's one judge that is always on the high mark, but he's consistently high, and it works out well for the average. So the situation and the results are always fair at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but even that judge that's throwing out the top end of the range of scores and dropping out of the computer average, at least he's being consistent and stacking the orders in the right way. Here we go. Timmy Reyes, how about a power carve right there? And then a second one, and he holds it together through that bowl there, Joe. He's done a great job here in packing another score.
Well, you heard Dylan Perillo saying that he's going to stick to turns. Timmy Reyes is feeling it after some insane forehand carves, keeping his speed, power, and flow all the way to the end section and completing his rides. He's easily going to better his 4.67 as we take another look.
Yeah, absolutely. He is going to totally lock in his backup score here now. That was just textbook power into that one. I think the judges are going to respond really well to that. Remember that he clocked to 7.5 with a series of forehand carves previous to that. Now the question gets asked, how does that match up to that last one, Joe?
Now you're starting to think about the conditions like this. We kept saying if conditions remain in this size, it'd be dangerous for Christian Kimmerson or anyone competing against Christian, we should say. Right now, the table's been turned. Timmy laying down some power turns in the pocket. He's getting rewarded for it, a 7.93 as he builds on his 7.5. Kimmerson now needs a 9.10.
Yeah, well, Kimmerson is holding the 6s and the 5s on his card. So, Joe, he's going to need to just shift a gear now, drop the clutch, and let's have a look at the replay. And if we get the slow-mo, which we are here, now watch how much power is going into this. Right there. That's absolutely talking turn. What about some G-force off the bottom? And what about that right there? It's effective. It's a 7.93. Timmy Reyes in charge of this heat now, Joe.
Well, the best part about that first turn was how much space he covered from a deep bottom turn. Used every part of that wave right in the power source, right up to the top of the lip, and that set him up for a great pace to seal the deal on the inside corner. So back-to-back solid scores for Reyes, a 7.5 and a 7.93. Kimmerson with a 6.33 as his high note. He needs a 9.10 to make a comeback. He had a crazy wave ridden during the free surf a couple of nights ago that the competitors are still talking about, using that full rotation backside whip. Here he goes again. He's looking for it.
Well, he goes the high line, and you know the judges love it if you do the air on the first section, Joe. And how about that for a waft? Well, I hear the beach outside going, well, he's involved emotionally in that wave too.
He throws the claim. It was an interesting one because the section kind of bounced in front of him. He had a lot of whitewater approaching. We always knew the full rotation backside air was coming. He did it on the takeoff this time, and he was able to get a finishing groove in a pretty tough section. Let's take another look.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he needed to respond to Reyes, and he has here. You see how he locks through the sections, and that there, although it's not the most high air altitude-wise, it's on a big section of the wave, Joe.
It's a massive section of the wave. It's a complete whip around, so he's not having to reverse out of it. He has such an amazing body torque that you can see him spin it around with ease, even if he doesn't have the height off the top. It's kind of a lateral motion, but it's a clean whip and a solid way to start off your first turn with a finish this time as he's trying to break down a 9.10. And this is kind of coming into his advantage. There's a lot of goofy foots that want to surf more front side. They want more lefts on tour. Christian Kimmerson, his best side is his backhand. That's what he's become known for, and waves like this are setting himself up pretty well to try to make the quarterfinals.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as far as a strategic response, being caught down in second place, needing a 9.1, he's positively responded here, so he can still build on this now again, but what he will have dropped the 5, 6, 7. Judges taking their time allocating the score. We may even go to a slow down replay of that because they'll be looking at how he approached that first aerial, Joe.
Well, 16:20 on the clock. Christian Kimmerson comes from a place called Espírito Santo, which translates in Portuguese to Holy Spirit over in Brazil. It's not a whole lot of pros come from that area. We're going to slow this one down one more time. This is his last wave.
Well, Joe, you tell me what you think of that, because he finds the ramp. It's not massive altitude, but how about where he did it? It was in a super critical section. Then the rest of it here is efficient as well. Beautiful waft right there. It's good to look at. It's effective to wrap that aerial up. And it's a top-end score, Joe.
Well, it's the end section turn, is actually one of the major turns as well. When you see a ball of whitewater like that, you're not expecting someone to be able to blow their tail out. Usually it's just a finishing climb. Here goes Timmy Reyes now. He rips one in the pocket right through the whitewater. Nice clean carve back to the source. The lip shows up, and he just drills another forehand carve, chips his way through the end section. He's surfing these waves beautifully, and the rhythm always starts with a huge first turn. He's trying to better a 7.5 on that wave, Giggs.
Wow. Great matchups going down here in heat number 4. Christian Kimmerson, a 7.93 on his last one, and then we'll have a look at that last one of Reyes. Here we go.
Reyes using the foam to climb it with a powerful snap. I love how high he goes on the carve, and he's able to jam in that final turn. He's using a lot of power, and they're going to love the flow coming out of Timmy Reyes right now. You remember before his 7.93 and 7.5, he's using that similar frontside carve, and it almost seems like he's repeating himself on the scale. They're still great scores. The last one, another 7-ranger, though, just a 7.0, and doesn't affect his total in first.
No, it doesn't. But what it has done is built some momentum for Christian Kimmerson, now only needing the 7.51, Joe.
So, yes, a very different situation because Kimmerson's matched Timmy's high score. They both have a 7.93. Back to the panel, you look at 5 different opinions. They had different opinions on those two waves, but on the average, they end out the same. Here's one more look at Timmy's last 7.0.
Well, believe it or not, as wonderful as this wave is to look at, and how about that approach on that first one? This one does not appear in his top two. So he's got momentum here through the second half of the heat here. Beautiful turns here from Timmy Reyes. What I like about how he's applying himself here, Joe, is how tight the radiuses are and how consistent the pressure and the speed is through those turns.
Well, he smashed that wave once again. A lot of different types of turns as well, like you're saying. Had the variety, the speed, power, and flow, but that one will not change his situation. Timmy counting on his waves before. The thing that you can notice, he's in sync with the rhythm of the sets and the waves that he wants. He's had 3 solid scores in this heat, back to back to back. 13.5 on the clock. Kimmerson taking a look.
Right, here we go. Your man down in second place position on the hunt for a 7.51. 13.5 remains on the clock. Through 2 sections and now to the inside. He's working with what he's got here, Joe. It's well, to me, it's an efficient wave. Does it drop his 6.33? There's a topic right there for us.
Well, Kimmerson starting off slow in this heat is starting to attack. He's kind of let go of the backside full rotator that he got on his 6.33 and his 7.93, as we'll take another look at wave number 6 from Christian Kimmerson.
Well, he needs a 7.51 here, Joe. You folks at home, what do you think? Is this a 7.51 or more? He links it through. I love the way he goes right over that section, and he does do the full-on slam. You saw he just impacted the bottom deck onto that oncoming lip there, Joe. It's good work from the Brazilian.
So I just loved how he changed up his rhythm. He wasn't looking for the ramp straight away. He showed the judges that he can do amazing things with his backside rail work as well. And so we'll see if that one is going to improve on the 6.33 and ultimately if it's worthy of changing the heat so far. 12:20 on the clock as we were kind of reflecting on where Christian Kimmerson comes from. It's not your more common spot that you grow up in as a pro surfer in Brazil. You always think of Guarujá, Rio de Janeiro, where you go to those areas and they have a lot of competition. The government really backs pro surfing. He's kind of in this state in between Bahia and Rio where they don't have a lot of competitive surfing. There's amazing waves, though. The water's pretty dark and like chocolate looking, but there's long left-hand river mouths that end up really setting up for some of the best waves in Brazil. Quieter on the competitive scene, but a good place for Christian to get his technique down and work on these crazy airs that we've been loving here at the Mr. Price Pro. Here's another replay, Giggs.
Well, as we look at how he's approached this wave, I think he's very complete. He's able to mix it up, as you said, through to that. He does the link real good. Over that coping, there's a little frothy section. And then how about that slam at the end? Just to think, I know judges will definitely have had a relook at that. They haven't penned any scores just yet. I don't think it's a game-breaking score, but it was beautiful to watch. Joe, what do you think? Enough? Not enough?
Yeah, I think he has a 6.33 and a 7.93 is a smaller wave. He showed a lot of control, but it won't be enough. The score is just jumping in quickly. A 5.63, still second, still chasing Timmy Reyes, needing a 7.51 at this stage in the game. Giggs, it feels like a month ago when we started off this event because we've seen so many heats, starting with the round of 96. But that was the first motion where we saw the Brazilian Storm coming into play. There's certain events around the world where that theme comes into play. There's one a few years back at the Lowers Prime event where you looked at the final 16 and the majority of them, I think 12 of them at that time, were from Brazil, dominating the final. Miguel Pupo ended up taking that win. We're starting to lose a few coming in the final day today, and Christian Kimmerson still needs a pretty solid number to kind of change that role at this point. Yeah,
absolutely. Listen, that Brazilian flag is still up on the pole for now. It's a 7.51 required by him. It's well within reach. I mean, he's earned the 7.93, so he's operating in that zone of scores, Joe. It's just a matter of wave selection and unlocking it. There's still a full 10 minutes for him. I'm on the edge of my couch.
Yeah, it's getting exciting. Giggs are right there with you. If you guys are just logging on right now to watch the Mr. Price Pro, we've already gone through some heavy matchups. We had a couple of heats to go in the round of 24. We saw Tommy Whitaker take out Marlon Lipkey in a very close battle. Then we moved on to the Melling Damian Hobgood matchup. It was all about Melling's consistency and his rhythm to take out Damian Hobgood. Matt Wilkinson kind of has his return to form in this contest, Giggs. That heat against Jonathan Gonzalez was one of his best heats he had in the last 2 years.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what, the beach went absolutely mad as he unleashed his backhand on what is a suitable platform for him to perform. I mean, really, really critical surfing in the pocket from Wilkinson. And, of course, all the other goofy footers down here at Mr. Price Pro.
Having a look at Christian Kimmerson. He needs a 7.51. Jams it in the pocket. End section attack off the top. Always solid over his board. He makes sure he has control. Shows the judges that he was complete. And now we'll have that score coming in. It's wave number 7. And he still needs a 7.51.
Yeah, absolutely. He's in working mode now, Joe. He's got to ditch that 6.33. A 7.51 required, as you've just told our audience. Now, it's going to be interesting to see, well, right now, heat leader Reyes doing stuff like that. He's been in momentum. The one thing I must say, if you're looking at consistent performers from the get-go, Timmy Reyes is in the group of 3 or 4 that just have not lost any rhythm through the entire event.
We'll take another look at Christian Kimmerson's wave first, Gigs. He has a nice drawn-out bottom turn. Waited for the perfect time to hit it in the pocket. Nice snap again in the closeout section. He hits it a little bit harder. You saw his fins out, and he was able to ride it out after a couple of pumps. They'll compare that to his last and see if it's enough to turn the heat at this stage. He had a nice rhythm. The wave appeared a little bit gutless on the takeoff, so he delayed the start until he hit it off the top. We'll see if the judges want a little more out of him, Giggs.
Yeah, I think they will want a little bit more out of him, Joe. He's operating just at that borderline score to try and improve. Remember, he's got to say goodbye to a 6.33. I think he's on the cutting edge of it.
So Christian just trying to build on his score line. Scores are starting to drop in for wave number 7, and it's a 6.13. Better than his previous, but still not affecting his top 2, and still keeping him in second. And Timmy Reyes still holding down priority with 7.5 on the clock here in heat number 4. As we were looking back on our big day of action here, Gigs, we also had Matt Wilkinson. We talked about that, taking out Jonathan Gonzalez. But the unfortunate heat, we wanted to see David DeCarmo ready to surf. We talked about his condition. He is okay. He's going to be fine, but he had stitches in his face last night, so he wasn't ready to compete yet in the lineup against Michael Dunphy. So he had a walkthrough. Mike Dunphy has a walkthrough into this round. He'll be taking on Jack Freestone a little bit later.
Well, I'll tell you what, don't go anywhere, folks. Leave the dial on the Mr. Price Pro, because Jatson Andre coming up next against Tom Whitaker. Looking down the draw, Joe, I mean, I'm seeing names: Jeremy Flores, Adam Melling, Buckin, Wilkinson, and Jack Freestone to wrap up this round. I tell you what, we've got it all on deck for the people.
Oh, some heavy matchups, Gigs, you just went through. Jatson Andre, Tom Whitaker. We talked about Tommy doing kind of double roles with the team management for Oakley. He had a tough time in the 3-man heat against Melling because it was one of his team riders.
And didn't he just kick into gear today? I mean, he really
sure
just shifted it.
And he shifted it when he had a guy that he wasn't worried about being teammates with and turned it on big time. He'll be coming up in Heat 5. Melling has Jeremy Flores a little bit later. What's been your take on the fire from Jeremy Flores?
Well, I tell you what, Flores is just such a well-packaged surfer. But I tell you what, Melling, he's kind of spring-loaded and on that rail as well. So that's going to be a great matchup coming our way.
And then Ace Buckin, Matt Wilkinson, 2 best friends going head-to-head once again. Their last man-on-man matchup was back at Bells Beach, where Matt Wilkinson got his only round 2 win over one of his best mates, and they'll do battle on their backhand again, which is both of their strengths coming here in Ballito.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of them will bring their A game in Heat 7. It's a Goofy Foot Supremo heat. And then what about Jack Freestone to wrap up the round? He's been in the air more than in the water in the last day or two. It's been a fantastic day. Stay with us.
And I like how Jack's been doing different sorts of airs, Gigs. He's been doing the alley-oop full rotations. He's been doing the front side full rotation airs and multiple chances in heat. So he's given himself a lot of chances to get the scores. Usually it doesn't take him too long until he throws down a keeper that you'd see at a highlight video part at the end of the movie. Here goes Christian Kimmerson.
Right, here we go. Second place surfer from Brazil. What about that for a whipping over the lip? It's going to be a throwaway. But Kimmerson looking to mix it up and throw the aerial in on the opening move there, Joe.
So I like how he goes for it on the first section. They've seen a lot of the reverse, but he's trying to mix it up with other turns to get the score to move on. Now passing the 5-minute warning here at heat number 4. We'll be transferring this heat leader into the quarterfinals. We already have 3 quarterfinalists so far: Dylan Perillo, Felipe Toledo, and Tiago Perez. A lot of experience there. Kind of the dark horse story is Dylan Perillo. He's had success in the Star Series with a 6-star win, but never at the prime level, and he had the confidence to come back against Tory Meister.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't Perillo just really stitch it together? A late comeback in that heat. Did a great job. Really put the lid on the pot, so to speak, at the end of that heat. Nailed the scores. And, well, we battled to get much words out of him. He's kind of a one-sentence guy. So, but, I mean, yeah, he's on a groove. You said it's his best result so far. He's into the quarterfinals. Great stuff from Pirello.
Yeah, he's being funny down there. He's a classic character from Malibu, California, and he likes joking around constantly, keeps the pressure off himself. He's not looking too nervous, and he's, I think, feeling a lot of confidence in that big blow tail off the top. He's taking a lot of risk on that opening section, and we'll find out who his matchup will be later. It's probably either going to be Ace or Wilco, as we'll keep stacking these heats up throughout the later stages of this round. Gigs, for you, how far do you think we could get through today? Did you have a chat with Colin Fitch? What was the goal on day 5 before leaving the beach today?
Well, I think that, between Colin Fitch and Pratamo, the head judge, they had a look at Tide, swell, and obviously what Surfline had to say, and they felt that it was a level playing field all the way through the day. So, we've stretched out all the way to the end of this round, and I think, a good call from them.
Very smart call. Always making the right delays first thing in the morning until the peaks start popping up. Surfline telling us that we were going to see an increase in size in the first half of the day, and we've seen those set waves come through. For guys like Timmy Reyes, 7.5 and a 7.93. Kimmerson needs a 7.51 to remain in contention as we kind of think about the country count. We did have a couple all-Brazilian matchups like Caio and Felipe, so we lost one there. Christian trying to stay in the running with guys like Jadson Andre. We had 7 of them left in the round of 24, and now we're only down to a couple surfers from Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, listen, Brazil right now in Kimmerson is having a look at this. Up and riding, they've matched each other. It's a throwaway. Can you believe that? But they are matching each other on one wave apiece with the 7.93s, each of them holding a 7.93. So it's that second wave, the 7.5 of heat leader Reyes up against the 6.33 second counting ride of Kimmerson. Well, what has he got? He's got 2 minutes remaining, Joe. Has he got the mental attrition, and can the waves come? Or does Reyes move through to the quarterfinals?
Well, 7.51s don't seem as daunting anymore when we look back on the last couple of days, especially knowing what Christian can do on his backhand and above the lip especially. He introduced his KK Flyer back at World Junior Championships a few years ago. He hasn't had to use it in this contest, but now this is the time with his back against the wall. If he has one major section, he might try to throw a little variety on the full rotation backside air that he's been going for. If he just tweaks it out a little bit, throws a different grab, maybe a challenging grab, he might be able to get the nod against Timmy Reyes. The thing is, it's going to be a race against time at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at the points requirements, if he's going to put the focus on the aerial, he's really going to have to pull something special out if he's going to go for that one maneuver approach, Joe.
Right now, we're down to the final minute here in heat number 4. Kimmerson needs a 7.51. He's caught 9 waves so far. Timmy Reyes with 6 waves. He had the crazy pace with a 7.5, a 7.93, and a 7.0. That was really where he really hit his stride and his momentum that got him through to this stage. Timmy trying to get to the quarterfinals here on July 4th, which is Independence Day back in the United States. And we're down to 40 seconds remaining. Not a whole lot coming through for Kimmerson for the time being, but we'll see if he gets one last chance. He's going to have to make a decision, Giggs.
Yeah, the ocean's just gone a little off the boil here. I was expecting a little more flurry in the back part of this heat here, Joe. Reyes has held his cool, though. He sat there holding priority. He is in charge here, Joe. It's 20 seconds. Oh, I'm not seeing much on the horizon now for Christian Kimmerson. I'm hearing the beach countdown, and it looks like Reyes is through to the quarterfinals of the Mr. Price Pro.
So a huge decision. Timmy Reyes taking apart this wave with big frontside hooks, showing his power and grace from start to finish. He'll move on to quarterfinal number 4 to be on deck with a possible matchup between Jack Freestone or Michael Dunphy as this one continues. The waves coming to the table, smaller sections, big airs, big turns as they're laying it down on the line. Coming up next, Gigs, it's Jadson Andre and Tommy Whitaker. We'll be bringing in Captain Kai for the call right after this. Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro Ballito. We see a nice snap off the top from Jadson Andre. Big rooftop float, digging deep off the bottom and searching for another section. Nice vertical re-entry for Jadson. He gets bucked off at the tail end of it. Jadson versus Tommy Witz. And we're into another exciting heat. Joe Chappelle now in the booth with Captain Kai. Kai, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, Joe, good to be here again. And I'm so amped, dude. The waves have been so good. It's been Air City out there. Even Timmy Reyes getting in on the act. The old boys is launching. Damo Hobgood. And you just watch Jadson Andre. He can go to the air as well, but going absolutely vertical on that turn there. Bangs it up, does the little float of the section, and just finishing off strong on the inside. Jadson's been looking good.
Nice and whippy on that finish. He always has a lot of energy every time he comes down to compete. He's really been wanting to unleash on a wave, and I think he's still holding a lot of that pent-up aggression because he's been making it through, but not surfing up to his expectations at this point.
Yeah, and there you go, Jadson Andre versus Tommy Whitaker. And Mr. Whitaker surfed first thing this morning, and he looked really good. He was just banging huge power turns all the way down the line. And this is going to be interesting because obviously Jadson's got the air game, and we all know that. And look at this, Tommy Witz just straight over the section, comes over the Froth Monster section as well, and just holds on to that one. That was a really difficult wave.
Well, a solid composure for Tommy Whitaker to answer back to Jadson Andres. We want to say thanks for watching for everyone around the world. Joe Chappelle alongside Captain Kai for the call. And Kai, it was a pretty epic night last night because we had our first Big Wave World Tour event. Did you end up watching that one go down?
I was working on renders and stuff, so I was online keeping an eye on it. I had Twiggy's girlfriend Kate sending updates the whole time as well. But wow, what a great start to the Big Wave World Tour season. Huge waves. I mean, Twiggy's wave in the last minutes of the final was one of the biggest paddle waves I've ever seen. It was so big. And then Makua Rothman, wow, what a deserved winner. That guy charged so hard. I think he had 4 throwaways in the 7s in the final. So, and I mean, one of the biggest, most gnarly sort of drops I've ever seen made in big wave surfing. It was great.
Very impressive to see that one go down. Makua Rothman takes the first event over at Pico Alto. Grant Twiggy Baker finished up in 5th in that final, and also Greg Long, 6th place.
Greg Long did 6th place, and what was interesting is I think Twiggy got sort of stuck out on the outside. He was doing his usual thing. He likes to wait for those really big ones, and he got that big one, but no backup. And here we go, Jadson Andre. First turn, he gets a little sort of stuck up there, but drives around. That second turn was the money. He just went vertically so hard up into the lip, does the little float, getting the score in early, and hopefully we're going to see Jadson go to the air. This guy can get crazy.
Oh, that's kind of what he brought to the tour way back in the day. Back to his CT win, he beat Kelly Slater in the final using a forehand reverse. And the wave they had at Ibatuba back then, it was a long, stretched-out left where he could use that air reverse not only once or twice, sometimes 3 times on the same wave. As we now look at the replay, what do you think of Tommy's start?
Yeah, Tommy's strong start. I mean, it was a nice, big, solid one. Got a little bit froth monster for him, but he did well to do 3 turns all the way to the inside, and he's going to be happy with that. It's a good start. At least he didn't wipe out, which, that's always going to make your start a little bit shaky.
That's the crucial part, finishing your big rides. Judges are taking their time putting down the opening exchange, so now let's catch up with Timmy Reyes downstairs with Andy Van Zyl.
Hey guys, I'm with your previous heat winner, Timmy Reyes. Timmy, it's the 4th of July, Independence Day. You must be very happy with your win today.
Definitely. I was just very grateful that some of the good waves came to me and made it a little bit easier for my job. But yeah, I mean, my competitor is a pretty amazing surfer. He smoked us in the other heat, basically with 210. So yeah, just making it through again. Getting lucky is a good thing, I guess.
And what does it mean for your campaign to make it into the quarterfinals?
I had that question a few times, or probably all year last year, and honestly, I'm just I enter events and I don't enter all of them, and so I have to make them count. And yeah, this one counted, and looks like we got some good waves on the way here. So hopefully we'll see some barrels out here.
And Timmy, we've definitely seen the air show being brought here today, but you're still getting the high scoring waves on your rail surfing, your power surfing. What's your approach when you go into a heat?
Actually, this way is kind of tricky. So you see guys like catching actually not the best waves, but then going huge in the air. And then I guess it's more of a gamble to wait for the better wave and to do some turns. So really, it's all what's given to you out there. And I like to do both, but definitely more known for my turns.
Well, you were surfing really beautifully out there, and it was great watching, and well done for your win.
Thank you.
Thanks, Timmy. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Timmy, for putting on a great show. And you can see how humble Timmy Reyes is. He's not just grinding on the QS and doing every event, just a few here and there. And so you can see sometimes he's had the struggle in the years past of just losing in the first heat. You never know when you're going to see Timmy Reyes again. But now he's left his mark on the Mr. Price Pro this season.
Yeah, Joel, he's really impressed me this contest. I mean, he's such a nice guy. He's always got time for everyone. So we see Tommy Witz on this replay. This is while we were away and just coming a bit unstuck on that one. But Timmy's brought the rail game to Mr. Price Pro, and I'm loving it, man. That first turn on that replay during the interview just was mental. Beautiful surfing.
Great surfing so far. Just 7 minutes in, heat number 5, Jadson versus Tommy, Brazil versus Australia. Jadson is the only other Brazilian left with Felipe Toledo in the draw after that was our theme from round of 96, round of 48, the dominance, but we've lost quite a few. Sometimes they're matched up together. Back to this one with Tommy up.
Here we go. Tommy Whitaker bangs the first turn. Now he's looking for that next one. That wave just doesn't offer him any more scoring potential. He's off the back and he's going to look for something else.
So a shorter ride for Tommy Whitaker, longtime WCT standout. We'll get an incomplete score for that one. Started off with a 4.0. He loves a solid power hack when he gets the open face, and he always became famous for being such a smart surfer, taking on a lineup, usually not having a ton of waves in his wave count. Jadson on the opposite, he's not afraid of getting about 15 waves in 30 minutes. He likes building momentum. Tommy seems to be able to channel that energy to sit in an ocean and wait for the waves to come to him.
Yeah, as we see Jadson into this one, he's going to drive down the line, and he just looks like he's looking for an aerial if you watch how he's coming down the line there, but stuck behind the section. And Tommy was in, I think, the first heat of the morning, and they just got this flurry of waves. It was crazy. The poor guys in the heat after them must have been thinking, what did we do wrong? Because Tommy must have had about 9 or 10 waves in that first heat, and every single one of them, he just cracked it. He absolutely went to town.
It was a good way to start off the day. You never know how the first heat's going to go. Sometimes there's this weird curse on the first heat where we have an epic free surf, and then things start slowing down. It was the opposite. Things started picking up. Marlon Lipkey was trying to match him on his backhand, and it came down to Tommy Witt's power hooks, good starts, and always providing the finish. That end section's been dramatic through this contest. We had DeCarmo get injured on it. We've seen so many missed opportunities because it gets pretty shallow in there.
Yeah, it's dangerous. It was quite funny. We got down here this morning, and they put the contest off, and I was standing at the top of the stairs down the drag here, and there were 2 guys in the water. I was like, grab my board quickly, go for a little paddle. And as we see Jadson here, so he's taking off in a little one, goes to there, and he just makes that look so easy, and then bangs up the vert turn. So good way from Jadson. And it's a bit funny today, Joel. There was like this weird little hump in front of them. And, I mean, I'm not as strong in the paddle as these guys, but you kind of thought you were in sometimes, and then it would like kind of just bounce you. And I've seen a couple of guys coming unstuck with those as well, as you see Jadson again just absolutely flinging the tail through the air there.
Such a great motion and an exciting start for Jadson Andre. There's certain surfers that can kind of pace themselves on those major reverses, dictating whatever the section that they have approaching. So they'll just wait for the section that they like. He can change it up on demand. His backhand gets stronger and stronger every season. He spends so much time working out in the gym. He's got a lot of good friends that are like more UFC fighter kind of guys that he hangs out with when he's at home. So they push him in the gym. He's as fit as he's ever been. And he's starting to use his time well in between events. He just came off a little strike mission to Chopu, Tahiti, one of his favorite places in the world. Got super barreled, but he's got some crazy scars on his arm from that little free surfing trip.
Oh, dang. Did you want to talk about scars? How was Travis Logie last year at Cloudbreak? He actually had to pull out of the next event because he had gotten a bit septic, and I actually spoke to him about it, and Travis was like, Chopu's bad, but he's got newfound respect for the Cloudbreak Reef.
Oh, especially down at that shish kebab section where he hurt himself. It looked like he had been attacked by a lion. His back looked that vicious, and the plane ride home was terrible. Everything was hurting, and he's completely recovered since then. But all those elements combined, even without reefs, we saw what happened at Margaret River this year with the brick section where the water would drain out. At Bell's Beach, we saw a few of the girls, Tyler Wright, Nikki Van Dyke, face planting on that inside section. We see the rocks out here in Ballito. They kind of are a good spot for the sand to build up. They usually take off just by those rocks when it's really pumping and end up finishing in a pretty shallow bank. It's crazy, though. You have to be aware of that as a surfer. When the end section's coming, you have to think about kicking out or saving yourself if you're running out of water.
Yeah, the waves up here at Ballito, and most of the spots on the north coast and south coast of Durban are like that. They'll have a deep trough off the beach where you'll get the shore break, and that's where all the tourists get things broken when they go charging in for a lovely swim. And then you'll have like this deep trough, and that's why often, especially if it's over 6 foot up here, you better have your paddle arms ready. It's not an easy paddle. There are really no channels, and you're going to end up duck diving over sort of half a meter of sandy bank. And if you wipe out on the end section, you generally are going to break your board.
As we see Jadson Andre set up another right-hander, flowing over the top. Quick transition to another backside floater. Jadson back out in front. He has more wave to work with. Closes it out nice and strong with another backside top turn. Kai, he has started with a 6.5. They just gave him a 6.67 for that last wave he reversed on. Looks like he's starting to get even better out there.
Yeah, he definitely looked good on this one, and he's looking loose and limber. Cracks that first turn at about 150 k's an hour. Comes around the section, gets a little bit of a wobble section there, but he worked it through, and he gets the closer, which is always important. And stoked. Good to see Jadson surfing again. I think he's gone through a little bit of a dip. I think there was a lot of expectation put on him after that great start he had on tour. And you talk about that aerial he brought to the mix. Unfortunately, he kind of got stuck on that aerial, and it was kind of to his detriment for a while, but it looks like he's mixed it up again. He's looking at doing big power turns, big rail carves, and the aerials, and back in the game.
Yeah, it's been a crazy journey watching Jadson's career, because I think there was a time, I remember back at the U.S. Open, where Jadson kept reaching for that crazy air reverse, and sometimes he was inverting it. His board would be upside down towards the beach, where you're thinking back now at that footage going, he was almost ahead of the curve with that major maneuver, but he was almost maybe using it too much, if you want to put that out there, because the scores started getting smaller and smaller as he was getting to the final, using that same crazy frontside air. But it was one of the best in the business. As we take a look, live action.
Bang, and there he goes on the reverse angle. Good to see him going to the air on the backhand. And yeah, Joe, I think back to Trestles, that left at Trestles obviously was just primo for him. I mean, Miguel Pupo doing the same thing. And the early rounds of the contest, it was cooking Trestles. He was doing 3 of those airs a wave, and everyone was like, wow, this is so mind-blowing. Kind of got to the quarterfinals, and I think people were going well, it's kind of, I've seen that already,
Yeah, it's crazy. It happens in surfing all the time, especially on the QS side when you have so many rounds to get through. You don't, it's not just a few rounds before the quarters start. Round of 96, round of 48, the round of 24. There's non-elimination rounds now. So you have a lot of time to do sometimes the same kind of surfing on the same venue. If there's similar conditions, it'll almost look like they're repeating themselves at times. There's a lot of depth now, and Jadson knows how to change it up on demand. Here he goes, throwing up a big first turn, and he lets go.
I like how he just drives that board so vertical. I mean, it's so good. Another guy we saw earlier this morning doing that, who's coming up in a few heats' time, is Matty Wilco. Dang, dude, he was just coming off the bottom so hard and just whipping the tail out the back. And wow, I mean, I'm a big fan of Matty Wilco. I really think he's one of the most underrated surfers in the world. And he's also just seems to have these little wobble times in contest surfing, and then suddenly he'll just come out the gates and kill it. And it looks like he's loving the bank here at Mr Price Pro.
Well, Kai, we've been loving that return of Matty Wilkinson. Have you had a chance to catch up to Wilco this week?
Actually, I got him to do a little Insta-vid this morning on the Surf Report after his heat, and he was nonchalantly eating some snacks and gave us the full rundown. As we see Wits up and riding, drives that carve, but he bogs the rail on that one, and that's not going to help him. And I mean, it's a crazy mix right now. You've got Jatson Andre, Tom Whitaker. Next heat, Jeremy Flores, Adam Melling. Jeremy's not that old, neither's Adam, but you feel like they're the older guys. And then the next heat, Adrian, and Maddie, that's going to be a bang over heat too. The two goofy footers are going to be going toe to toe. And both of those guys can go to the air. And then the last heat, you got like two youngsters, Jack Freestone and Michael Dunphy. And they both got the air game solidly down. So it's quite a mix here still. And looking at the quarterfinals coming up, you've got this mix of guys like Timmy Reyes to Felipe Toledo. Different game plans, different styles, but just as deadly.
Oh, it's such an amazing draw now when you look at it. We'll have a brand new champ this year, Kai. When you think back in history, we won't have the Jordy Julian showdown. We won't have the Glenn Hall, Nathaniel Curran of the year before. Now it's going to be a brand new champion in 2014. Tiago Perez leading the CT charge. He wanted to get the winning feeling again, rattled with injuries. He's already in quarterfinal number 1. Felipe Toledo took out Caio Ibelli. He threw down another perfect 10 today, another 9-point ride for a 19-point total for the 19-year-old.
Yeah, look, no one is wanting Felipe Toledo in their heats right now. He is on fire. We did a little interview with him, and he said, look, it's super fun like home. It's got the air wind. I'm happy days. I just want to get out there and win.
It just sounds exactly like him. That's how comfortable he is. Super calm, comfortable. He's got the air whip on lock. The 10 that he had today was a lot different than the 10 he had the other day. He was able to do more than one major. He did that full rotation punt, landed it in progression, went into another big frontside snap, sealed the deal with a third turn. Back to this one with Jadson coming around the corner, Kai.
Yeah, again, just like Tommy's last, he gets kind of stuck behind that section. And it's starting, there's a little bit of an onshore puff now. It's not as glassy as it was this morning. And that can sometimes just push these sections down a little bit faster than, you anticipate. And you'll see sometimes the guys taking off a little bit too deep and they'll get stuck behind the section. But you know what? Like I said earlier this morning, I was out there. Tiago was one of the guys having a warm-up surf out there with me. And I was kind of struggling. It's got this weird little lump thing on it. And he was just like shredding the balls out of it. It was crazy. And you just realize like, that's why these guys are the best surfers in the world, because they make the waves look good.
Well, that's always everyone's favorite thing to do. All the locals here in Ballito, when they get to surf and free surf next to the best in the world, that's when you really get to tell how good they really are. You see it in video parts, and it's impressive. You see it online, and it's always insane. But when you're in the water watching it in motion, that's when you're always blown away. And that's where the advantages of having this long-standing event here in South Africa in this region. You think about how you were inspired, Kai, way back in the day when you're around legends that came before you, where it was like showing what is possible on something that seems so improbable at the time.
Yeah, it was good back in the day, but I'm loving the progression as you see Jadson just smoking that first turn, comes around on the wraparound. Now he's going to drive, puts the board vertically up into the lip and finishes strong. And Tommy Witz is up and riding behind him. I'm sure we'll go to that. Oh, he must have hopped straight off the back because I don't see him anymore. And, when I was a kid, it was the Gunston 500, and we were in Durban and watching guys, back in the day. It was one of the only opportunities we had as Groms to see the international guys, because some of those guys would still come even during the apartheid days. And it was amazing, like, wow, how these guys, seeing guys like Dan Kialoa, these guys were like myths to us in South Africa. And suddenly there he is in the flesh, big man, got time to put his arm around you for an old photo. You had to wait 3 weeks to process.
The good old days.
Yeah.
You had to wait a month also to find out contest results back then.
Yeah, that was, it took a long time. We had to, Zigzag would come on and you'd be like blazing through the pages to see what was the latest news from the world tour, how the guys were doing. And things have changed a lot now. And I mean, I look outside the window and I've got my mate Ricky Basnett smiling down at me. He won the event back in 2006 and ended a pretty long drought for us South Africans too. It's so weird. This contest, like, we've had South African winners, and the guys have won it, Geordie, Ricky, back in the day, Sean Thompson, all legends. But there also seems to be a bit of a curse on this event for us South Africans. I mean, look at this year, round 2, everyone out. And, it's just, I'm waiting for the day when we have like 8 South Africans in round 5.
Yeah, that's right. It's a fun one to celebrate, especially when you're on your home court. It's the topic that will never end. You think about Tiago, who's doing well in this event. When he competes in front of his home crowd, he has a curse that's yet to be broken. He still hasn't made a heat out there, so it's always a hard one to watch because, he wants it more than ever. That's the way he wants to win a contest on, and he ends up having some trouble. You can see how it helps guys like Brett Simpson's story in the past, back-to-back U.S. Open champ, on literally his local break. It wasn't even down the road. It was a spot he surfs every day, and he would thrive off it. We saw him more confident than ever in post-heat interviews. It was almost like seeing this athlete just live up to his expectations and pass him in back-to-back wins.
Well, someone needs to give Brett Simpson a lucky rabbit's foot, because one of the most phenomenal surfers I've ever seen in my life. But dang, does that guy have a curse on him in some heats?
He has a crazy streak behind him, and I think he's a big fan of sports. He understands how you can go through these different rhythms in motion. I think he believes his surfing's there. The numbers are there. He's just waiting to get a little roll going. Here's Tommy Whitaker live action. He's going to float through the first couple of points. He'll throw away the last climb. A much slower heat than what we had before this one with the Perillo Meister matchup, and slower than Tommy's first surf this morning when he took out Marlon Lipkey.
Yeah, it looks like he's used up his wave magnet this morning. And that can happen, Guys paddle out. They've got more than one heat in the day. And they'll paddle out, absolutely rip the first heat to pieces, get all the waves, and then paddle out in their next heat, and it's dry times. And I suppose, as with everything, luck is a factor. This is surfing. It's probably one of the sports that has the biggest element of luck. And here goes Jadson. He's been finding some waves. Beautiful first Rio there. And just drives it up, and a totally commentator cursed him there.
Jadson ends up going down. Well, he's been telling us about this roll. He hasn't put a wave to bed in a while, like where he just goes straight up and then hammers the next section. Some of the waves are making it a little bit harder for him, but we're used to Jadson just being a little bit more consistent. Right now he's counting a couple of sixes, but the normal Jadson that's surfing 100% would usually turn those sixes into eights, where he'd be in a little bit more rhythm with the lineup. The good news for him, he's been advancing, but he's expecting a little bit more out of himself at this stage.
Yeah, it must be hard. You're in the top tour. You've won events. You've made serious name, and you hit a wobble. It happens to the best of them. You look at a guy like Andy Irons. He had his wobble first. He came on the scene. Everyone was like, "Whoa, this kid's gonna blow up." And he had the most hack 3 years, I think, just re-qualifying every year. And look how that changed. He pitched up the next year, like the fourth year, and it was like, game on. I'm here to win a world title. And I think a lot of people were like, whoa, what happened to Andy, He was like one of the guys really struggling and just absolutely turned around. And that can happen for everyone. At this event, we look at Timmy Reyes. That guy was off tour. He was doing his own thing. He had pretty much retired. And here he is, straight into the quarterfinals at the Mr. Price Pro.
There's been so many great stories like that, Kai, in surfing history. But, yeah, that Andy Irons one was really special. I think he qualified along with guys like Timmy Curran that year. And I think both of them struggled in their first season on the World Tour. It started to develop that common story of how hard it is as a rookie to really come flying out of the gates. And, guys that are supposed to contest for world titles. We saw what Andy did 3 times in a row. He's also a former champ out here at the Mr. Price Pro. And talk about a brother domination. They went back-to-back years. Andy won first, Bruce Irons the next season.
Yeah, and then the Godaskuses, they had, I think, a year gap in between them. And happy birthday to Tanner today.
That's right.
Good old Facebook letting me know that Tanner Godaskus' birthday today. So if he's listening or any of the Godaskus clan are actually awake over there, happy birthday to you, buddy.
Oh, and he has great memories of winning. I think he won on his birthday back at the Mr. Price Pro, celebrating 4th of July. Talk about Captain America. What a way to win. He usually celebrates his 4th of July here in South Africa. Since he lost early, unfortunately, he was able to get a fly out yesterday. But Pat and Tanner were sitting on their computer on Surfline looking at swell forecasts in Tahiti. They also had a little option in Japan. It leaves such a fun lifestyle. So we'll probably find out with the internet these days where they are in a couple of days.
Yeah, it's really cool. I follow them quite religiously. I love their free surf trips. And there was a video out of Japan the other day with I think it was with Tanner and Cole Christensen surfing this like cloud break looking left in Japan of all places. It's online and easy to find. You would never guess that wave was in Japan. It is this gnarly double up ledgy reef. And if I'm not mistaken, Tanner actually broke his ankle surfing it and just taped it up and kept surfing because it was so hollow and so good.
That is amazing. What a classic story from one of the former Mr. Price Pro champions. That win at the Mr. Price Pro put Tanner on the WCT in 2010. He suffered some crazy draws with three-time world champ Andy Irons pushing him a lot. He put up huge numbers, but then had to get chopped off at the mid-season rotation. And also, you think about how effective the Mr. Price Pro has been for a lot of these guys. Glenn Micro Hall, that was his major win to help him make a rookie debut on the CT the following year.
Yeah, well, I think it's always just been positioned at the right time of year. It's that kind of changeover period. And if you can do well at the Mr. Price into the back end of the year, especially with the ratings, you need to get into the primes. It's just ideally situated to get on a roll and finish the year strong. And I think the fact that it's now in Ballito where there are good waves consistently, I mean, the boys want to come and surf here. They know they're going to get either beautiful bowls that they can just absolutely tear into, or on the odd occasion we get those really good tube days. And that guy looks like he is having the life of Riley on the beach.
He's having an absolute ball. Nice and sunburned, just taking it easy. As we go back into a
Jadson.
Crazy full rotation from Jadson Andre. He was fighting his way to the finish. He's going to end up incomplete, but he's starting to let go a bit. 3:20 left on the clock as Tommy Whitaker is already chasing a 9.17. He only has a 4 and a 2.93. It's been a quiet heat for Wits. Jadson Andre has a couple of 6s and now trying to go above the lip, but it's been challenging. He's left the door open a few times. Tommy's caught a lot of waves. Nothing really too amazing for him so far after starting off so beautifully in the first heat of the day.
Yeah, well, look, Tommy looking for a 9.17. That's a big ask in these conditions. And you know what you got to do? You got to kill it. And here he goes, coming off the bottom now, drives the turnaround. What a beautiful bowl. Comes off the bottom, gets the big second one, just gets the back foot off the brakes.
Tommy Whitaker started off so well with that opening turn. It looked like it was going to be his comeback wave, Kai, and unfortunately on the second carve, his back foot flies off and he ends up going down. The struggle continues. He'll stay in second as we'll take another look at this first turn, Kai.
Yeah, it was looking good. He needed a big score, 9.17, and started strong. I love that turn in the pocket. Just looking like Tommy's really, you just see that back foot going off the front of the board there. And in this morning's conditions, it was really glassy and clean. I think that really played to his strengths. And Jadson's making the most of the more sort of onshore conditions now. And Tommy just looks like his brain's still back in the morning. You know, he's kind of still playing in his head like, oh, I've got to do these big turns and clean bowls. Whereas the pocket now is maybe asking for a bit more boost.
That's a good breakdown, Kai. Jadson Andre, you can see his rhythm change with the bump in the open face where he hasn't been able to finish as strong as he would have liked. He's been reaching for errors on his last couple of attempts, but he hasn't affected his top two since wave number 5. He's had 12 waves total, and he hasn't changed those scoring maneuvers just yet. 1 minute and 30 to go. Tommy just took a wave. Jadson's pacing right next to him. Tommy got a 4.17. That was his best wave of the heat, even though he fell in the final turn.
Yeah, now it's man on man, and you can see there the red priority. Oh, and he lets Tommy go on this one, so let's see what he can do. Under priority, gets a little turn there. He's going to need more, and Jadson, good call.
Lets him go. Tommy does one turn, and he's out. Won't change his top two. Still needs a 9. Still has second priority, and we're only down to 55 seconds remaining here in heat number 5. The winner of this heat will move on to surf into the quarterfinals as the matchups are starting to tag up. The winner takes on Tiago Perez later on in this event. We're probably going to try to finish this round. We'll get another update from Colin Fitch and Pratamo Arendt to see if they want to keep going further, because we had a couple of days, especially the opening day, where I think we ran 18 heats, Kai.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen that many heats in the Mr. Price Pro, to be honest. Normally we're done sort of as the onshore comes up, and we'll run in the mornings. But with the tides this week, it's been a bit of a more tricky one for the contest director. And here goes Tom. This is like a last gasp here. He needs to do something absolutely ginormous on this wave. And so far, it's not happening. Oh, he gives a little pop out. He's rattled. He's over it. He's like, okay, I've I've buggered this one up. I'm out.
Well, a tough one for Tommy Whitaker. He took 10 waves and ends up going down, needing a 9-point ride. Jadson Andre moves on to surf in the quarterfinals here at the Mr. Price Pro. We'll take a short break, and we'll be right back after this.
All right, so we're back. Captain Kai with the legend himself, Joe Tupel. He laughs when I say that, but I mean, he really is. The main man on the ASB tour. I'm making him blush.
Good to be here with you, Kai. It's been a fun contest so far. Jeremy Flores out of Melling are looking to excite us once again. What's your take on the change of the conditions right now?
Well, look, now it's all about the airs. I'm sorry, you've got to bust those fins out the back of the wave now if you want to win. There are still totally contestable waves. We're going to go to the end of the round, so we've only got the quarters to go. And tomorrow's forecast is looking really good. It's just marginally bigger than today, and the wind is dying throughout the day, so it'll probably be really nice and glassy, probably quite similar to yesterday. And here we go, first wave, Jeremy Flores up and riding, and you could just see the wobble get him there.
Tough start for Jeremy Flores, who's been on fire. He's worked with Phipsy and Christian Bradley almost his entire career. He broke the Phipps model on the opening day. It was a magic-looking board. Took out a Christian Bradley, and that's been working really well for him. The two shapers have kind of a real fun rivalry with each other, joking around on which board that he happens to be riding at the time. But he's got a lot of great resources. They've been backing him ever since he was a little grommet. And it's been really interesting seeing Jeremy kind of take on this role of filling in the gaps with the prime events. Last season, he ended up doing well in Portugal during the Mosh Series. He just wanted to find a way to get that winning feeling since it hasn't come his way on the WCT. But we've been rewarded for seeing him so much in a jersey, and he definitely knows how to win and compete in these prime events.
Yeah, Sham, I mean, I love how he surfs. He's a really, really explosive surfer and loads of power, you know. And I think that injury that he was carrying for so long really played with his head a bit. You know, it's not easy to compete when you're carrying like a lingering injury. And he'd be doing well in an event, and then you could see he would always like tweak his leg again and not feeling so good. And I mean, we saw it with Dale Staples in this event. You know, the South African was looking so good, had like almost one of the longest barrels of the day on day one. And then just as he was coming out, that pressure of the lip on the leg, you know, he couldn't hold it, and he wiped out, and that was him, done.
Tough one there as we look back on some insane heats that we've had so far. You can see Melling sitting pretty close to Jeremy Flores right now. He's holding first priority as he's waiting to get started, back from injury, so he's feeling comfortable right now. He usually dedicates himself to a pretty busy year on tour. It's pretty rare for Melling to miss an event these days.
Well, I mean, he's everywhere. I think he's got a teleportation machine. Every time I look online, he's at an event, and he's a contest machine. I mean, he knows what he needs to do in heats, and you definitely don't want Adam Melling sitting on top of you.
Well, representing Lennox Head in Australia, former finalist at Jeffreys Bay, dominates the Triple Crown. All of the three-event series Melling seems to really stand up for. With 26.5 on the clock, you always remember Jeremy Flores. His only win on the CT came at the Pipe Masters against Kieran Perot a couple of years back. And ever since, I think, that performance, he's always people's favorite when it comes to really hollow waves.
Well, yeah, Jeremy's got tube riding down. Probably one of the most deadly guys in the world, backhand or forehand. And another reason you need to be scared of him in Hawaii is because his board caddy is one of the meanest dudes on the planet, Mr. Sonny Garcia.
They are great friends, and they both push each other a lot in the water, and it's great to see that camaraderie. It's an interesting note, though. Jeremy is close friends with a lot of the Hawaiians. You know, he spends a lot of time there, likes that island lifestyle a lot, and he's kind of part of the furniture now, being on the road ever since he was a little grommet. Hawaii is definitely one of his favorite places on earth.
Well, he's got to pick another island because his original home reunion, you're not allowed to surf anymore. And here he goes. We talk about him. He bangs that one up into the lip, comes around the corner, beautiful tight carve in the pocket and off the back. And Joe, it looks like these waves are getting a little bit more kind of wedgy, not as long on walls, and that little sort of cross wave is coming in with the onshore now, and it's going to be sort of tougher for these guys moving forward for the rest of the day. The tide's going to start pushing as well, which might give it a little bit of a lump, and that means wave choice.
Big call, Kai, and I think you're spot on there. Along with the Surfline forecast, they're kind of calling that the first half of the day would be the largest with the size. We're kind of expecting to see shoulder-high plus range, slightly overhead sets, kind of through that first part of the day, passing the bottoming of the tide. It's, probably getting to this most challenging point. They're probably discussing right now how much further they want to go with the event. It'd be a pretty awesome position for them to be in if we could just have the quarterfinals set before we get into Saturday and Sunday.
Well, yeah, in a fantasy world where I was the contest director, I would make that call. But in the meantime, we're going to go down to Cairns on the beach.
Hey guys, I'm with your previous heat winner, Jadson Andre. Jadson, the conditions are changing a little bit with this onshore wind. How tricky was it to get a high-scoring wave out there?
Oh yeah, I saw the wind was getting stronger and stronger, so I knew if the condition was really clean, was going to be really hard to beat Tom Whitaker, because I watched his first hit in the morning when it was so glassy and he was ripping. So I kind of had a little bit of an advantage against him in the kind of wave. And yeah, as I said in my last hit, when I won my last hit, I just said I know every single surfer know how they're gonna approach in the hit, so I knew he was going to be waiting for the bomb, and I just was thinking that I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna be busy, try to catch as much waves as I can. So my strategy is kind of working right now, and I'm pretty stoked to advance to the quarters.
Yeah, and you've recently come out of an injury, so are you feeling strong for the quarters?
Oh yes, I feel 100%. I'm just waiting to try to do my best result over here. Last year I did quarters as well, so I'm on quarters right now, and definitely want to do better.
Awesome. Well, good luck and well done for your win. Thank you, Jadson. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Jadson, for the interview. Thanks for being with us. You're watching the Mr. Price Pro. Joe Chappelle with Captain Kai for the call. Kai, thanks for helping us out this week.
Yeah, it's been fun. I wasn't expecting to be on the mic this week, but I was here filming, and the guys were like, hey, could you do a few heats? And I was like, yeah, why not? And then, of course, I got to get in the booth with you, Joe, which is pretty rad. It was almost as good when I went to X Games and got to do some work with Salma Sakala. So, you boys are the commentary heroes.
Well done, Kai. Well, it's been a pleasure along the way, getting some amazing insight, what it's like in South Africa. So let's get caught up with this heat. Last wave of Jeremy Flores.
Well, I love the wraparound. He's got that thing on dial and then bangs it up into the lip to finish. And a 2.5 and a 317, I have a feeling he's about to drop that 2.5.
Well done for Jeremy Flores, getting a decent number on the screen after battling for a few waves. He had a 317, a 2.5, and now looks like a 6-ranger, 3.65s from the panel. And we're about to get the average. It's been about 8 minutes off the clock, and Melling hasn't made a move. And the average is a nice, honest 6.5 for Jeremy Flores to take the lead.
Yeah, solid surfing, solid score. Adam Melling clearly playing the game. He's seen the previous heat, maybe saw Tommy struggling, going just for average waves. And he's clearly decided he's waiting for those big set ones.
Well, at the moment, we have 21.5 on the clock. You see Melling start to paddle down the beach. Even though Jeremy has second priority, his tactics are tight and sharp. He used to be very dangerous in the old school 3-man heats. Without priority, Jeremy's getting another wave, Kai.
Yeah, he snuck that one, and he's like, I'm under priority. I may as well have a look. And to be honest, during the morning, I saw a couple of guys turn and go on the slightly smaller ones that didn't look too good as they came in, but then they double up down on the bank and ended up being absolute smokers.
As we now see the water photographer diving under the inside. They always wear helmets just in case, because they get really close to the action sometimes, Kai.
Well, I think that's Dane Logie, Travis's brother, and he is a machine. I think on day one he must have spent about 8 hours out there. And I was just like, dude, how are you staying out there so long? He was like, it's warm, there's cooking surfing going on around me. I'm happiness.
That's the best part about all the guys that work behind the scenes, you know, especially the guys in the water swimming. They love surfing to begin with. That's how they kind of take on these roles in the industry. And they'll spend crazy amounts of times in the impact zone, getting blown to pieces on the big days, and they love it. Guys like Kelly Sestari shooting the photos that are being uploaded to ASPWorldTour.com. You can check out all of his stuff around the world. He's also South African and on site, and it's a tradition for him to come here to be a part of the Mr. Price Pro.
Yeah, Kelly's been repping for the Saffers out on tour for a long time now. Kirsten as well, you know, she's behind the scenes running a lot of the media and stuff. And it's just great to see South Africans so heavily involved in the World Tour, even, you know, not on the surfing front, behind the scenes. And I mean, watch this first turn. He just comes off the bottom, and that is just the perfect wraparound, really. You can't say much more about it. He just looks so calm and easy, drives it beautifully, and then I love that turn, just bangs it up into the lip. And the slow motion really shows you how hard it was to actually hit that section.
Nailed it. 6.5 for Jeremy Flores. Melling still scoreless after 10.5 minutes off the clock here in heat number 6. Jeremy Flores was quick to thank his South African family the other day that he's been staying with almost his whole career. They came down here and actually got the beach going. They're screaming for him turn after turn, and you can kind of feel how Jeremy's basically a citizen of the world these days. He's used to the customs, the food, the climate, the slang is some of the best in the world here in South Africa. As maybe Captain Kai, you can give us a little rundown of maybe your favorite slang terms here in South Africa so far?
Well, we started the other day with Kef. Kef's always popular. Kef beating good. So here he goes. That was a Kef turn from Adam Melling. Bangs it up for another one. Gets another one, and that was a lacquer wave.
Wow, 2 big words in one wave call for Adam Melling, but it was a big momentum change. Melling waited a long time. He wanted to get on the charts. He needed a 9.67 to go straight into first. Won't be making that change, but he'll be in a good position to take the lead now.
Yeah, he will. And we got some Joburg boykies on the beach there. Wow. How's it, muscle boys? You know, they're coming down on holiday, enjoying the summer sun in the middle of winter. And Melling, that first turn was so fast. He just cracked it into the lip. And that's what he's looking for. 3 solid turns, 1 wave. That's going to be a score.
Nicely done for Adam Melling. So let's go through it again. Kif, meaning good. What about Lekker? I thought that also
Well,
meant
Lekker's
good.
also good. Swak is bad. You don't want to... Oh, swak, dude.
That's not a good sign.
No, you don't want to hear swak.
Okay.
Let's think. What are other good ones?
Well, I did have a bunny chow yesterday.
Did you have
that
a bunny
was
chow?
Incredible. Thanks for the recommendation.
I actually took Frederico and Dale for their first bunnies last night. It was on the Espresso show this morning on SABC3. And Frederico was hilarious. I would have thought a Portuguese guy was used to hot food. And I was like, how was that, Frederico? He was like, oh, he's a bit spicy for me.
The bunny chow, if you come down to South Africa, is a must try. It is a little spicy, but the bread's incredible. And Jordy Smith named one of his models at Channel Islands after the bunny chow. So really living off that, growing up here in Durban, it's a great treat to have behind the scenes. Melling does get back into business here. 6.4. Let's bring you another look on his comeback wave.
Yeah, well, that lowers his requirement to a 3.28, which is very easy for Adam Melling, one of the biggest competitors I've ever seen. The guy's so hungry to win. And that first turn was beautiful, just lifts it over the second section, and now coming into the closeout, whips the board up into the lip. And the thing about Melling, Joe, is he just makes it look so easy.
Such a great technique from Adam Melling. You can see the focus on the fans here at the Mr. Price Pro. We're getting towards the last couple of heats of the day. We'll get that confirmed in just a moment, but we're almost having our quarterfinals getting stacked up here. Tiago will take on a solid competitor in Jadson Andre. Felipe Toledo's in quarterfinal number 2. He takes the winner of this heat. Dylan Perillo's in quarter 3. He's either going to take Ace or Matt Wilkinson. In quarter 4, is it going to be Timmy Reyes? He will have either Jack Freestone or Michael Dunphy Kai, how are your favorites doing from the start of the event? Any big surprises for you at this point as we look at the last few competitors?
Well, one of my surprises is that Tory Meister is gone. I was really loving how that Hawaiian has been surfing through the week, and just kind of looked like he didn't get the waves today. But that was surprise number one for me. I was calling him all the way. In a way, Felipe, I mean, he is phenomenal, and I mean, he's the talk of the town right now. On day one, he looked a little bit shaky, but he still got through. So I was like, maybe he's not going to do so well. Well, clearly he proved me wrong, because 2 heats, 2 tens, and absolutely killing it. Dylan Perello, now that is a guy who's really impressed me. I didn't really know much about him before this event. Obviously, I've been spending a lot of time with the Monster crew, and got to meet him, and he's quite a quiet guy, like quite reserved, but not in the water, dude. He has been killing it, and that last heat, he absolutely went to town.
So a solid breakdown, Kai. Dylan Perillo representing Malibu, California, with his best result in the making in a Prime Series event. We knew he won the 6-star in Cabo and beat Beric DeFries, who's a local boy here to these waters, just north of Durban. But now he's starting to really put his name on the map. We saw Dylan get all those WCT wild cards back in the day in Puerto Rico, a couple of times in Portugal, also in San Francisco. But sometimes the conditions would be really challenging when he got to surf, and now he can show everybody what he can do.
Yeah, and here goes Melling up and riding. He's like the nuggety, stronger version of Mick Fanning. Got that razor-sharp forehand attack as well. And, wow, love watching this guy surf. He just annihilated that wave.
Great reflexes on the inside, attacking the finish, changing up his turns a bit. He only needed a 3.28 to take the lead off of Flores. Flores took the active approach, tried to get the early start. He got a 6.5, but then Melling was quick on the answer to a 6.4. And we keep repeating that whole theme because that's happened so much in heats. You have 2 surfers that are surfing at the top of their game. Conditions dwindle a bit. Sometimes they'll just match each other all the way through from start to finish. That's what we love to have when we have a solid battle.
Yeah, and as we watch the replay here of Adam's wave, I mean, beautiful first turn. Just reading this wave so well. It's not the most walled up wave, but he played it, stayed in the power pocket, got the 3 turns, and here comes Jeremy answering straight back. Beautiful wraparound. Now goes into the roundhouse, back into the whitewater. And you can see how he's having to come back to the power pocket, Joe. There's like no wall anymore. It's a pure wedge.
Solid approach from Jeremy Flores, picking off a great wave to try to come back to answer to the momentum shift that Adam Melling just threw down. There's still plenty of time for both these guys to do some battle. Both regular footers, similar height, similar turn choice with those carves to attacking it off the top. Little differences in style with the motion and that back arm from Adam Melling when he does this big windup. But you can see a lot of similarities in what they're reaching for. They're not trying to go crazy above the lip. You don't see that too often from these two. Here goes Melling, Kai.
Yeah, super hard, super fast turn. Whips the fins around. And he's got a big smile on his face after that one. I got to say, if I had done a turn like that, I'd have a big smile on my face,
Would
too.
be celebrations on the beach. Melling is feeling it. Big whip off the top, and it kind of had that crazy change-up feel because he just did a layback draw, and then he blew his tail out to finish. One of his best waves so far on this amazing day at the Mr. Price. We'll go back to the replay. Start with Jeremy's wave, Kai.
Yeah, he did really well here. Came off the bottom, gets the first power carve done. Then he sees the little wave flattening out, so he does the little roundhouse, gets back in the pocket, works it, and finishing strong on the inside. That wave kind of dropped off in size pretty quick, though, so I don't know if it'll be one of his top scores. Looking at those previous waves in the 6.5, but I mean, he's going to drop a 3.17 for sure. And now we'll see the replay from Adam, and he's already got a 6.4 and a 7.33 comes through for this one. And this is why. Comes off the bottom, bang, just awesome power in that turn, and then puts the power back on and releases the tail. And, that's complete surfing from Adam Melling.
Impressive that he already has a 7.33, so he was already building. Remember, he waited a long time before he got this heat started. He was much more selective, but he was just holding everything in. He was ready to strike. One more to drop in. It's going to be an 8.5 for the last of Adam Melling as he puts his lead a little bit further up. Let's slow this one down a bit more, Kai.
Yeah, just watch this first turn. Boom. Just put the wallet down. Now he comes off, hits the power, then releases. Just never had a problem.
Kind of seems like you have to have a solid layback these days.
Yeah, the drop wallet's back. Surfers have bad pockets, obviously. He's dropping wallets everywhere.
he framed that one up on his first turn. I like it when they do it on the opening section. It just changes up the rhythm, especially when you're used to seeing him just bottom turn and do a full round cutback. That's an amazing turn, but it just shows the variety. He's got a lot of control, threw something different up to the panel, and then did something really exciting, blowing out his tail on his carve, and he gets an 8-5. Melling already has first priority once again, so Flores will try to find a way to come back with 10.5 to go.
Yeah, Jeremy needing a 9.33 now. That's a big ask, and it's kind of weird. You saw him take control of the heat early, but shows you how fickle surfing can be. Just like that, bang, he's almost in combo land. And talking about dropping wallets, I firmly believe Andy brought the drop wallet back. He loved putting that back foot down and leaning into his forehand turns. And I think the event that really brought it back was that insane rip curl event they had in Mexico.
Exactly. That was one of the best events of all time. Remembering back to that search event, which he won, beating Taylor Knox in that final in perfect waves. And his layback draw, he'd bring that to waves like at the Mr Price Pro, but also down at Jeffreys Bay. I remember one that he did. It was his last performance there back in 2010. He was against Sean Holmes, where it was one of the best single turns of the event. He ended up going down to Sean, but he did this crazy power hook. He was able to keep his rail, and he put a new twist on the layback, making it effective as a scoring maneuver.
Yeah, it definitely came back after that, and I mean, you say J-Bay, I get like little goosebumps, Joel. I'm like, can't wait for J-Bay. It's my, I mean, it was so sad to have it gone. I think the whole world was sad, but I mean, us South Africans, we shed a tear when they said J-Bay was not happening.
We're all crying with you all around the world. It's a comeback to the tour, the J-Bay Open coming up next on the Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. Well, Gabriel Medina, world number 1, will try to hold that spot. We'll be making all those predictions as they go. There's always been the Goofy Foot Challenge, but I have a feeling Medina's not going to have a problem surfing on his backhand down there.
Well, look, I mean, not many people rock up at just own J-Bay. I mean, it is one of the best waves in the world, but it has its intricacies. It has its ways that you need to approach it. One of the most interesting things I ever heard was Kelly was actually at one point getting Simon Anderson to make him boards that physically made him go slower. And many people see supers and they imagine you got to really like race it and you know, it's so fast, but it's actually the other way around. You need to slow down and really ride to the pocket. And if you look at all the surfers over the years who've done well there, including Aki on the backhand, he slows it down. He doesn't rush out ahead of it, and that allows you to come off the bottom and really attack that pocket.
A pretty amazing story, Kai, when you look back at that with Kelly so in tune with his surfboard equipment and knowing how waves are reacting to certain boards. You talk to people, they get their first wave at J-Bay, and they always end up saying that was the fastest I've ever gone on a surfboard. And the idea to slow down to perform. I think Mick Fanning jokes about his first wave ever. He said he couldn't even do a turn. He was going so fast. One of the best waves coming up next on the South African leg of the ASP World Tour. As we get back to this one, we'll slow down the 8.5 once again for Adam Melling.
Yeah, and Adam Melling, no slouch at supers either, and that's why he's got an incredible forehand attack, and just love that little finner there. So hard for the average surfer to do that trick as well, because you're releasing the fins as you're going down the wave. Adam makes it look easy, and here's Jeremy in the attack, and he almost looked like he wanted to punch that wave.
Oh, he sure did. He's showing a bit of frustration. He wants a little bit more out of the waves he's taking off on, and they continue to shut down. As we look down the beach towards Bog, free surf is always going on down there. There's been highlight reels going down every evening. It's been like a tradition. Every time we wrap up the contest right out front here at Willard's, there we can go down and check out the free surf. Stephen Pearson probably got voted best wave of the session yesterday for a proper little 4-foot tube that he pulled in on the takeoff and got spit out at the end.
Yeah, the boys have been attacking Bogs. It's been crazy. And onshore, sideshore, offshore, whatever, it's just been good every day. The one thing is, though, I think people have been looking at it online and going, oh, it's cooking. It's quite a lot heavier than it looks.
As we see the late takeoff from Melling, deep bottom turn, hammers the start. He's down, couldn't hang on. His first mistake in this heat, but he's still the heat leader. Went for a massive turn. You see he wants just to get a bigger number. He had a 7.33, then an 8.5. He started with a 6.4. The progression was continuing for Melling until that point.
I think he saw that wallet he dropped in the last wave.
Searching for something shiny underwater. We saw Melling just unleash that flurry on his wave before. Like how he wasn't going to go for the repeat of the drop wallet again. Do we know how that name came about in pro surfing, dropping the wallet?
I actually don't. I would love to find out why it's there. But I mean, it's such a classic way of describing that turn, you know. And I'm going to go on a limb and say it comes from Australia. There's just something in my head saying that's definitely come out of Australia. But yeah, I'm going to go research that one. Maybe tomorrow I'll have the answer for you.
Good on you, Kai. Yeah, we'll figure that one out. We see Scotty Turnbull. He's been coming in and helping us out in the booth, staying really active in the booth and then getting back on the water patrol. He's been part of the water patrol over the last couple of seasons. You can always see him down at Bell's Beach as well. That's where his home state is, down there in Torquay. And he said right now, since the waves aren't crazy like they were in 2011, they still have a big responsibility. Remember what happened to DeCarmo yesterday, getting the board to the face? Just to touch on that, he is okay, but Dunphy had a walkthrough. But that's their role. They're watching all those tough exchanges in the shallow parts of the wave and being able to assist the surfers when they need it. Here's Flores.
Yeah, Flores assisting himself there with a magic forehand crack off the lip. Gets the second one and then fin wafts it to finish. That's going to be a good score. I don't know about a 9.33, but it's going to be a good score. There's Garen Reck from Monster having a nice chew. The food here really good, and it's been amazing. Monster this year did a athlete deck. It's a double story. It's got food. It's got beautiful promo girls, and all the competitors are having a great time.
What more could you ask for? Back to the replay from Jeremy Flores. Crazy start. His tail dropped out of the bottom after the first turn. Tags a second. Kept his speed all the way through the finish. Could serve as a comeback wave for Flores with four on the clock.
Yeah, well, if we look at Adams' 8.5, you know, 2 turns. That was 3 turns. Adams' wave, I think, is slightly better looking wave, which obviously does affect the judges. So here we go. This is Adams' wave. He drives a little floater, comes around the section. Oh! Now, if he had made that one, I would have been excited.
I like this part of Melling surfing right now, gaining this confidence. He's able to push it a little bit further, and he's not holding back. I love when surfers get into that mode where they don't have to play it safe. They don't need to just get a number on the board. They can let go a little bit. I didn't mind that he's been falling on his last 2 attempts, Kai.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And, I mean, I think Toledo's set that precedent. I mean, he has just been going gung-ho from the word go. And, you know, in the heat this morning, he got another 10, he got a 9, but he fell on 2-3 waves before that, and it's just because he refuses to go soft. And here goes Jeremy again, cracks it. This is the replay. I really like that first turn. Then the second turn was solid, and he just gets the waft. So the first turn was the money maker there.
And a nice way to finish it off for Jeremy Flores. 2:55 on the clock. Remember, he needed a 9.33 on that wave. It's a massive score needed. That would be the best wave of the heat. Scores are starting to come in, and we'll see how close Jeremy Flores comes to turning this one around off of Adam Melling. And the judges are thinking it over. A couple of big numbers so far, Kai.
Well, I've seen 1.9 there, and he needs a 9.33. Some of the other judges a little bit more conservative and just waiting for that one score to drop. This is the worst part about watching surfing, even on the webcast. Oh, there it goes, a 9. So 8.53, it's not enough, but now he only needs a 7.3, Joel, and that is imminently possible.
So there we go, 2:10 on the clock. Jeremy Flores took off on this wave, turns it into an 8.53, and he got a lot of speed off this first turn. A critical section, tail dropped out, but he maintained control.
Yeah, that was the old rooster tail for sure. He just shunted water off the back of that wave. And then the next 2 turns, not quite as critical, but very functional and riding the wave to the best of his ability.
He still had so much speed to burn. Now he's up looking for a 7.3. He felt solid after an 8.53, the new best number of the heat so far. Melling with priority with 1:30 to go. This is where Melling could be starting to think about defensive strategies to sit right on Jeremy Flores to take away some chances to turn this heat.
Yeah, how much of a nice guy is he? These guys, it's funny because these guys are all friends as well. I mean, there's definitely those rivalries. But I mean, you chill on that athlete deck, you check it out. Everyone talks, everyone has a good time. but I don't think they're any friends with 1 minute to go and one wave separating them.
Well, and the fun part is when you talk to some surfers after, and there are conversations that do go down. Are you really going to sit on me right now? You know, it's a mental game, but it's also part of their job. They're in the lead. They could make the quarterfinals with this result. Adam Melling's job, he has to come close to where Jeremy's sitting with first priority to put this one away. He already put on a great performance with his 8.5 and 7.33. And Jeremy's been in this experience where he has to find a way without priority to get another chance to try to turn this one around. We're down to 35 seconds on the clock, Kai.
Yeah, and I know the Brazilian philosophy, sit on him.
We've seen that over time, and you can see how the success rate went up when guys got really, took over their territory with first priority, wouldn't let anything go by, and other countries as well. There's always one guy out of the pack that's the most aggressive. And it's nothing against them. It's how they win. Sometimes we saw more hassling going down when we didn't have that 4-man priority rule or the 3-man priority rule in pro surfing. That's changed now, but this is still a part of the priority system where they can try to close out heats with first priority, like Adam Melling just has. There's the sound of the horn. Jeremy doesn't get another chance to turn the heat. He'll lose with the highest number at 8.53, on road to come back, and Melling will be moving on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, sneaky. It took so long to get going, but his game plan totally worked for him, and some beautiful turns as we go to an ad break.
Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro Day 5 of surfing action here in Ballito, South Africa. It's been an absolute cracker of a day. Back in the booth with me, Adrian Buckin versus Matt Wilkinson. There we are. There we are. Another locked and loaded goofy foot heat. Jeepers, man. The surfing is just coming at us leaps and bounds on day 5 here.
Yeah, Buckin and Wilco, both very good friends. Actually from the same town in Australia, from Avoca Beach. So 2 goofy footers up against each other. This is going to be quite an interesting one. Both goofy footers, but at the same time, both different surfers. Wilco a little bit more innovative, likes to throw that tail out there. And then Buckin, that on-point, precise surfing. You've seen it all the way through competition so far from Adrian. This is definitely going to be one of the heats to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're logging on for the first time today, where have you been? We've had a world-class set of heats go down here at Ballito. So, obviously that highlights package will get some of that to you a little later on, though. You are joining us. It's local time, 2:20 in the afternoon. It's a Friday afternoon. Ballito likes to boast about being the warmest place to be in winter, and it certainly is. About 25, 26 degrees centigrade out there. And if you're checking in with us, east coast of Australia, you're on 10:20 in the evening. So Friday night back there, the boys will be checking in with Ace Buckin and Matt Wilkinson here. 28 minutes to go. Lots on offer still in that heat. And then we'll wrap it up today, with Jack Freestone versus Michael Dunphy. That'll come to us in about 27.5 minutes. And what a day. Geez, people like Toledo going to the air. It's all been happening here at the Mr. Price Pro.
Yeah, absolutely, Gigs. A great day of surfing that we've seen so far. Toledo, Kai Ibelli, an amazing heat. I knew from the get-go is going to be the one to watch. As we see the tide coming in now, I think we'll get another little pulse of more sets coming through to try to finish this day out.
Yeah, absolutely. A consistent playing platform here for performance all through the tides here. A good call to delay the opening process of day 5 by a couple of hours. We got going around, I think it was about 10 o'clock, about 9:45 local time. So we're plugging in a full 6 hours of action here, and we've seen some fantastic performances all through day 5.
Yeah, I've been very lucky this week with waves. Not the biggest of swells. We saw day 2, more the 4 to 6 foot range. We saw some of those massive punts by guys like Yaden Nickel, obviously Felipe Toledo, he got the 10. But you can just see how surfing's kind of changed, Gigs. Guys are going for those more huge maneuvers off those big sections. You never used to see that in the last few years.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, there's been a lot of power surfing on the rail, and there's been a lot of time in the air. Let's go to the beach interview for the winner of our last heat.
Hey guys, I'm with your previous heat winner, Adam Melling. Adam, that was quite an evenly matched heat. You're both very speedy, powerful surfers, but you were quite patient with your wave selection. Was that your strategy?
It was kind of opposite to my strategy in the last few heats. He got busy early and took what I was doing, so I thought, well, I'll wait and try and get a good one on the board straight away. And yeah, luckily I moved wide and there was a couple of clean faces.
And with the change in conditions, how did you go into your heat today?
Oh, it's kind of hard. Every heat you sort of don't know what kind of strategy to have, but I guess there was clean faces over a bit further over than where I'd been sitting, and I guess I missed a couple at the start and then finished over there at the end and got a couple of them.
And what does it mean for you going into the quarterfinals in this event?
Yeah, I'm happy. I've been out of the water for a while, so it's good to get back in the wetty and get over here and get into the quarterfinals.
Awesome, Adam. Well done on your win. Great watching you surfing. Thank you. Back to you guys.
All right, so Adam Melling through to the quarterfinals of the Mr. Price Pro in 2014. It's at the expense of Jeremy Flores. And, Flores also a consistent performer here this year. Someone had to run aground in that round. And, Flores, he will finish equal 9th. And he'll pack up his bags and head for Jeffries.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there for Flores. I think Flores and Melling both very evenly matched surfers. I was actually chatting to Travis Logie and Fred Batacha this morning. I was saying to them, I was like, wow, I actually can't believe how good Jeremy has been surfing. And then Freddie was actually saying that he surfed really good throughout this whole year. Just been a little bit unlucky with the results on the CT so far.
Yeah, listen, I think that Flores and Melling both delivering some of the best surfing that they have in their career thus far. And I think still plenty of years stretched out ahead of both of those guys as well, Wok. So, we'll look for more from Flores later on in the year. Right now, Adam Melling will progress through to the quarterfinals. It's Buckin versus Wilkinson, all Goofy Foot affair out in the water as you're joining us. There's still 24 minutes remaining. No rides at this stage for both of our surfers on screen there. And, we were talking as a subject, Wok, about how well matched up the Flores Melling heat has just been. So what about this matchup? I mean, this is a real tight box to break open as well.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think if anyone knows each other surfing better, it would be Adrian versus Matt, both growing up in the same beach town in Central Coast Australia. Matt surf is a little bit different to Ace, as I said earlier. Matt more the innovative, likes to throw those tails up. But here goes Adrian Buckin here.
Well, here we go. Ace Buckin, wave number 1 in this round at the Mr. Price Pro. You see how he links his turns. He's been doing this all week long, folks. Another great application of rail surfing here from Buckin, and he wraps up wave number 1. A polished act from Adrian.
Yeah, Adrian, unbelievable surfing there. So precise and on point. Takes his time between his maneuvers, Jigs. He likes to set up, and he uses that whole face, comes back into the pocket, doesn't waste any sort of wave, when he's on it.
Well, let's look at the drift innovation replay of wave number 1 of this heat number 7. Buckin sweeping into motion here on your screen. Great crack. How about that one there, Wok? And then through to the inside to wrap it up.
Yeah, there we see 4 massive turns. That second turn, he kind of linked onto another wave, getting the fins out. So he's changing it up a little bit for the judges. He knows that's what the judges like to see. But each turn really strong and committed. Even in those calves, coming right back into the pocket, throwing a lot of spray and using most of his rail.
Well, he's actually covered a bit of ground on that wave as well there, Wok. I mean, he did cover a bit of distance, 4 big turns, lots of rail driving in between. And a lot of the waves have been short little compressed waves, maybe 2 turns. So nice for Buckin to open it up there for us. And judges will throw out a 717 Wok. So a nice platform to start his round 5 heat here for Adrian Buckin.
Yeah, Adrian's such a clever competitor. He's been on tour for ages now. He knows how to surf these man-on-man heats to the absolute best. Wilco would be a rookie against him, I'd say, being the younger bloke. But, you can never rule out someone like Wilco. I think he knows coming against Adrian now that Adrian's a really smart surfer, that Matt's going to have to kind of step it up and play kind of the same game, wait for the better waves, and kind of just go a little bit more into town, or more to town than Adrian has, in order to just bump up a little bit of a better score than Adrian's.
Yeah, some reoccurring themes here. As we go through day 5 here of the Mr. Price Pro. If we look at from the start, from the get-go of this event on Monday through to here now Friday afternoon, there's been some very consistent performers. Now, Matt Wilkinson blew up his heat earlier this morning, so he's coming off a hot performance here.
Yeah, for sure. Wilco's heat this morning against Jonathan Gonzalez was an absolute, I want to say an amazing heat. There was a great flurry of waves before the wind came up. But here's that first wave again of Buckins. We're just going to go down a lot more slow. And you see how he puts it on the rail all the way through, draws it all the way out back into the inside pocket, and then bang, fins go free.
Yeah, very nice application on the rail here from Buckin as we go through the replay. And what we like is when we slow it down, you get to see how many angle changes and how dynamic the surfing really is.
Yeah, for sure. The judges love that on-rail surfing. It's something a little bit different out of a goofy foot. You don't really see that much rail surfing. Goofy footers like to go 12 o'clock, that vertical surfing. The only problem about the goofy footers is it becomes a monotonous turn gigs.
Well, I'll tell you what, nothing monotonous there about Buck, and he's packaged that together. And here we go. This is a wave number 2 that's showing on your screen now while we were going through that slow-mo for you at home. Here he is posting up wave number 2. So, a high work rate from Buckin early on. He's used up this first 1/3 of this heat very effectively. There's still well over 20 minutes remaining, and he's nailed a second score.
Yeah, we'll get you a replay of that last one. It kind of looked like he was a little bit delayed on each turn, kind of coming from behind. Here goes live surfing from Wilco.
Wow, here we go.
Bang.
It's a big number 1 turn for Wilco. The judges love it when you get out the gates early. Skidding the tail there,
Yeah,
Wok.
we see it.
Well, wave number 1 for Matty Wilkinson on the board.
Yeah, for sure. Wilco's going to throw it all out today. He's going to go to town on these waves. As you saw, each turn making it look so much harder, throwing that tail right out, that second turn, drifting it right across the whole face. The judges are going to have to go big on a score like that.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what they throw up for the first maneuver here. Let's have a look at wave number 2. This has earned a 5 from the judges. You see it's a little more broken. It doesn't flow together as cleanly as his opening ride of a 717. Well, still, testimony to his ability as he holds it through those difficult sections there, Wok.
Yeah, we saw he was catching a little bit when he was coming down, and you see there on the third section again, he did seem like he was a little bit delayed, just kind of behind the face. I think if he was like a second ahead, he would have had them looking clean. That second turn, 12 o'clock, as we were talking about the vertical surfing from the goofy footers.
Yeah, well, Buckin tightening it up really back into the pocket there, and it's a little bit of a lower score of a 5. Now let's have a look at the replay. Opening wave of Matt Wilkinson. How about that first grind off the lip? Second one, and he really, really skids it off the coping there. What your opinion as an opening score?
Yeah, look,
we can debate this at home.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Buckin's first wave, you got those four turns, and Wilco with the 2 turns. But I think Wilco's turns were a lot more difficult and hard to make. So he put it a little bit more on edge. Then he went a little bit more to town. The judges are definitely going to look at that. As I said, only two turns, but 2 big turns nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember, of course, that our judging panel have the liberty of calling up a replay. They'll watch the replay at real live speed again from time to time. Right now, it is live coverage of wave number 2 of Wilco. We still await the opening score. And here he goes through to the inside. It's got a bowl option on it. Just pops it off that little rumbler and straight to the outside for Buckin's wave 3.
Wow, that was tight. That was tight by Buckin. Bang, 12 o'clock, getting stuck off the lip there.
Oh, well, slips off the bicycle pedal, so to speak. Loses momentum on wave 3, does Buckin. But Wilkinson has posted up his 2 rides. Judges will owe us scores for that. Let's go to a little relook on the drift replay. This is wave number 2 for Maddie.
Yeah, we see that as he drifts to tailing, and he's really good at doing that. Coming back into the inside, he looks like he's definitely setting himself up for air. He's looking at that end section, and then bang, off a really soft little lip. So I don't think even if he did make it, much would have happened. But there's a replay from Buckin. How tight was that first turn?
Yeah, well, surfing on display from both of our surfers. Both of them just stumbling in the end parts of those waves, their walks. So these will become possibly throwaway scores as the heat unfolds. 17 minutes remaining. and maybe a replay of Wilkinson's wave, especially if we can get a slow-mo of wave 1. We'll put the studio guys to task for that and see, because that first grind off the lip is a big hit.
Yeah, that was the money turn right there. And here we go. Here's a slow-mo of his first wave. Comes straight off the bottom really hard. Look at his fins. Bang. Drifts right out the back.
Well, that's going to go into the good to excellent range, Wok. What do you think as he gets it through to the inside? Wow.
Drifts a whole tail. No pumping in between turns. Straight rail-to-rail work. Just what the judges are looking for. As we see his scores dropping, we're seeing a 7.5s, a 7.2, a 7. It's a 7.23, so just a little bit better than Buckin's first wave.
Well, there we go. Comparing the openers, a 7.23 for Wilkinson. It's a fraction better, a decimal point better than the 7.17 of Ace Buckin. So great way for both surfers to unlock 7s to get going. 16 minutes remaining. We are approaching the halfway mark in the heat, Wok. Not a high wave count from the boys. They are being slightly selective. Onshore breeze, shadow starting to stretch here as we get into the mid-afternoon. It's 2:30 local time. We are in the penultimate heat of today's proceedings. We will wrap up the surfing action in the next heat with Freestone and Dunphy. But this heat 7, the boys will just be trying to pick out the plums now. The tide has started to turn. We've spoken about that little onshore breeze through the last couple of heats coming left to right of screen. So it's the northeasterly sea breeze that's setting in. Now, does that give the boys the ramps to perform? Or is it going to destroy and crumble the wave faces? Let's have a look and see what's on offer.
Here goes Matt Wilkinson. Quick off the top, trying to set himself up for that next section. Bang! Big blowout. I don't think he's going to ride that one out, Gigs.
Yeah, well, lots of body weight thrown into that turn from Wilkinson on wave number 3. It's going to be a little throwaway score. We'll probably look at it for entertainment value, but it's the 7.23 and the 3.67, which is Wilkinson is holding. He is trailing Buckin, who's holding the 7.17 and the 5 Wok. So we're into the second half of the heat. No action from Ace Buckin now in the last couple of minutes. Little throwaway scores for both of them have appeared. So they are on 3 waves apiece if we're looking at work rate.
Yeah, well, we know how Adrian surfs. He's a very strategized surfer. He likes to pick those right ones, even if it means waiting. Now that we're into that man-on-man stage of competition, you know he's going to sit and wait for the right one. He knows at the same time, coming against Wilco can throw anything out the bag. He had that quick wave where he got a 7 just for those 2 quick turns. Buckin needs to wait for the big set, get those big turns in out the back like he's been doing all week, and lock this heat down with a 7 and another high 8 or so.
Well, 14 minutes remaining. Can the flair and expression of Wilkinson in white undo the clinical and very smart surfing of Buckin in red? We're going to find out as this heat rolls through here. Wok, here we go for Ace Buckin.
Here we go, Buckin hard off the one. Oh, missing that first section. He's going to pull straight out of that. Looked like a bit of a quick one there, Gigs.
Yeah, that wave just going through a little bit of a tide tweak now. Well, maybe a little disappointment there because I kind of thought that thing was going to unload for Ace. Nonetheless, it becomes a throwaway score. They're the boys in the athlete stable. You can see equipment on hand. It's great beach scenes here. And I'll tell you, Mr. Price, they've done a fantastic job of looking after the athletes, putting it all together, and showcasing definitely some of the best performance surfing of 2014.
Yeah, for sure. The boys have definitely stepped it up here this year. Mr. Price, so much on offer here for the surfers. Basically it's almost looking like a world tour event here for the WQS guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And with names like Jadson Andre in the mix, Melling in the mix, now Ace Buckin versus Matt Wilkinson, Jack Freestone up next. There is some top order surfing on offer here in Ballito.
Yeah, Gig. So, we started round 1 4 days ago. We've had 4 days of insane surfing. We've seen some of the greatest surfers in this world go down. We're down to our last 16, almost into our last 8. We're almost in quarterfinal stage of competition.
Yeah, absolutely. If you've just joined us, we are in the round of surfing just prior to quarterfinal stage of competition. We are in the round of 16. So a second place finish here in this round leaves you in equal 9th place. You'll go home with 2,400 points. It can still be a valuable trip to Ballito even in this round.
Yeah, 100%. $4,300 in your pocket, almost 45K. It's good if you're a South African. Unfortunately, no South Africans left in the event. But just looking at the quarterfinals, once you're in the quarterfinal stage, that's $7,000. And 3,320 points. That's a massive keeper if you're trying to qualify for the WCT next year. So guys like the Dylan Perillos, Adam Mellings, that's going to help them, in the next stage of competition that's coming up, for the US Open. They'll be going in on a big confidence booster. Not many 6-star primes this year, gigs. I think we've got 6 left for the year. The majority of them go down in Hawaii. So, sitting sweet here for the majority of these guys that are into the next stage of competition.
Well, yes, valuable points. I mean, Dylan Perillo in Beach interview saying it's the best he's done at this level. So that's going to be serving him well as he goes into the quarterfinals. Tim Reyes having a great run through the Mr. Price Pro 2014. So, yeah, it's valuable points on offer. Stick with us. It's 11 minutes and 20 seconds as if you've just joined us. Beach scenes here from Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. It's the Mr. Price Pro Prime surfing event. We're about 50 kilometers north of Durban, and we are east-facing. Lots of swell on offer this week. How about the window that the Mr. Price has used this year? Waves every single day. We've only had a little bit of a tide to sort of sit out with. If we've pressed the pause button, it's only been for the tide. Lots of swell all the way through the week, Wok.
Yeah, Durban's always a place you want to be on the winter. That northwesters that come up in the morning. It's our land breeze. It makes it straight offshore on the coast. As we see Buckin having a ride. That's in and out. But yeah, as I said, gigs, those northwesters making it nice and clean here in the mornings. Been a little bit unfortunate with the tide. Not as much swell as we hoped. Last year we had that massive swell that bombed the whole KZN coast. We saw some 8 to 10 foot barrels, 3 or 4 guys out in the lineup.
Well, I'll tell you what, the one thing that has happened this week is with this consistent pulse of swell in the 3 to 5 foot range, it's given the boys an opportunity to perform up in the air and just get that performance level way out into the stratosphere for us.
Yeah, for sure. I'm more than happy to see stuff like this go down all day. I love watching this innovative surfing. It's something new that's been going on for the last few years. Just see how critical these guys get. There you see Wilco, just as we were just talking about. This is a 717. Yeah. 7.23, excuse me. And then look at the second thing. He drifted the whole tail, keeps sliding, and he manages to pull it back. And ride it out cleanly, and we're calling that the death section of this wave.
Yeah, well, very good surfing there as you at home get to look at wave 1 of Matt Wilkinson, a 7.23. He is, however, lying second, looking for just a 4.94. It's all very close at this stage between Ace Buckin in red, Matt Wilkinson in white. And, people thronging down to the beach now for these final few heats of day 5. Beautiful beach scenes here all week long. We've been blessed with weather and consistent swell like we've been talking about in the 3 to 5 foot range. Even a couple of bigger sets on day 2. And, I'll tell you what, today the boys have rung the bell on top-end scores again. I mean, highlights so far, Philippe Toledo with that 10 and that 9. We'll talk about that more as we go to maybe, I'll tell you what, you don't want to miss out on the highlights package for this when they put it together and do the editing. World-class surfing on offer, care of the Mr. Price Pro again in 2014.
Yeah, I was just about to say, just the intro. I was watching the intro from the last 3 days of surfing, and it's basically like watching a Taylor Steele movie. That's how crazy the surfing's been. Felipe Toledo, you've heard his name come up pretty much every time on the hour. The kid's just incredible, 19 years of age. Dropped 2 10s already this event so far. He's at the 2 highest wave heat scores. A 19.1 and then a 19.83, so 2 near perfect heats.
Yeah, well, there's been some great performances all the way through. There's also been a bunch of regrets to talk about. Seeing Caio Ibelli fall out of the system today, it's a loss. He's been a performer all through the week, and Tori Meister as well, getting undone by Dylan Perillo. So a couple upsets as well, if we want to talk that through. But I'll tell you what, there's been some great performances from Tim Reyes, from Tiago Perez, who's still banging his way through the draw. Adam Melling's been super consistent. And, let's see how Ace Buckin fares up against Matt Wilkinson. As we're moving on through a quiet patch in this heat, 7.5 minutes. Let's go to an overview. Oh, how about the drone shot right there? You can see the Mr. Price Pro Tower. You can see the geography of the coast here with the crescent-shaped rock bays, those sandbars being held in position not not unlike sort of the setup at the takeoff at Snapper, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit like the Gold Coast there, Gigs.
Describe that to people as such. Water is in around the 22 to 23 degrees. You can paddle out for a free surf in boardies if you want to. No problem with that. Most of the guys sporting some thin neoprene for free surfs. And, gee, I'll tell you what, it's been another fantastic weekend, Ballito.
Yeah, no doubt. As we're closing to the 5-minute mark now. Not as many waves surfed as the past few heats. I don't know if that's a changing of the tide there, Gigs.
Well, I think, yes, just as that tide does start swinging in over the sandbars, the wind has picked up a touch. It's going to put a little bit of a tweak on the wave faces for the boys. Little rumblings of swells will still hit us before our 6.5 minutes remaining is wrapped up. And I think Buckin and Wilkinson just being smart now and playing the patience game, looking for something special. But it is Buckin in the lead with a 7.17. Well, let's talk about that 5 that he's got as the backup. Right now, he can surely press play again and wipe that out, renovate it, put another score in of a 7 or 8. It's just a matter of time. And then, well, at this stage, not a big ask for Wilkinson, who's holding the single highest score of a 7.23. Play that against the 7.17 of Buckin. Let's have a look and see. Here we go. This is second place surfer Matt Wilkinson. Out the gates.
Yeah, that first tap off. Oh, big vertical smash off the top. Oh, he's loving that one, Giggsy.
Well, how about that? Wilkinson pulls the trigger with around 5 minutes 45 on the clock. He unleashes 2 turns for the judges. Now, let's go and have a look at this replay walk as we see him lock and load first turn. It's vertical. There's a little bit of a section, but how about that for a climb?
Yeah, he just climbs up and up. The board goes so vertical. Massive last turn there. He kind of went over the foam, so I don't know how the judges are going to see it. We have a bit of a different angle, so he must be quite far up the point. That first turn, nice check turn, flying over that, over that little foamy section there and setting himself up for that last big, massive crack.
Well, he needs a 4.94, folks. He's lying second is Matt Wilkinson in white. We may even get a replay of it, but right now, here we go. Ace Buckin is going to answer back and keep his momentum through this heat. As he goes through there, there's the big crack. Now, and as we say that, is that the proverbial commentator's curse thing? He got really, really tight up there. He's responding to the efforts of Wilkinson on that previous ride. No scores have appeared just yet for Matty Wilkinson with those 2 big hits. One of them is on a softer foam section, but you know what, Wok? The water was plummeting down. It is a broken lip, so I'm not sure how the judges will interpret that. What's your take on it?
Yeah, I'm interested to see. The way I look at it is that first turn was more of a nice setup turn, that quick check, so the judges will take that into consideration. The last turn being the big money turn. Look, Gigs, he needs something like in the 5 range, so, it looks like he might take us. So I was going to say mid-range score, just better his 3.67. We're seeing 2 5.55s drop. He should go into the lead after this.
Well, judges not overly impressed with Wilkinson. We might try and plug a little slow-mo of it. It's going to come in at a 5.4 right now. He is your new heat leader. And with Buckin going down on that last wave, it means priority belongs to Wilkinson. This is where the heat swings in Wilkinson's favor for now. Nice crack there, Walker. Now watch this section. You've been talking about it. Well, he does find a bit of clean lip there in amongst the foam. So a 5.4, he is our heat leader. 3 minutes 45 on the clock. Now Buckin down into second. And here we go. Live action from Wilkinson, who's trying to stamp the lid on it.
Bang. Those first 2 turns, lovely open face cracks. Nice one. Letting the tail drift. And then, 4 turns. He's riding it out. He's going to love that one. For sure, that's going to go into his top 2 scores.
Well, so he's going to improve on the 5.4 that gave him the lead. Now Buckin will be sitting with composure, waiting. He'll be sitting out the back. He'll now be holding priority walk. So let's have a look at this replay. Let's see the showmanship of Wilkinson on offer here. Tight turn for 1.
Yeah, the second one, kind of the same turn, but letting the fins go a little bit and then carving nice back into the pocket. And then there we go, drifting. He's really good at that tail drift, Gigs. He almost drops his back knee. And his actual knee and foot both touch the board at the same time.
Yeah, well, some very, very positive surfing from Matt Wilkinson. His control is excellent. His power is very, very good. My feeling is that it could be a slightly smaller wave, and the judges will be thinking about that, and that might be just, something to just damper the score a touch. We'll wait and see what the judges say on that. He earned a 5.4 on his previous ride. Maybe
Yeah.
a little slow-mo, we can have a look at the dynamics, because Wilkinson's a showman for sure. He's going to be like flaring out at the end of this heat, looking for further approval and trying to extend the lead. Let's have a look at this.
So there we see carving rail all the way through back into the pocket, trying to get that speed out of it. He's coming out of it fast, hard off the bottom, and then bang, letting a little bit of a snap off the top there. This is his second turn now, Gigs. Now another hard off the bottom, staying in the pocket, sliding his fins out the back, and then here we go, we see the drift. So I'm kind of thinking a lot similar to Buckin's first wave. He also did 4 turns. Not as big as, or I don't think Wilco's were as big and precise as Buckin's. As here goes Buckin live surfing.
Well, here we go. Buckin, powerful up in the lip, tight angles there. And, well, I think he's expressing himself there, because 1 minute 45 on the clock. He may have wanted a bit more out of that. This is really becoming a tight shuffle here at the end, Wok.
Yeah, no scores dropping yet for Wilco. This is going to be really interesting, Gigs. I'm thinking it could be into the high 6, maybe 7 range for Wilco. He could have sealed the deal right here. We're down to 1.5 minutes, and there goes Wilco.
All right, so furious exchange in the back part of this heat. Matt Wilkinson, part of this goofy foot duel out, is having another roll of the dice here. So judges will now need to throw 2 scores for Wilkinson and a score for Buckin. And I'll tell you now that Buckin wasn't needing much, but a big score for Wilkinson to come. So it's got all very, very tight. 1 minute 10 on the clock. Let's go to the replay here. This is Buckin looking for some approval from the judges. It's a good first snap into that tight section. Well, he went very vertical, Wok. Very vertical.
Yeah, but I kind of think just more the one big turn there, Gigs. Not really letting his fins free like Wilco's been doing throughout the heat. But critical and precise, nonetheless. But as we see Wilco's last wave drop again, we're seeing a 7-3 there, Gigsy.
Well, score starting to pepper into the scorecard for Wilkinson, who with 30 seconds on the clock in real time, we're watching the replay here. Judges are considering a previous ride of Wilkinson, a 7.63. So, top end score, highest single wave thus far, a 7.63. And that has got Wilkinson in the lead, and now the judges will owe us a score for Buckin. Is it a 7.69, what we just saw, those 2 hits?
No, I don't think so.
All right, so I'm putting you under pressure here for an opinion, but you at home can also make that decision with us. We are watching the clock whittle away now, 4, 3, 2, 1. Is this inside the heat frame? I think it is. And I don't think it's going to be a consequential score. So how about that for a little showdown of goofy foot performance? Matt Wilkinson, judges are working on a score for Adrian Buckin in the final part of this heat, and I don't think it's anywhere near the requirement of a 7.69. I can see them peppering in, and it's under 5-point averages dropping in. So it's Matt Wilkinson on his way to the quarterfinals. It's at the expense of Adrian Buckin. And with that, let's go to an ad break and wrap this up. Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro. It's mid-afternoon here in South Africa, and the surfing is fast and furious. Great surfing on offer from this entire round. You've just seen Matt Wilkinson wrap up Ace Buckin to move into the quarterfinals. Judges are just pressing play and results there for that. And we did see Jack Freestone paddling out. And let's go to a little replay as we wrap up that final wave here. Matt Wilkinson through to the inside for the heat win.
Yeah, big off the top there, letting his fins through again. Wave going a little bit frothy. This wasn't one of his top 2 waves. He got that 7.63 and that 7.2 in the beginning of the heat. Very well played heat there by Wilco, coming up against the seasoned veteran Adrian Buckin, who's been on fire all week, Giggsy.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Ace Buckin bows out in the equal 9th place position here in Ballito. He'll pack the board coffin and head for J-Bay, an hour's flight away. And Matty Wilkinson will continue here into the quarterfinals. So we'll see him again, I'm sure, up tomorrow. We'll wait for that call from the head judge. What they have said to us is this heat currently, Jack Freestone on your screen up against Michael Dunphy. Those 2 men will wrap up today's proceedings. So A nice way to finish off this day's action here. We get the horn to start. It's Freestone in red from Australia up against Dunphy in white from the United States. Another cracker heat on offer for us, Wok.
Yeah, another two incredibly talented young guys coming up through the ranks. Jack Freestone, 2 times world junior champion. Dunphy hailing in from the east coast of America. No stranger to ugly conditions. He's been flying over the last few days. Got one of the best wraps in the business. So I'm pretty interested to see what happens here. I know Freestone has been going big to the air over the last few rounds, so I expect to see that more from Jack today. I think we're going to take you to a quick post-heat interview of the last heat's winner, Matt Wilkinson.
Hi guys, I'm here with Matt Wilkinson. Matt, I know that must have been a little bit of a tough heat out there, surfing against your good friends. You guys live so close to each other. You're both so good on your backhand. It was pretty evenly matched. What was it like out there?
Yeah, it's kind of annoying coming up with such a good friend in kind of an early round. It would have been, if that had been a final, it would have been amazing. But I don't know. I really need points this year, and so I'm pretty stoked. I don't feel too bad, but it was good to have another matchup with Ace, and he's my favourite surfer to watch on his backhand in the world. So to beat him on my backhand feels pretty good.
And this is the second time you've won a heat with him today. What do you think it is that you're doing right that's beating him?
I didn't beat him earlier. I beat him at Bells earlier this year, but yeah, I don't know. I think I just come up against him and I want to beat him so bad that I've maybe stepped my game up a little bit or something. Out there, it's pretty much what waves you catch. It's tricky to find the good ones, and whoever gets the best waves pretty much wins. And I had a really slow start, but I ended up getting 2 good ones. So.
And you're surfing quite consistently. You're looking really comfortable and strong out there. What is your attitude going into the quarterfinals?
Yeah, it's kind of strange for me to be consistent. The start of this year I was so bad, but I don't know. I think if I just keep picking good waves, and when I get big sections, trying to hit them as hard as I can, and then not doing anything silly on my small sections, which usually lets me down. So yeah, as long as I surf smart, I think I can do good.
Well done, Matt. It was a good heat to watch. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Matt Wilkinson, for putting on a great performance. Joe Trappell alongside Gig Selliers for the call. It's been a pretty fun day of action. We have one more heat to go. It's Jack Freestone versus Michael Dunphy. Jack's been the talk of the town with his air movement. Dunphy's been using that rail work on the opening exchange. So we'll see if they stick to those game plans to set up this last heat, Gigs.
Yeah, Joe, I think this is a great pairing. You know, Freestone and Dunphy have both got their own momentum through this time here in Ballito. And here we go, Freestone on the replay. He's pressing play straight away on those front side air rotations. We saw how well it worked for him earlier in the week, especially I think yesterday's heat performance from Freestone had the beach in standing ovation.
Really fun to see Jack get his confidence in a prime event after winning the World Junior title twice, getting the high seed into the round of 96 for 2 years, and having a tough time getting keeper results. Last year he lost early. He left. He was staying with Mitch Cruz and also Mitch Colburn. Colburn lost out early. Mitch Cruz ended up staying by himself to make it to the semifinals. Mitch Cruz has still been hanging out the last couple of days, even though he was knocked out earlier than last season. And Jack's been landing all of his turns. We've seen him in the post-heat interviews, Gigs. He's been looking very focused, and he's probably not going to celebrate until he ends up winning this thing.
No, absolutely. I think, the one thing I've noticed with Freestone is he's keeping a continued momentum. Now, there's a few other surfers who've been running on momentum through this, and one of them that I cannot help thinking about who's just growing and growing with momentum is Timmy Reyes. So here we go. Let's have a look at the young frame of Freestone as he goes to the air. This is live surfing. And gee, hasn't he been doing that all week?
Well, that's what we were waiting for from Jack Freestone. A high air reverse, landing it perfectly, and he's good for a turn after. I'll never forget back in the day, they've always been asking surfers, what's the future of the sport? And Shea Lopez said, doing a big air, then following it up with a turn. Now we're seeing Jack doing it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, he's contributed 2 of these to this heat thus far. This is the second of the 2 air rotations, and definitely the higher, faster, more clinical one.
We always kind of just saw these as one major maneuver way back in the day. We always talk about the progression of airs in professional surfing, and talk about the relationship with skateboarding because of those innovative grabs. When we look at the global atmosphere, there's a lot of different regions that have their aerial pioneers. You know, focusing on South Africa gigs, who are kind of some of the early guys or even current guys that you really like to watch above the lip?
Well, you know, South Africa, I think, 10 years. Well, listen, if we're going to do aerials as a discussion, let's put an hour aside. But I can tell you now that Potts, to me, was the first guy that on his 20s went to the air, and we're going back to mid 80s here, and really started pushing that whole discussion point and the direction that 20 years later we're at.
Well, it's amazing to see that whole discussion continue. Then it goes to competition in a jersey where we saw the aerials really make a big difference. It was not till 1990 with Christian Fletcher at lower trestles as we see Jack Freestone carving back into the pocket, springing off the top to blow the fins out. Doesn't reverse, pulls it back forward to show his control. He's out of there. And Giggs, he already has a 7.67 for his air.
Yeah, absolutely. So Freestone with momentum. Dunphy will be replying shortly. And as you said, a 7.67 for that frontside air rotation. The first one was a throwaway. But Freestone is building through this heat, 23 and a half minutes remaining. And what I like about Jack Freestone is that a couple years ago, as he made his mark with those World Junior titles, he's now becoming a very well-rounded package. And I think, really, if you look at the landscape of his career, we're just seeing the start of it.
As we'll go to take another look on his last wave. Started with a wrapping cutback. This is where he got to throw the tail out. Nice control, staying on the wave face this time. It was a small, gutless wave, and he surfed it well beyond its worth. He created that score with his talent. With now 23 on the clock, we were able to catch up to the tail end of Michael Dunphy's wave. We'll try to bring you the start of that one in just a moment. He only has a 2 so far, so that was an important wave for Dunphy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think that Dunphy doesn't want to get left behind, and we've seen a few people sit it out and rely on trying to pick plums and get stuck in the back part of the heat. So Dunphy coming to the table with his wave number 2, and it's a top-end score of an 8.83. So we'll go and try and find the replay of Dunphy for you. But top-end scores to get going for the American in white.
Here's the wave that we were hoping for, an 8.83, courtesy of a big top-turn wrap. Drives off the bottom, hammers it in the pocket for a nice vertical re-entry, even ditches the fins on the third move and slams it shut. The judges are always going to love that wave.
That's a very, very strong statement for our surfer in white. I'm looking forward to a slow-mo of that because those first 2 turns, the judges didn't miss any of that detail. An 8.83, in fact, some of the judges throwing out 9s. So we don't have that slow-mo on hand. But I'll tell you what, we'll go for another re-look at it. It was an absolute cracker score, an 8.83. It's top end. It's going into top end orders. The only surfers really to go higher than an 8.83 today, I think Toledo.
That's right. His perfect 10 and a 9-point ride in the same heat against Caio Ibelli. Caio started off with the lead, and Felipe turned it on him and got his second perfect 10 of the event. As we look back on some of Felipe's perfect 10s in surfing, remember he had a perfect 10 in Rio in a WCT event for a corrupt flip to air reverse combination. Back to this one, Giggs.
Well, here we go. Freestone. Oops, just a little stumble there, foot off the pedal, so to speak. Now he reloads. He'll just go, well, let's just punt anyway, and he knows that whole wave is a throwaway. It is wave 4 on the scorecard for Freestone, currently leading with a 7.67 and a 4.67, that last wave, Joe, in inconsequential score.
We'll check out another replay of Michael Dunphy as he took off on an 8.83. We'll take this first turn and look at it one more time. Look at that composure, ripping it off the top. Hammers that second section with a nice vertical reentry. Always love when you can provide a finish. You see the wave starting to shut down, but he maintained control.
Yeah, a great package there, an 8.83, Joe. It's set a nice platform for Dunphy. Although lying second, it's a very small requirement, just a 3.51. But then Freestone holding a lowly 4.67 in his pair of scores. We're set for an exciting 2/3 of the heat remaining, just over 20 minutes to go.
Well, Dunphy, a bit of a dark horse in this heat. Jack Freestone up right out front. He's driving, looking for a lip to work with, going for a little layback setup turn, creates some space for that little 2-for-1 setup. He'll sink a little bit on the landing, tries to control it. Little misread on the last 2 attempts for Jack Freestone.
Yeah, I think it's just a couple of little tired shifts moving in on the sandbar now, Joe. It's literally been a skate park out there on the low tide. So I still think there's some ramps and some booster rockets available for the boys. But a little tired shift, a little trickier, and a slight sea breeze. But these guys know how to deal with those little variables. Still plenty time remaining.
I agree, Giggs. The morning, remember how groomed it was? It was really polished and offshore. Tommy Whitaker took the first win against Marlon Lipkey. As we progressed on into the later rounds, we recently lost Tommy Witz from the draws. He went down to Jad St. Andre as we start seeing the quarterfinal matchups stacking up for a potential finals day as early as tomorrow, one day early from the end of the waiting period. They'll have either Saturday or Sunday to choose from at this point. We have the first heat of the quarterfinals. Tiago Perez will be having his hands full in that first quarter. He was the guy that's been really showcasing his rail work with a lot of momentum and speed. His boards look insane, and he is just wanting to get that winning feeling outside of the CT jersey. Here goes Dunphy.
All right, so Dunphy, an 8.83 to start, up and riding, looking to back it up, and it's not going to happen on that one.
Short ride for Michael as he ends up incomplete. He still has his 8.83, still keeping himself in second, and he still needs a 3.51 to advance about halfway through. And Jack's relied on the aerial act. The 7.67 is through a keeper, a full rotation frontside air. Insane in small waves. He'll never forget back when he won his first World Junior title. It was a 3-event series, so it was the longest season to accomplish a junior champion. He had to start off with a good result in Bali. They also had an event in Brazil and then finished off the year in North Narrabeen. So they actually got to add up all those events, and it really felt like a real season on tour to get the undisputed World Junior Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a worthy winner there. That's Brandon Rubink and his beautiful wife on screen. Cameras have been locked onto them for a while, so I'll give him a personal mention. And, Brandon, a top South African paddler, a Springbok lifesaver, and a stand-up paddle champion as well, and his brother of Jason Rubink, who does the Channel Islands surfboards and Matt Biolis' surfboards down here in South Africa. So everyone's down at the beach. It's a Friday afternoon here, Joe, and it's pretty festive out there. We've had a great beach attendance here for day 5 of the Mr. Price Pro. And, I'll tell you what, everyone's been wowing through the action here. And, I tell you what, people are absolutely blown away with performance levels here at the Mr. Price Pro. Let's have a look at Freestone here, one of the top performers in this year's event.
We see that big wind-up for that tail-high reverse rotation. Such a solid one motion for Jack Freestone. Goes off the top just to show control. He didn't need that final tap on the closeout section. He got a 7.67, and it was a complete difference. Coming into this matchup, we were expecting Jack to go to the air, and he did. We were expecting Dunphy to go to turns, and he was able to outsurf Jack to get the 8.83.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, Freestone has just been pressing replay and replay all event long. And here he goes for more surfing action. This is his own replay. He's just cracking away through the inside here, Joe. And, he's using the power and the carve application there. And, he wafts it out there for a little safety banking score. But he's trying to ditch the 4.67.
Nice surfing for Jack Freestone. He's able to mix it up on demand. He's always so light on his feet. He's a pretty big kid, 6'1", and he is as fit as can be. We'll go to the replay to see how this one started, Giggs.
Well, very technically polished surfer. He's got the whole package, and through to the inside. You know, I just look at little touches of Joel Parkinson when I see him surfing. And how about that? Just flares it out at the end. He knows he's got to just throw the 4.67 away, replace it. Little fist pump. Boys are loving every single successful ride here in Ballito. Here we go for Dunphy.
On the answer back, big hammer to start, right in the pocket. Foam climb snap, Dunphy looking to finish, cracks it shut. A solid answer back to Jack Freestone's right-hander. Jack had multiple turns. You could say they're all dynamic in the pocket, a lot of the same maneuver through the inside. Dunphy's opening section really bottomed out on him, and he was able to drill that with all the power.
Yeah, absolutely. How was that for a nice showdown between the two? And as they paired it off, let's have a look and analyze. That is the big hit right there. If it's power, then that thing absolutely lifted the lid off the scale, and then he wraps it up nicely through the inside. Joe, a very good matchup there between the two.
Good to see two natural footers kind of close out the day here at the Mr. Price Pro. We had Dunphy already with an 8.83. Kind of mentioned he's a dark horse. It's because he's surfing against a world junior champ who's got a pretty major profile. Dunphy always was surfing well. He was a young crop coming from the East Coast that would come out to California to surf lowers. Started traveling quite a bit, not afraid to get down to the Caribbean, and spent a lot of time on the road. But right now, he's at a moment where he could possibly make a quarterfinal appearance if he takes down the favorite in this heat.
Yeah, well, absolutely. An important showdown there between the two on that exchange. And Dunphy showing good pedigree by rising to the occasion. You know, one of his compatriots with multiple world titles behind his name and a great career ahead for Freestone. Probably a bit more media focus on Freestone as well. But Dunphy totally raising the game here in reply.
Well, now scores slowly drifting in from the last exchange. Jack Freestone will put up another great number. He will improve on his total in first. One more to drop in, and then Dunphy's will start flowing into the screen. Jack building on a 4.67 at the 14-minute mark. Didn't go to the air on that last wave to show his depth to the panel. He knows how to not repeat himself, but if he gets another ramp, he's not going to hold back.
No, absolutely. And as you said that, he's locking and loading a wave number 7 on his card. And how about that? Well, it looked good for the still camera. The play out doesn't happen through the inside. So Freestone will get a throwaway score. But his previous score has got our attention as it drops in, Joe. A 7.4 for Freestone. Live action here from Dunphy. Judges will owe us now 2 scores for this man in white.
So carved to start into a snap off the top. Late on the closeout finish, Dunphy loses control on his last wave. He has 2 numbers that should come in. He needs a 6.24 on one of those waves to get a lead change.
Well, I think head judges called for a review of the previous of Dunphy, and that's the topic of our discussion. He's down into second, is the man in white. You said it there, Joe, a 6.24. I think it's going to come in above that.
Definitely. I'm kind of with you there, Giggs. He's had a lot of flair. Dunphy has taken control on these right-handers. I love how he's kind of taking a different angle on these waves. He's great for a first turn. Even on his last wave where he fell at the end, he got a little bit creative, stretched out that first turn. Let's take another look.
Well, how about that carve in that sort of stepped-up bowl there with a wall to boot? He just snags it in the corner. Just comes unstuck here at the end there, Joe. But I think it's the previous wave that's got the judges' attention still. Wow. Okay, let's hold it and see. 12.5 minutes to go, Joe. This is an important part of the heat right here.
Massive part for Virginia Beach. Mike Dunphy represents a cool crop of surfers. Back on that side, you know, they've always been known for their smaller waves, but they get amazing world-class waves, especially come the hurricane season, where guys dedicate their careers to chasing big barrels up and down the coast. Let's take another look at Dunphy's last.
Well, here we go. This is the one with that big power hit. That's the hammer getting thrown down right there. This is the one we're still awaiting 2 scores. This is the first of those 2 still waiting to drop in. And I think that moment right there on replay, in real life, that was the turning point. I think we're going to have the new heat leader with that contribution when it becomes numerical.
Well, Mike Dunphy started off the season early surfing in the Hurley Australian Open of Surfing, and on that day he was able to use a board they're calling the Rab 3. It was a board based off of a board that former world champ Rabbit Bartholomew had made by Bob Hurley. They've redone it, so it's a new school version, but it was working for him in small conditions at Manly. Back to this one, looking at the replay.
Well, let's look at how hard he hits this right here. That is a crack with so much power. The flex on that tail can almost do damage to the surfboard with that much pressure on the back foot, Joe. As he goes through to the inside, he does the rest really efficiently. It's a 6.27. He is the heat leader.
A big lead change in the last heat of the day. Jack Freestone down to second. Now needs a 7.4 to make the difference. He has a 7.4 and a 7.67. So a crazy heat unrolling. 11 minutes on the clock, and the quarterfinals are just about squared away here at the Mr. Price Pro. Another look at our water patrol, Scott Turnbull, and we've had Travis's brother doing a lot of the filming down there, and we'll see if we can get some images on the website as soon as the heat ends. There's so many people working so hard behind the scenes. Pierre Tosti, Kirsten Skoltz, that we see her images on the WCT all year long. There's not very many people that take breaks when you have a surf contest running.
No, absolutely. Ryan Logie in the water there, swimming hard, looking for images, and we are watching Freestone, who's got a beautiful, clean wall. Gee, that was just beautiful looking on our screen. And here's Dunphy, the new heat leader.
Answering back quickly, a huge first turn, drifting the tail all the way around in a dynamic slide, but he loses his back foot right as the board slid out on him. It looked like he was going to take control, turning actually harder and more committed than his 2 rides before.
Well, both our athletes taking spills there in that exchange, Joe, and testimony to the fact that they're pushing the boundary barrier. They're not going to play safe. They really are chasing each other here to the tail end of this heat.
Now one more look first with Jack Freestone. We see him get out in front, drive off the bottom, belt that first turn off the top. This thing starts to bowl, so he delays the bottom turn. Right there, you think he's hammering that without a problem. What happened to Dunphy?
Well, Dunphy just answers right back. Great first crack, one of the nicest openers of the heat. And then he pushes it so hard, possibly knowing that Freestone's lying out in front looking at him. He really turns up the pressure on that turn and just skids off the tail pad. So both surfers pushing performance, not looking for anything other than continuing to push against the boundary. Both of them spill. It's going to make for an exciting end, though, with a little over 9 minutes to go.
9:15 on the clock. Couple of locals still hanging out as we will be calling this one a day. Quarters are looking very exciting. Still with 2 more days left in the waiting period before we count a champ this year in 2014. Remember, we lost our top 10 on the QS rankings a while back, so that'll make things a little bit tighter. I went upstairs and talked to Al Hunt, the tour manager, and he's just saying how close it's going to be now. It's not going to be anyone running away with it early. Imagine if Dantes or Keanu Singh went back-to-back with wins. It's good for their campaign. But just like a world title race, we love when qualification comes down to Sunset Beach at the end of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And, isn't this just one of the important prongs in that ladder, or an important step in the ladder to getting those points?
8:30 remaining. Last of Michael Dunphy of 4.23. Just imagine what could have been. The 4.23 came on 1 turn. He fell on his last. Same for Freestone, a 3.5 as he let go of that inside corner. He still needs a 7.44 to come back. We've been waiting for this moment for Jack Freestone to show what he can do above the lip in conditions like this. He is so dangerous and still has plenty of time to turn this around.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with 8 minutes remaining, we might want to actually just get a replay of how those 2 surfers went down in that exchange. And, they were just really pushing each other super hard there. So first priority belonging to Jack Freestone, currently lying second, looking for that 7.44. Maybe we'll get a replay, just depending on what live action is coming our way here. It's been very consistent and another fantastic day here in Ballito, Joe.
Well, and it's so fun to see both these guys just going blow for blow. Like a lot of the matches we've seen today, the scores are so tight. I mean, look at Dunphy, 15.10 to Jack's 15.07. One judge even has Jack winning on his sheet upstairs as we go to the last replay.
Yeah, well, now we get to slow it all down for you. Well, hopefully we do. And, you see how both of them just absolutely pushing the boundary.
And we'll bring it to you now. What do you think about this one, Giggs?
Well, he finds himself a really clean wall. How about the attack? Now, the judges love that first turn. It's really got them paying attention. They already have to throw out some scores. And then the whole thing falls apart right here. And I'm surprised because it looked like that wave had a lot more on offer. But it's obviously the incoming tide, a little bit of heavier water mass moving. And then, well, Dunphy loads up another both of them offering fantastic first turns. Now he just loads up and he goes, let me put a little bit of extra grunt on this thing. And right there, comes unstuck. So uncharacteristically for both of them, but I love the way they're pushing each other.
Yeah, I still love that first turn from Michael Dunphy. An amazing start, unfortunate finish as we're down to 6 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. There's a lot of people that like making comparisons to their local break back home. Dunphy often references that when he's surfing in smaller surf. He'll compare it to Virginia Beach more often than not. Let's have another look at Dunphy.
Well, Dunphy, while we were going replays, this took place. Just that first turn out, it's breaking apart there as the tide comes in here, Joe. He's found something to work, flares the fins out. An interesting thing. Is he going to further extend a lead over Freestone? He's got to drop a 6.27 to do that.
Fun to watch that weird double up kind of set up for him. He got to show a little bit of his air game, just a casual reverse, and then it had to find the pocket again. Got to finish on the inside. Good for a 5. Not good to change the situation as we're down to 5.5 minutes on the clock. Jack needs a 7.44. He's sitting out there with priority. We'll see how he's going to handle this situation, Giggs, because we reflect on all of his moments up into this point. He's usually started off with that crazy rhythm, doing big alley-oops, big reverses. We've yet to see him really have to come from behind in this event.
Yeah, well, his work rate has been very consistent through each one of his heat management approaches. So he's on 8 rides. He's had a high work rate thus far. We are talking about things like the incoming tide, but we're also saying that with that little onshore breeze, it's got the opportunity to go to the air. So here we go. Dunphy, heat leader, is trying to consolidate a score.
Going for a big throw tail reverse. Almost has it. He ends up incomplete. So Dunphy had his 8.83 on turns. Now he's looking for a solid backup score if he can get one above the lip as we pass the 5-minute warning.
Well, inside the final 5 minutes, Joe, and Freestone must go to the air, but it's got to be a top-end air. We can't have something that just goes micro above the lip. We're looking for a special one from him with 4.5 minutes now on the clock. We know that Freestone's capable. I mean, he's had a heat where he delivered 4 or 5 airs in a row yesterday. So I'm hoping for lots here in the back 4 minutes, 20 seconds.
So a big moment for Dunphy to try to make the quarterfinals. If he would win, it would be an all-USA matchup against Timmy Reyes. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day, as the officials will assess the conditions. Jack Freestone trying to keep his name on the map for qualification, but also for Australia. As we did see Tommy Whitaker go down, we had Matt Wilkinson advance in an all-Australian matchup in the heat previous. Australia was leading with the country count in the previous round, and we'll keep that one updated into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of nations sending athletes here. And another fantastic year at the Mr. Price Pro. We've spoken about the Brazilian momentum. It kind of has lost a little bit. We won't even talk about the South African momentum because that was 2 days back. But 3.5 minutes remaining. One of the Australians still in the running here. One of a few. It's Jack Freestone, former World Junior Champion. Lying second, looking for the 7.44. 3 minutes 20 on the clock, Joe.
Here we go. A big test for Jack Freestone to show that world title prowess if he can come from behind. A 7.44, he's done that in this seat. He had a 7.67. His low score is a 7.40. That's how tight this seat is in comparison. Whenever you look back on some of these heats that have a split panel or one favoring the other, that's when you know you've had an amazing heat. It happens every once in a while where they'll battle each other to the dying minutes, and you'll have to have one winner walk away. The majority of the opinion of the panel is that Dunphy's turns are more dynamic, powerful in the pocket. He's picking off great waves. They like his finishes just better than what Jack's done above the lip.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Dunphy going to the air and coming adrift there. So he's also got that. He's got the power and the airs. Both of them have got the full packages. It's 2.5 minutes for Freestone now.
Big time now as this crowd is silent down on the beach. We have the VIP area with the monster tent and also the athlete area that's focused to see who's going to end up in the fourth quarter final, as we'll be down to a final 8 just in a couple of minutes, starting with the round of 96. Thiago Perez, Jadson Andre leading the charge on the CT camp. Adam Melling, also a part of that crew, and all CT quarter 2 with Felipe Toledo. Matt Wilkinson, another WCT guy, will take out Dylan Perillo in quarter 3. Take on Dylan Perillo, who it will be in his first quarterfinal ever on a Prime Series. And Timmy Reyes, the former CT surfer, will have the winner of this one, a minute 50 to decide it.
Yeah, an interesting landscape there next time we go to competition in those quarterfinals. Some upstarts, some new blokes, and, some campaigners in there. We've got the full package for you when we go to quarterfinals.
Oh, it'd be so great to see with waves on the increase. Surfline telling us that Saturday it's going to be a fun-size south-southwest ground swell, which is tomorrow here in South Africa, continuing with building wind swell as well. So it could be shoulder, waist-high little combo waves refracting across each other, which is great for the air guys and also great for the carve. So this wave can really host the best of all talents with now 1 to go in the last heat of the day.
Wow. Freestone, 1 minute to go, looking for the 7.44. We've seen him hammering in the air all week long. He is holding the 7.67 and a 7.4. They're great scores, but the pairing of them is just short of Dunphy's 8.83. And, if Dunphy's got a little chink in his armor, it's that 6.27.
Right there, leaving the door slightly open. Dunphy did try to improve on that with a couple errors. Had a weird double-up wave that he surfed well, but he wasn't able to get it into his top two. 35 seconds remaining. Jack Freestone does have first priority as he's taking a look. He needs a 7.44.
Right, this is the do-or-die moment. Freestone gets out the gates with the big first turn. Second turn, how about the tail drop? Wow. Okay, going to be a very interesting interpretation from the judges. Freestone seems happy with it, Joe.
A dangerous moment for Michael Dunphy as Jack waited patiently for one more chance. Just with a few seconds off the clock, he had first priority, took off, belted the first section, had a big blast off the top. And what we notice when a wave bottoms out on a surfer and they can stomp it with control after they've fallen out of the lip, usually that means big numbers. Let's check out the replay, Giggs.
Well, first turn, it had a bit of a softer section, but he approached it with absolute confidence. We'll pull up the replay again after that. But, geez, that second one, you just spoken about how you recovered on that second turn, Joe. There's money. There's the money banger with points on offer right there.
Well, the first section, he had a lot of whitewater to go through. He had to do a foam climb, which is sometimes one of the underrated maneuvers in surfing. He made it like a solid dynamic snap off the top with the flow. Really set himself up for a nice finisher on the inside. He had to take the drop out of the lip. So we'll see what the decision is from the panel in just a moment. They don't have to worry about the next heat to get started. They can take their time with this one, Giggs.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they'll be definitely having a relook with you at home, yeah. Big first crack. Joe's saying it's a little bit of a softer section on the first one, but gee, doesn't that thing dump out for the second one? So maybe if there was just, a slight blemish in what the wave offers at the beginning, it throws back at the end for Freestone. This is a very, very tough call for the judging panel.
Well, you're starting to think about his other scores. Remember the 7.4 that he has. He needs a little more than that. Is it better than his wave before? Remember the 7.4, he had multiple turns, snapping it off the top with a big finish. They don't count turns on tour, but he had way more chances to put this one away. As we slow this one down a little bit further.
Well, a little bit of a crumbly coping, but it's a massive statement on the first turn, Joe. And how about the second part? Because this is where the difficulty goes through the roof. He cracks it. Now, lots of angles and problems on the way down, but he absolutely nails it.
He had a lot of dedication to pull that turn off. Two-turn combination. Jack Freestone needs a 7.44. And now the panel is starting to put in the numbers. Michael Dunphy waiting on the sand for the final result. Both these surfers have been insane so far, and we'll have the final decision from the panel. A 7.93. It is enough. Jack Freestone upsets Michael Dunphy on the final wave.
How about that? What was that? 20 seconds to go. He absolutely did the job. A 7.44 requirement is met with a 7.93 delivery. I think that Freestone, whatever he may have missed out by a fraction on the opening turn because of the waves crumble, well, he put it back together at the end there.
Well, you mentioned, Giggs, that Dunphy was holding a 6.27. That ended up coming back to hurt him. He had the best wave of the heat by far, the 8.3, but without a solid backup, Jack Freestone was able to come back. It took one more wave. Two big turns made the difference, and Jack Freestone is on to the quarterfinals to surf again later in this event.
Well, absolutely. Well, there we go. That's the day's proceedings wrapped up, and a very strong statement from Jack Freestone as he unlocks his berth in the quarterfinals. We are set for another fantastic day when we come back in day 6 tomorrow. Joe, how about we'll go through some impressionable thinking from both of us shortly. Let's go to an ad break.
Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro Ballito. Just finishing one of the heaviest finishes of the day. Jack Freestone with his back against the wall, holding first priority. Did 2 big turns to get the score to turn the heat on Mike Dunphy. Dunphy on fire in this event. A tough one for him to lose, but let's see if Jack Freestone can make the difference in the quarterfinals and get his first major breakthrough win on the Prime Series.
Well, absolutely fantastic performance there. Maybe a slightly controversial score there at the end, because as we broke that down, 2 massive turns from Freestone, but I do think that the chink in the armor was the 627 for Dunphy. He can't go in expecting a heat total for a win holding a 627 at this stage of competition.
So now standing by down on the beach, Jack Freestone, the hero, coming back with one last wave that made the difference. He's standing by with Andy Van Ziel.
Hi guys, I'm here with Jack Freestone after just winning a very, very exciting heat in the last 30 seconds. Jack, how are you feeling waiting out there for the last wave and paddling into it?
I'm sick of doing that. It's so scary. I'm pretty much going to lose all my hair if I have to do that again. But yeah, that was such a close heat. There's such good waves coming through, and Dunphy had 2 really solid scores, so I knew I just had to do at least 2 good turns.
And what was your strategy going into your heat today?
Gosh, it was just try and catch as many waves as possible, good waves, and just try and stick 2 big turns or a huge air or something. So that's pretty much it.
Well done, Jack. Congratulations on your win today. It was great watching you out there, and thanks for giving us a nail-biting heat to end this day. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. Well, that's a wrap from the 5th day of the Mr Price Pro. It has been a wonderful day surfing, lots of excitement, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks a lot, Andy. You're doing a great job down on the beach, and you could tell, Giggs, that Jack Freestone was feeling the pressure. He was exhausted mentally going through that scenario in his head, time ticking away. He knew it was going to come down to one final chance. I mean, that's what a Grom dreams about, that scenario, and it came true for Jack Freestone today.
Well, listen, day 5 has had drama all the way through, and I mean, to just wrap the drama up with that Freestone moment there. We did speak about the shortfall of Dunphy though with that 627 in one of the counting 2 rides. So, Joe, in the end, probably I think a fair decision on that heat.
It's a close. Sometimes you have to look past the final decision. You look at all the waves in the heat. I think a lot of the close heats in surfing history, if you remember the other waves that are involved, the top 2 that's needed. One day maybe we'll get to top 1 wave in a heat, but at the moment it's the best system in the sport, and it creates some incredible showdowns. The quarters are set now, Giggs, and we still have some insane surfing left to go.
Absolutely. Listen, it's easy to get caught up in that emotion at the end. We get wrapped up in those last couple of moments. You said some sobering things there, in that you've got to keep the whole heat in its context, and also keep in context what's been going on in the same conditions, even a heat or 2 back, as the yard, the mark goes.
It's impressive watching a lot of the locals here in South Africa, how in tune they are with the rhythm of the Mr Price Pro. We have so many repeat fans that come down here, and they really understand the system. Well, we imagine that we're going to have massive crowds here for the weekend. Tomorrow's Saturday, then Sunday. If you're around in the local area, don't forget the concerts will be happening tonight and tomorrow, and also we'll have a champion crowned in the next couple of days. For now, we'll say goodbye for Gig Selliers, Joe Turpel, and the rest of the crew here at the Mr Price Pro. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow, 7 o'clock for the first call.